Most of my growth came actually after I graduated high school. Basically, what I did was somehow found these other like four lunatics. Three of us were college dropouts. One was a high school dropout, and one, I don't know, he just like quit his job. We were all super small YouTubers, and we basically talked every day for 1,000 days in a row and did nothing but just like hyper study like what makes a good video, what makes a good thumbnail, what's good pacing, like how to go viral. And we would just call it like daily masterminds. We would just get on Skype every morning, and like some days like I'd get on Skype at 7 a.m. and I'd be in the call until like 10 p.m. and then I'd go to bed, I'd wake up and I'd do it again. And we'd do things like just take 1,000 thumbnails and see if like there's a correlation to the brightness of the thumbnail to how many views it got, or like like videos that get over 10 million views is like how often do they cut the camera angles, or like things like that.
Really? So you micro-analyzed
everything.
Really?
Yeah, just I mean for like we were very religious about it, and so that's where most of my knowledge came from. Is I just surround myself with these lunatics, and just every day like we didn't do anything. We had no life.
But everybody had sort of a similar vision.
Yeah, exactly. And so we all had like 10, 20,000 subscribers when we met. And by the time we stopped talking, we all had millions of subscribers. And we all hit 1 million subscribers like within a month. It's crazy. Because it's like, if you envision a world where you're trying to be great at something and it's just like you learning and fucking up and then learning from your mistakes. Also, my mom told me not to curse. Sorry, Mom. If someone could just like edit out the swear words and give it to me.
Sorry, Mom.
Yeah, so I could give it to my mom to listen to. That would be great. But like, you mess up, you learn from your mistake, you mess up, you learn from your mistake. You in 2 years, might have learned from 20 mistakes. Or if you have like 4 other people who are also messing up, and when they learn from their mistake, they teach you what they learn, stuff like that. Hypothetically, you 2 years down the road have learned like 5 times more of the amount of stuff. So it just like helps you grow exponentially way quicker, if that makes any sense.
It does.
Yeah.
The biggest sort of paradigm shift when I go into a channel is reallocating time towards ideas and towards thumbnails and towards packaging that idea to begin with. I just can't say it enough. Like, I'll be blue in the face saying this until I think the day I die, is like, the idea is more important than everything. Now, of course, you could have a great idea. If you don't execute it, it's no longer a great idea. But the idea itself is almost like sets the standard of what this video could become. Is this going to be a 50K view video? Is this going to be a 5 million view video? That idea to begin with is so important. And yet when I do a sort of analysis on a channel, let's say at 100K subscribers, I say, how much time is spent on ideas? They're like, oh yeah, I think about it when I walk around. I have like a brainstorm session once a week. And I'm like, okay, so you spend an hour of actually intentional time coming up with ideas per week. Let's say you've got conservatively 40 hours in a week. Of course, we both know a lot of YouTubers work a lot more than that. But let's just say you got 40 hours a typical work week. You're spending 1 hour of that time on the actual most important thing. The first step is usually trying to instill this new sort of philosophy and culture towards making content, where I like to really analyze what we make, how we make it, what's the rationale behind making the specific idea in the first place. Some people don't like that, and I completely understand that, because I always think there should be some level of like, oh, this is just fun, let's just do it. There should still be like room, there should like be a quota for experiments and innovation and just like doing something for the hell of it because we feel like it. Like, that's completely fine with me. But for the majority of the content, if the goal is purely to grow on YouTube, and this is like another conversation we get into, like what the goal is, because I find a lot of people are like, my goal is growth at all costs. And then you say, well, you need to think a lot more about your ideas. And they're like, no, that's silly. I just want to do whatever I want to make, So there's like a lot of different forces at play. But realistically, I would go into a channel, I would just say, okay, we need a better system for coming up with ideas. Once we've come up with those ideas, we need a better system in how we're actually packaging those ideas. And if we can't package an idea, so what I mean by package is basically title and thumbnail. If we can't title and thumbnail an idea that can be clickable for our audience, it's not an idea anymore. We just scrap it. And I get this all the time. I've got this amazing idea. It's going to be so funny. I just can't think of a way to thumbnail it. And I'm like, well, then it's not a good YouTube idea, unfortunately. It needs to tick that box. It needs to be a great idea. It needs to be very clickable. We need to be able to make a clear thumbnail around it. Then after that, like the actual planning of the video as well, before we sit down and shoot it, like what is the intro going to be? Could we write out 3 or 4 different intro versions, record them, listen to them back, decide which is the best one to shoot on the day, etc., etc. So I think a lot of the first thing I do with the channel is just look at the pre-production side of things before the actual production. And then I'll go in and I'll see what is their actual content like, what are they like on camera? How is their, pacing in the video? Even just looking through the retention curves on their channel. Like, is there any obvious retention danger zones that they just consistently lose viewers? The sort of typical stuff that a lot of people hear with YouTube analysis. But I think the thing that definitely sets me apart is that extreme focus on the idea, title, and thumbnail to begin with.
Because like even Chris, like it was hard to get him to quit his job. All these people, they're like, this is just a YouTube channel. What if we're irrelevant in a year? This is years ago when I have like 1 or 2 million subscribers. I would always have to pull my few employees in a room and write on a whiteboard. I was like, here's what everyone's doing. Here's what we will be doing, okay? We're gonna make this money. I'm gonna spend it all. I'm gonna work. And I'd be like, I'm just circle and draw things out. And I'd be like, and I'm concluding that we will have 10 million subscribers by the end of the year. And this is when we're like on 2 in January. And everyone's like, you're dumb. Like even I had friends with like 3 or 4 million subscribers, and they're like, you'd be lucky if you even got close to me by the end of the year. And like that one year we went from 2 million to 10, or actually it was like 12 million subscribers. And everyone was just like, what? And I was like drawing 3-year plans. It's like, this will be here, this will be here, and this will be here. And like we killed all of them. But even then, like when I showed it to all the boys back then, they were like, nah, this is stupid. Like, you're out of your mind. Like, you know, we're not going from 2 to 10 to 30 and whatever. And I'm like, nope, this is what we're doing. We're going to obsess. No one get a life. Grind.
No one get a life.
Here's what we're doing. and then it just happened.
It was very organically captured on the day.
Exactly. And there's like natural attention in that as well, like with the money building and money's being spent, and the Harmon circle that we talk about sometimes.
The damn Harmon circle, one of the most important tools to learn storytelling. Yes, you did. Yeah. You started one way and then ended in the same place, having changed every single day.
Hammock to hammock.
Hammock to hammock, literally.
Hammock to hammock. For people who don't know, what's the Harmon circle?
The easiest version is like a person or like a character starts in like a natural state. Like Ryan will start in his bedroom, okay? And then he goes on some quest and encounters some obstacle. And then he responds to that obstacle, whether like a win or a loss. And then he returns to his normal state, being a changed person. That's like the most simplified version.
Yeah. That's
Dude,
it.
so
That's
good.
exactly it.
Small incremental changes, and let's just say sitcoms and TV shows follow that same philosophy. Small incremental changes, but they end up to an extent in the same place, having changed ever so slightly. And then you do that over the course of a season or over the course of an entire TV show, and then the character who they was at the beginning is now a completely different character who they were at the end. And it's done with small changes and small trials and tribulations, small obstacles that help challenge small aspects of their personality and then grow that way.
This Harmon circle, I wouldn't even say we weren't even thinking about this on the day-to-day, but now that you guys are saying that, it's crazy how, in reality, in my own personal life, I conducted a Harmon circle with the Penny series because, like, the goal, like, you want something. I wanted YouTube to feel alive. And so, like, this was a manifestation of that. And so I left my natural state of just being here, like, in Austin, went on an adventure, and then I came back, and now we're, like, talking about it. And it's so crazy how, like, this is kind of my takeaway with storytelling, is, like, life tells the story. And I feel like oftentimes on YouTube, like, now we're trying to make the story like somehow portray life. And I feel like the videos, like there's a way to do storytelling poorly. And I feel like it's when you're not letting life just unfold and just trying to refine it. And I think the Penny series taught me a lot for like what we want to do next of like, let's just go have experiences and then we can tell the story in post. Let's not create the story before it's even unfolded.
Current like 2024 of YouTube, it's binge worthy content that is king. You just trying to have a high performing video is not good enough because there's other creators who have high performing videos, but they also have binge worthy content which makes you want to watch another video afterwards. How do we get that? We need to go with my analogy of TV show episodes. So if you think of any TV show that you used to watch when you were younger, like for example Friends or The Simpsons, whatever, they meticulously designed the format of each episode so that it would elicit the same kind of emotional pattern every single time. I know what I've just said sounds confusing. Basically, TV show episodes were binge worthy because they used to have the same structure for every single episode. It starts with like a 1.5 minute cute little song where everyone's dancing, and then it brings in the character with some kind of drama happens. Then the drama escalates and there's like a misunderstanding, and then they have the resolution and everyone's really happy, and then the funny character comes in and makes one last joke before it ends. Every single episode has the same kind of emotional pattern inside of you of like mystery, suspicion, laughter, humor at the same time, so that when it comes to the end of the episode, you think to yourself, that felt good. I want to feel good for longer. Let's watch another one. I want a hit of the same kind of emotion that I've just had. Think about your YouTube channel. Are you actually setting yourself up in that way with consistent video formats where your viewer is thinking, okay, if I click on the next video, hopefully I will get the same kind of emotional feelings as I did for this video? Or are you so inconsistently posting different styles of videos. You're randomly posting shorts, you're randomly posting longer videos, shorter videos, some are edited, some are vlogs, some are podcasts. You know, you've completely and utterly changed the style of content every single upload, or, you know, every like couple of weeks. I do this a lot as well. And then that means that people can't actually binge your content, because when you want to click on another video, you do it not just because you want to watch another video, but you do it because you want it to feel the same way that you are feeling right now. This is why the people on Instagram and TikTok who blow up, they have binge-worthy content, which is very repetitive. It's like the same thing over and over again. The most I've ever grown on YouTube is when I was posting that repetitive style of content, where you knew that it was going to start with like a Jeffrey and Adonis Hamza animation, then I was going to tell you my story, then I was going to shout at the camera, then I was going to give you some advice, and I end it off in a really wholesome bit, and then I'd say, do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it, like my ending motto. And you'd want to watch another video because I kind of gave you a full spectrum of emotions. So if you're a YouTuber or TikToker and you keep changing the style of like edits or length of your videos so that the format changes each time, you're not doing yourself a service. It'd be way better if you created quite repetitive content which had that sort of same emotional feeling time and time again. So your action step for this point is to really think, okay, what should I have as my video format? Like what would I always want to start with? For example, maybe a story or like a question. Then what would I want, you know, 1 minute into every single video, it would be me ranting about something. Then I'd be criticizing a common piece of advice. Then I'll end off on a really high, positive, funny note, and then I'll say some kind of, you know, last phrase or something. I think this is why if you've seen Sam Sulek blow up on YouTube, he starts with that like 10-second iconic little clip of him flexing with the same kind of song, which puts you into the same emotional state. And each of his videos are basically the same thing, where he starts in the car, then you see him in the gym, and then he's back in the car again. It's like so repetitive. Now, he does have some videos which are different. Some videos he's in the grocery store or something. But more often than not, it's the same format over and over again. So when you finish one episode, you often think, oh, I've still got like 10 more minutes. I want to feel the same way. I'll click on the next episode. And then that means he gets double the views from you that day.
Something I've heard people call like Jenga storytelling, which is like the start of my videos usually is like, I'll tease that. And I'll show them like, this is what we're building up to. There's an amazing thumbnail that got you to click on it. I want to pay off on that thumbnail in the first 30 seconds. So you know I'm not clickbaiting you. But a lot of times in my videos, you know, if you've watched a bunch, you know, a lot of times I'll be like, you know, but before we get to that, we first need to go back 8 months, because that's when, you know, the package was first stolen off my porch. Yeah. Or that's when the squirrels started eating all my birdseed. I show you, this is where I landed. But you don't even understand, dude. There's a much bigger story behind this. Just go with me. And then I take them back in time and I build up to that. But it's Jenga storytelling in the sense that you know how the game of Jenga is going to end. Yeah. It always ends the same. Yeah. But people still enjoy it and they want to play it.
Right, right. Because they're watching the wobble of the tower.
How exactly did it wobble? It's just enjoyable, even though you know the ending, right?
If you're like me when I started YouTube, you probably had an idea in your head, got your camera, filmed it, edited it, uploaded it to YouTube, and then you realized, oh yeah, I guess I need a title and a thumbnail. So you scrape something together pretty fast and slap it on YouTube, because after all, you made a great video. So the title and thumbnail, they're not actually as important as the actual video, right? Failure. That's a self-centered way of creating YouTube content. You're thinking like you, not like your audience. Look, your viewers don't see the great video behind the click. All they see is a title and thumbnail. That's all they have to go off of. If they are intrigued, no one will click and your video will get like 12 views, all from you smashing the refresh button. Speaking of smashing buttons, now would be a good time to, well, you know the rest. Whereas most of us creators will create our title and thumbnail the very last part, the best creators in the world do it very first. Look, Mr. Beast and Mark Rober start with a title and thumbnail. They know that if they can make a killer TNT, they know their audience will want to click on. That guides their filming, editing, everything. Start with the title and thumbnail instead of doing a last.
Copying titles. The most powerful way to grow on YouTube is actually just to see which videos are popping off and to literally word for word copy their title, and you upload a video with the exact same title. You'd be so surprised of how well this works. Obviously it doesn't sound cool, it sounds so uncool, you're copying someone else's work. The tip with this is to copy a high performing video's title but to not actually watch that video. So all you're doing is copying literally just the title but not the way that that creator spoke or whatever they did in that video. This way, you already have like proof that this title is popular, that, you know, it's popped off on the algorithm. Once you start doing this and you start copying high-performing titles, you will notice just how many creators that you've watched over these years actually do the exact same thing. Like, when I started this, I thought, you know, oh, it's kind of cringe, but it was working. I started to get like 1 out of 10 on the YouTube analytics all the time. Then, like, you know, I felt kind of bad up until I saw every big motherfucker just doing this to each other. It was so interesting. It's like, as soon as you start this, you realize all the big fucking YouTubers that you watch are all doing this. There was that like certain titles in the self-improvement space, like how to beat 99% of the competition, how to take back control of your life. All like there's certain title phrases that have performed so well. There's a certain one right now that everyone's doing, which is like, this is your sign to go all in. You've probably seen titles like this, and a lot of them get many views on channels which actually have way less subscribers, just because that's like a phrase that's really popping off in the minds of people in these days. It would be foolish to see what works and refuse to take that for your own good. There's a book which I've not read, but just the title enough. It's a book by Derek Sivers, and the title is Steal Like an Artist. There's like quotes and stuff which says that all artists basically steal and copy from each other. That's basically what art is. You copy from someone else, but because your perception of what they have done is actually different from the original, naturally by you copying something, it's never a perfect copy, which means that that is your own individual unique selling points. So you could be a little bitch about this and say, oh no, but I want to be a bit original, and you can do that if you want, and you can enjoy uploading a video and it's saying 10 out of 10 on the YouTube analytics and your dying ass fucking channel, like kind of like mine is recently. You can do that if you want, but this is the way faster way.
I think the first thing is just really understanding who that audience is for us, like who our viewer is and what sort of videos they like.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of people try to put across maybe what they like and the interests they're in, and that's important. And I don't want a creator to feel like they can't, you know, talk about their interests. Yeah. And then just looking at the videos we've made on the channel already and trying to find outliers. And that's really simple. It's just a simple question of, you know, what are the 5 or 6 best performing videos I've made on my channel? Could I make them again in some form? Could I adapt them? Could I make a series out of this video? With Jesser going to 3 NBA games in 24 hours, we've done that same video 4 times, probably going to go on 5, 6 times. Each time we just put a little twist. It's like playoff games instead of regular games. It's 7 games in 4 days instead of 3. You know, it can kind of go infinitely like that. So, and then I would go across and say, let's look at our competitors. Let's just look at the broader YouTube scene and see if there's specific ideas that we think could work and that we could adapt to our niche and put our own spin on it. And then as well, I always like to leave some room for just kind of that like blue ocean, like innovation, like just random like idea that we can just apply. And I think the best creators are really good at that. Just almost like this original thought and taking it from there.
And the fact that your content has gone viral on multiple platforms regularly means that virality is not accidental. Or sometimes it can be, of course, but
it's just not.
It can be engineered.
It's so many people say it's luck, and they're like, you're just lucky or this or that. But what are we up to? Probably like 1,000 videos over 10 million views. Like, we don't ever have a dud. Like, you can call it luck, but I think it can be trained. I counsel YouTubers all the time and show them how to go from getting a couple million views a month to 10 million views a month very easily. And even certain ones, like just one of my friends, like he was just really struggling. And so I just started showing him basically everything I know and just doing like once every week, sometimes once every 2 weeks calls. And he went from $10,000 a month on YouTube to over 400,000 just doing these little counseling calls. And so, I mean, people can make excuses all they want and say it's just luck or say, you know, well, anyways, I don't even want to quote all the other stuff, but it's just, it is a teachable skill. It's a learnable skill. You can study your way to consistently make viral videos, no matter how small your channel is. Even if you have 0 subscribers, you could, if you actually studied hard enough. And like, basically, if you knew what I knew and some of these, so I don't sound so arrogant, also like some of these other friends I have that I'd say are the smartest people in the world when it comes to content creation online. If you had the knowledge that was in our heads, you could do it very easily. I see people do it all the time. And what's even more interesting is I go on podcasts and I say everything I know. And these people are also very open. Some of them I know. It's all out there. And a lot of people, instead of just studying that and trying to absorb and apply it in their own way, they're just like, no, it's just luck, you know? It's just 2 completely different ways of going about things. You know, like our videos aren't scripted and, you know, it's a lot more run and gun. And if we hypothetically
blow up a giant car or whatever. Like you only have one take, you know what I mean? So, and it's not scripted. And so you have to overfilm, overshoot things, overcompensate for like the dumb way of going about it. And a lot of traditional people would be like, well, just plan what you're going to say and just plan the angles. You can cut the cameras in half. You can save 50 grand here. You can save, $75,000 in editing, this and that. And it's like, yeah, but that's not authentic. Like that's, blah, blah. You get it. It's almost so obvious that it hurts to have to like constantly have these conversations, but it's what we live in.
If you ever touch a camera, you need to plan your video and figure out why people will click on your video in the first place. Because nothing feels worse than if you film, edit, you make the highest quality video in the world. It's funny, it's hilarious, it's beautiful, it's literally perfect, except no one wants to click it. This likely means your video was an uninteresting idea. Ooh, that sounded way harsher than I expected. For example, here's one of YouTube's featured rising creators. Take a look at these videos they've done and which one has way more potential to get over 1 million views and to blow this channel up. Is it the one about dog park friendly rules in Yosemite? Or is it the one about how they moved full time into an Airstream? One of these applies to like maybe 1,000 people in the world, while the other one appeals to a much bigger audience. Or what about this yoga channel? Which video has more potential to get over 1 million views? Is it ankle mobility exercises? Or is it going to be yoga for men? One applies to a much smaller audience than the other. Or let's look at like a filmmaker channel. Same question. Which video has way more potential to blow this channel up and get it thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of new subscribers? Before you ever even think about touching a camera or an editing software, do you see how important it is to have a killer idea in the first place? But we usually skip the part about coming up with a great idea and just go straight to filming and editing, right? Don't be afraid to spend days or even weeks coming up with killer video ideas, because literally anyone with a killer video idea and the skills to execute it will blow up. For years when I've worked with YouTube channels, they always are so concerned about, oh, how do I publish every week or even every day? What most of them never realized until we worked together is that one killer video will outperform 10 average ones. You can get way better results with way less effort. And just a month ago, Mr. Beast literally confirmed the exact same thing with Joe Rogan.
The difference between a video with 1 million views and 30 million views. The video with 30 million views usually didn't put in 30 times the effort. Like they might have put in 2 or 3 times the effort and just had a way better idea. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so the idea is so freaking important. Like you could, theoretically, most YouTubers watching this, you could pull triple the views with half the work if you just had better ideas. Like no joke, it's that extreme. And so once you realize how important an idea is, you just obsess over, well, how do I get more ideas?
Let's say we are trying to build like an online brand on YouTube. We're trying to gain like a good audience. There's a concept these days which is going really, really viral from Gary Vee, which is called jab, 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 right hook. The idea is we jab with free value, with valuable, content, advice, entertainment, whatever the thing you're posting. So imagine, I posted like hundreds of videos where I didn't even sell anything. I just posted a bunch of videos which people thought were helpful. Then after you've gave a bunch of free value for a very long time to the point that your audience think like, how is this free? Whoa, this guy saved my life. This is crazy. Then after a long time, then you do the right hook. The right hook is when you're kind of like asking for money. You've got something to sell. And what it said is that the longer you wait to right hook, the longer you wait to have something to sell, the more money you'll make. And generally that is true. So this is a question that I get asked quite frequently, and I always ask the same question. First of all, do you need to make the money right now?
No.
Yeah. So you don't need to make money right now. So the simple answer is, yeah, definitely keep jabbing right now. Certainly. How do you know when it's the right time? I'd say there's a few things you can look out for. One, you need the money either now or soon. You can start to think like, oh yeah, like actually like would need the money a month from now because my supplements sponsorship isn't working anymore, something like this. Or maybe, oh, my parents have got this bill coming up. You start to realize, oh shit, maybe I would need the money. That's number one. That's like the worst level to be on. So if you're not there, that's awesome. Then I think the best time to start preparing to right hook is actually when you have the desire to think, you know what, like money is something that's important that I want to level up to my life. And generally for someone in your situation, you won't really make that high of a product, like that great of a product, unless if you're going to be motivated by the money. So for example, if you want to just, let's say you want to make everything for free and you're going to make this fitness program for free, just because, it's another left hook, that's left jab, that's good. But if you suddenly knew that the next little venture you were going to go on, whether it's this program or this course or this app or, you know, whatever product you can maybe think of, that you were going to make a good amount of money from that, then you would make that product even better. So what I would say is for most people should focus entirely on just the audience for a very long time. And you should give them so much sickening value that you should, every video you make, you should be thinking like, fuck, do I actually want to teach like all of my secrets? Like you should like, when you get the thought in that video thinking, wait, like you literally think to yourself, you know what, if guys get as jacked as me, like my physique won't get me as many likes on Instagram. Or sometimes I think like, wait, if I teach all of these dating techniques, like guys will be texting my future wife this shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want many guys to know this shit. I've made a video about money, and I sat there before and I was like, I'm gonna make my own competition by making this video. Is that really a good thing? And that's, I found, is the good one, right? So that's like, okay, you're giving a really good amount of value right now. Do that as much as possible. Be known as the guy who's giving for free what other people charge for. Get to a really good level of an audience who really, really like you, who have built up this like for you. But always clarify during all this time that you kind of like things like business and making money, because you certainly don't want to play the game where you pretend like money's not important, because the issue with that is then people subscribe to you, but they're all like those people who think that if you did ever sell, that you'd be a bad person. So you want there to be, you know, like you still want to show like the real side to you, which is like, yeah, like at some point I'm probably going to make a product in the future, guys. I don't know what it is just yet, but you know, you kind of be honest. You don't want to start and put yourself in a hole of like, yeah, see, I've got nothing to sell you guys, and then a year from now you're thinking like, fuck, I actually kind of hope I did have something to sell them. Focus entirely on building the audience, and when it seems right to you, there's going to be like an idea that you'll really want to implement for another, like the money making part of the business. Maybe it's a community like ours, maybe it's coaching, maybe it's courses, maybe it's a product or whatever, or your own supplements or something. There's going to be a problem where you really would think, wait, it would be awesome if I could do that thing. And then you're probably going to need like the profit to run that kind of business. And that's when you should start to consider the right hook.
The first thing I would say is a thumbnail to me is at least 80, maybe 90% the psychology of the click. And then maybe 10, 20% the actual design of the thumbnail.
What does that mean?
I'll explain. So let's just take the Mark Rober example. So Mark Rober has this thumbnail where he's testing if sharks can smell blood in water. A thumbnail like that doesn't take very long to design. It's pretty easy to actually put that together. It's very natural. It's using natural colors and lighting, but it has a really interesting scenario. You see the shark behind this person with his hands out in front of the camera, and that creates like this really interesting, like psychological reason to click. You're not clicking because the colors are great. You're clicking because there's a really interesting psychological angle of someone about to get attacked potentially by a shark. So if you look at the best performing thumbnails on YouTube, sure, they're well designed, but it's usually because they're showing something really interesting and really like a situation about to unfold, a dangerous thing about to happen, a really unbelievable object or item that no one's ever seen before, a tiny cell phone, a massive cell phone, these different things. What is actually being shown in the thumbnail is so much more important than the design. Not saying design isn't important, you know, color theory, making sure things are clean, obvious, easy to see, just like a title, like your thumbnail should be easy to actually process. I should put it in just a glance. I call it the glance test. I'll often just like put a thumbnail in front of me, then I'll scroll by really quickly and just make sure that while it's in front of me, I can see everything that's happening. I can read the text. I can understand the image in just a glance of a second or two, as opposed to having to like look at it and take too long to watch it or to understand it. We all edit thumbnails on, you know, I've got a 4K monitor in front of me, big widescreen. When I'm making a thumbnail on this computer, I have all this real estate. I'm looking at it for hours. I'm tweaking things and doing things. And this is the same for anyone that makes thumbnails or designers that make thumbnails for clients as well. We're looking at it on this massive screen, whereas a YouTuber sees it just for a split second. So being able to like glance at it and understand it immediately is really important. So for me, it's really about the thing we're showing more than how we're showing it, if that makes sense.
That thumbnail example you just gave has no text on it. Your channel, all the thumbnails almost have text on it. What's the role of text in a thumbnail? What are the rules you have around that?
I don't think there's necessarily, the only hard rules I would say is in general, I would stay away from having over 5 or 6 words. So if you look at the thumbnails on my channel, generally it's like 2 or 3 words, maybe 4. It's like how he beat YouTube or the kid who broke the YouTube algorithm or whatever. So it's generally quite short. In terms of text versus no text, I have a bit of a pet peeve when I see people say, never use text. If you use text, the thumbnail's a failure, because I think for certain channels, text does add a lot. If you remove the text from my thumbnails, for example, they just end up feeling quite empty because there's no action, because my thumbnails are all commentary videos, video essays on YouTubers. You take that Mark Rober example with the shark. If he adds text in there, it just makes it busier. Like, it doesn't need to be busier. It's the actual action of the concept that is everything, and it's super easy to understand. Like, imagine he just pointed out with an arrow, shark. You know, it would just like create this like silly busyness to the image, and it wouldn't feel as natural and like raw as it's supposed to come across. Think about, can we show, like, if we could ideally show the action of the video without text, I would usually have a preference to it. But for a lot of channels that operate more in, let's say, commentary, education, tech reviews, stuff like that, I think the text does add quite a lot. So it does depend on the channel.
I'm hearing you say action, and I'm thinking about tension and open loops. Are these the same thing in your mind, or are you intentionally saying action versus like, oh, there's clearly tension in this thumbnail, or there's an open loop here that you want to close?
For me, the action example is more pertinent to entertainment channels. So the channels that are focusing on like showing you something really cool and it's in action and like things are happening. Like, there's a shark creeping up on Mark Rober. Mr. Beast is like hanging out the side of a helicopter with a massive island beside him. So the sort of natural sort of focus of the thumbnail is of action. It is of a thing appearing and happening. But a lot of YouTube content is talking head. A lot of YouTube content is commentary. So for videos that are like that, it's much harder to sort of promote action in the thumbnail. So for ones like that, I think more about, like, how could we open a curiosity loop? How could we, like, you know, create a thumbnail where maybe you're just holding up a laptop and you've just got text beside the laptop that says waste of money. So then immediately you're like, well, why was it a waste of money? That's like a very dramatic statement that's immediately going to grab your attention. So I do think, action is more focused for me when I think about entertainment channels. So like, if you're an entertainment channel, like, you know, you're supposed to be entertaining people. You're supposed to be showing things that are interesting and cool and happening and real and alive and IRL in real life, versus maybe a commentary channel, a review channel, a talking head channel, an education channel. You're likely going to be making your videos from your bedroom. So the action is sometimes harder to get across to the viewer. With that said, though, I saw this thumbnail recently from someone who is going through these different AI tools that he thinks are really effective. He could have quite easily made the thumbnail like a picture of his face pointing out like a logo of one of the tools, and it wouldn't have been that in action. But instead, he went for a version where he was on a keyboard. He created this like motion blur effect around him as if he was like in the movie Limited or Limitless. So like, he's like this, whoa, things are happening, like it's going, and the little logos from the software were like twirling around as well. And it just looked like an action-packed video, even though it was still like a listicle talking head type content. So maybe there are ways you can create action in thumbnails, even if there isn't that much happening in the video, to still like kind of, to me, it's about portraying the feeling that you're trying to give the viewer, and it's portraying what the video is supposed to be delivering. So, you know, if you're saying 5 habits to become more healthy in your title, which no one did that video, very generic, probably a terrible title. But let's just say you're doing that video, I would still look and say, well, you know, we could just have our face with 5 habits beside it, or we could actually be doing one of the habits. Because even though that's a maybe more relaxed video, it's not really an entertainment video. I'm assuming if you're talking about habits, you're probably going to be showing yourself with some B-roll of doing those habits. So maybe it's you in the cold shower. Maybe it's you at the table eating an apple or whatever it might be. So there are ways to promote action in thumbnails, even when there's not that much stuff happening in the video.
This applies to people who have not uploaded videos but have dreams of being a YouTuber, is make 100 videos and improve something every time. Do that. And then on your 101st video, we'll start talking, like maybe you can get some views, but you know, your first 100 are going to suck. There are very freak cases like Liza Koshy or Emma Chamberlain who have really good personalities, and it doesn't take them as many videos. And it's just like people who are 7'5" and making the NBA. Like, yes, there are freak cases you can find, but for the average person like us, you know, who don't have these exceptional personalities and, you know, backgrounds in filmmaking, just make 100 videos, improve something each time, and then talk to me on your 101st video.
You know, I didn't talk to anyone. I hardly had any friends because I was so obsessed with YouTube. As back then, just no one cared. So it's like, I thought I was just like just didn't even know how to speak. Like literally, I just couldn't hold a conversation with a single person because people would just tell me all you talk about is YouTube, and I would try to talk about something else. But back then I was so hyper obsessed, I literally just didn't know how to.
But what were you obsessed about? Were you obsessed about other channels, your channel?
Everything from like learning how to editing, the pacing of the videos, like ideas, what's going viral, what's trending, what's hot. Especially back then, I had no idea what worked. I mean, I had to like self-teach myself everything, even frame rate on cameras, coloring of the video, just stuff like that.
For a video to go viral, it has to evoke some visceral response from the viewer. Yeah. And, whether they think it's amazing, whether it makes them laugh, whether it makes them, feel anger or outrage, they just have to feel something, and then they'll be more likely to share it. And one of the things you can feel is amazement. And if visually I can film something in a way that just fills you with awe and just like my brain is so tickled by what I just saw on the screen there, then you're more likely to share it. It makes more of a lasting impression, which is my ultimate goal, because I want, my ultimate MO is to get folks, especially the young folks, excited about science and engineering and education. And the more I can just make you feel something, the more stoked you will be for that to be your future career path, or for you to think it's cool.
Here's the template I use when scripting, and there's a Google Doc below that you can make a copy of. Depending on the type of video you're making, there's generally 3 questions that will guide your script writing process. When you answer these 3 questions effectively, you can write a killer script. If you're making an educational or tutorial video, always ask this question first. What do you want the viewer to do to get them the result they're looking for? Then what do they need to feel emotionally to take that action? Then finally, what does the viewer need to know? For example, when making this video, my goal was for you, the viewer, to make a killer YouTube video, to blow up your channel and to practice. And then you need to feel inspired that you can make a killer video, that you can turn your motivation into momentum. To do and to feel those things, you need to know the minimal process to plan, script, film, edit, and grow. Now, I will constantly refer back to these answers that I wrote down, because every single line of my script needs to somehow point back to these answers, and if it doesn't, it gets cut. If I were making a gardening tutorial video, man, I'm really into gardening lately. Maybe my do, feel, and know would look like this. Or if I'm a gaming channel showing off the best speedrun tactics in Legend of Zelda, my do, feel, and know would look like this. If you're making an entertainment video, then these are the questions you'll ask instead. What's the big interesting idea of the video? What does the viewer need to feel while watching? Then finally, what does the video need to include to be entertaining? For example, if I was writing a script for Davey504, here's how I would answer the questions for him. Or if I'm Isaiah Photo, here's how I would answer these questions. These answers will guide your entire script writing process. Every single line of your script should somehow point back to these answers. The first and most critical section of the video is the hook and intro. Too many YouTubers think an intro means a branded video sequence. Look, there's a reason Netflix lets you skip intros nowadays. No one cares. Intros, for the most part, just satisfy the ego of the creator. They want some fancy brand and intro that helps them feel legit. The first seconds of your video need to create congruency between the title and the thumbnail and the intro. Look, the viewer clicked on your video hoping for something. So if you can give them exactly what they're expecting from your title and thumbnail, odds are they will like and watch your entire video. All of that is decided in your hook and intro. See how Mr. Beast starts this video? There's total congruency between the title and the thumbnail and the intro. Or how Isaiah Photo starts his video. Again, total congruency between the title and the thumbnail and the intro. In the first 3 seconds of your video, you want the viewer to think, this is exactly what I was expecting.
Hi, it's me, John, the editor. And so I was sitting here editing this video, about to publish it, before I realized that for this hook and intro, I forgot the most important, crucial thing you should know about a hook and intro. If you were to do this thing, it would ruin your whole YouTube career. Never, ever start your hook and your intro to your video like this. Sup guys, welcome back to the channel. So glad you're here. But first, I would just love and appreciate it if you could hit that like button and that subscribe button. It just helps me so much. I'm basically just on here for people to help me. And now I've wasted about 30 seconds of your time and I haven't helped you. I've just asked for you to help me this whole time. All right, so hopefully that was obvious as to why you should never start your hook and intro like that, because why don't instead you figure out what can I give to someone else instead of just trying to focus on you the whole time. Now, I'm gonna get back to editing this video so that way you guys can see it very, very soon.
During or after script writing, make notes to the side of each section of what visuals you want. I typically categorize visuals like talking head, close up, punch in, on-screen text, type animation, or whatever makes sense for you. Realize you'll need multiple revisions and drafts. Your first draft of your script is not going to be so great, but it's so much easier to come back and edit something that's already there rather than trying to get it perfect on your first try. This is my biggest struggle, but I'm seeing little improvements in myself as I let go of perfectionism and learn to just get out a rough draft without being critical. The first draft takes the longest for me, but then the second and third drafts take a fraction of the time. The more time you spend scripting, the less time you'll spend filming and editing.
Number one, the moment you press record, start straight in with the story. One tip that I have learned from one of these books is to make the story exactly how you would actually speak. So don't make it weird where, for example, some people might start their story and be like, crash! And that was the sound. Like, bro, that's just weird. That's cringe. Start your story as if I was sat next to you and you were literally just telling it to me. And this is so important. Tell me it exactly how you would actually say it. Don't try and sound more like me. I saw a YouTuber today that I could tell was inspired by my videos, and he spoke like in a mimic of me. When I say like copy me or copy the businessman you want, it's like, you know, copy the video ideas, copy the style and stuff. Don't watch my videos and think, oh yeah, I'm gonna try and like, I'm gonna say the words how Hamza says it. I speak in quite like a, I don't know how you'd explain it. Almost like I'm giving a speech. That's just how I speak. If any of you ever meet me in person, you know I literally speak in the exact same way as I am now, as I am on video. But people try and copy it and it feels really inauthentic. When you're telling your story, you should literally be saying it as if you're sat next to a friend, and that's it. You're not trying to give a speech. Mine naturally sounds like that, but I literally talk like this, like to my family, to everyone, right? You're not trying to give a speech. You're not trying to actually like record a YouTube video. You're not even speaking to a camera. You're speaking to your younger self. That's the best piece of advice. You know, if we wanted to like, if I wanted to give you one piece of advice and never do a lesson on YouTube again, I'd literally just say, speak to your younger self. Forget everything else. It's for your younger self. It's as simple as that. It's for your younger self. When you press record and you're looking at the camera, literally just look and imagine it's your younger self and speak to them exactly the way that they needed to hear it. Because if you speak in this like boring, monotone way that you're trying to address this audience, is it really going to help your younger self? Now, you see some of the mannerisms I have in the way that I talk. Sometimes I'm shouting, sometimes I'm laughing, sometimes I'm leaning into camera. That's like what I would do for my younger self. Sometimes I swear at him because like I actually would do, but he'd understand. It's not like I'm not being mean when I say it. He'd understand because that's just the way that we speak. And it turns out that so many guys can relate to that. So I'd ask yourself this question right now for you to consider. It's this weird practice that you can do. When you've got time, or maybe for a few seconds right now, just visualize your younger self, almost like see him in third person. How would you actually help him if you were transported back? How would you actually talk to him? What mannerisms would you have? How much would your body move whilst you talk? Would you swear? Would you get loud? Would you speak very softly? Would you speak quickly? Would you speak with a bit of an aggressive tone, or maybe all the way just purely empathetic? What would have actually helped your younger self the most? What did he need? Like if he could have had the dream big brother who would have actually really helped him with his developments, what would his dream big brother been like? Who he actually, this is very important, who he actually would have listened to. Because, you know, for a long time I read this book right behind me. If I just followed the principles from that book and I spoke in a very positive, like pleasant, soft way, again, no one would be here right now. I'd probably have 100K subs.
When people come up to you and they say, Casey, I'm thinking about being a YouTuber. What advice could you give me, a young up-and-coming creator, if I wanted to do what you've done for so many years? Casey, what advice do you give me?
I hate it. My response is always why. No, like let's
It's a great response.
If you ask me that question, then like let me, like that's a big question. You're asking me to do work right now.
Yeah.
Why? And if their answer is anything other than like, there's nothing I love more than making videos, or like, I grew up here and nobody knows about X, like there's some genuine passion, whether it's artistic or sharing a perspective, anything other than that. If it's like, if the word Mr. Beast is anywhere in their answer, my response is don't.
Yeah.
Or Prime or any of that.
Yeah. Because that can't be the mission.
I got asked this the other day in the airport. I get asked this question sometimes, and it is difficult because like I too want to stress how difficult it can be if you don't love it. This kid came up to me, what advice can you give me? I said, he's like, I want to make videos. I'm an up and coming guy. I said, okay, how many videos have you made? He goes, well, none yet. I'm thinking about starting. I said, all right, kid, you're 19, 20? Give yourself 10 years. Give yourself 10 years at this craft, making videos, posting them online, getting made fun of for at least 5 of those years. And then maybe at the end of 10, maybe you'll have a little bit of success. Consistency for me is my general advice for these people, but you are right. It needs to come from a place of like, kind of, this is what I love. It's just how I'm wired.
Patience is the other thing I say, because it's a little bit of a answer. Nobody wants to hear that.
No.
Like, what's the one piece?
Horrible.
Casey, what's the one piece of advice? I don't have time. I don't want to stop my skateboard. I just want to roll past you and give an answer. It's always like patience. Yeah. Do you have 10 years to commit to this? And they look at you like you have 3 heads. Yeah. They're like, yo, I thought Mr. Beast said, and it's like, nah.
Everyone has different audiences. So what works for Mr. Beast might not work for me, right? So what I did is like, I did my own little experiment. Like when I knew I wanted to get into shorts, I told myself I was going to upload every day for as long as possible. And I think I only got like a week or 2 in. I didn't get that far, but the goal was essentially to upload as much as possible. Quantity is what makes quality. When I was doing that quantity, I would analyze my retention graph. And this is just like one example I'll just pull out for you. So there was one video after 5 days, I got, I think it was like 50,000 views in 5 days, right? Which on average, I usually get like 1 million. So I was not happy with the performance. And I pulled up the retention graph and I noticed on the last second, it was a huge dip. It was 70%. 1 second later, it was 45%. Like a 25% drop in 1 second. And the retention was 83%. So what I did was I went to YouTube Studio. I trimmed off that 1 second. YouTube removed this feature, by the way. YouTube, please bring it back. But just by removing that 1 second at the end, it went from 83% to 88%. And the video went flying. And that's why like every second counts on a short, like every single second. Because when you think about it, let's say you have a 30-second short, right? If you lose 1 second, that's already 97%. That's 3 percentages. If you lose 2 seconds, that's 6%. So when you think about it on shorts, like you're not just losing 1 second, you're losing double or even triple, because that 1 second accumulates to 2 or 3% of the video.
My team is working on that for months, and we probably spent over $500,000 between everything. And I uploaded, I'm like, yeah, this is like a perfect video. It's so good. We're so perfected. And then, I have like 2 or 3 people that call me and they just shit on it. And I'm like, oh, that kind of hurt my feelings. I'm like, but he's right. Like this part was a little fake. This scene was a little drawn out. Could have done this a little bit better. And it's like, that's what you need. No matter, there's no such thing as a perfect video. Like someone should always call you and shit on your video, because it could be better. Like that's because imagine if someone does that every video and you upload hundreds, if not 1,000 videos over the next 10 years, and every single time someone's critiquing you and you're applying what they're critiquing. Like imagine the compound effect over that time span. It's invaluable. But if you upload 100 videos and very few people are shitting on them, then like you just lost so much compound effect.
What makes an idea a great idea, or something that makes you think, okay, that goes on the maybe pile at least?
The biggest thing for me is establishing like a criteria of what that idea is. So to kind of expand on that, like let's just say your criteria is this video has to excite us, because I don't think we should make videos that we are not excited about. Just because it could get views isn't the reason to do it. Is this video feasible? That could be another thing, part of the criteria. So you need ticks in both those boxes. So yes, we can pull this off, and yes, we're excited to do it. Do we have evidence that this video could get X amount of views? So let's just say your goal is to get 100,000 views. Do we have evidence that this video could get 100,000 views? Now that's the first box in the criteria that doesn't have to be ticked, But ideally, we should be able to look around and say, well, we've done something like this in the past and it's worked well, so yes. Or we've seen other channels experiment with similar ideas that have done well, so yes. The reason it doesn't always have to be ticked is because sometimes you can't predict and you sort of just go with an idea because there's not much evidence on it, but you still want to give yourself that quota, like I talked about, for experimenting and trying new things, which is important. Because, you know, with some of the ideas Mr. Beast has posted over the last year, you know, he can't really go around and look at a huge amount of other people who've done similar
Who else gave away an island?
Yeah.
Just someone else giving away an island.
Yeah.
And
do we have enough
network.
data on this? You know, it's going to be kind of hard to find that data. So, yeah, it's important to have like a criteria like that. There could be other things like, can we think of a clickable thumbnail being part of the criteria, which actually just decides if a video should proceed, of course. But I think the biggest one, the thing I've been leading up to, is just looking at the idea and saying, does this have appeal in a wide percentage of my audience? So if you think about your channel as this big potential pool of viewers, and you can break them up into like, you know, you got your core viewers, you've got the casuals who kind of dip in, dip out. You've got the new viewers that haven't seen your content before, but are potential good target viewers for your channel. I like to look at an idea and just put it through this sort of like lens of saying, does my core like this? Does it also appeal to a new audience and a casual audience? Because all too often I see people that just pander to the core. And what happens then is you just end up making videos that just get as many views as your core, and you're not really in a good growth stage. And then I see other people that just make videos for new viewers. So they're constantly trying to attract that new audience, and they have no longevity. They have no through line on their channel. They're just jumping around on trends without building any actual clear strategy over the long term. So the core viewers feel neglected. And when I think about the channels that I've gone into and had the most impact, it's always been that case of saying, well, what do our core like? What about what our core like can we make into bigger ideas? Let's take an example like Jesser, who's the basketball channel I've worked with. I go in and I look at his channel. He was doing sort of 400,000 views a video. He'd been a bit bigger in the past, but he was down on a bit of a downward trend. I look at those videos and I'm like, okay, these are okay, but what does our audience like? They love basketball. So we can make basketball themed videos, but how do we go bigger? How do we make an idea that's not just interesting to people that love Jesser and love his whole world and community built up? So that's when we came up with some different ideas, which went on to perform 5-10 million view plus, because those ideas just penetrated beyond just the core. They had this sort of casual wide appeal. I always say with my content on my personal channel, I always say, I want to make a video that a YouTuber with 500 subscribers will find really useful. A YouTuber with no subscribers who has no idea what the platform is even about will find useful. A video that Mr. Beast could watch and still say, that was pretty interesting. He'd probably be like, yeah, I knew this, but it's kind of interesting. And also a video that my mother could watch and say, oh, that was pretty interesting. So that can sometimes put you in a weird position because you're trying to pander to everyone. So I think there is like a counterpoint to that. But at least for the content that I make on my channel, it really helps because I just look at it and say, how can I make something that's just widely interesting to as many viewers as possible? And it really helps.
More, which right? Like, it just gets OP when you just do it and you just study year after year after year after year, and you learn from every mistake, and you have other people doing it and you're teaching each other. And like if you want to be a YouTuber, if you're watching this, right, like, and you're thinking in the scale of 10 years, like if you literally are grinding and you're obsessed and you're just every day studying and learning, and you surround yourself with smart people and you just work like hell, to be honest, for 10 years, like there's probably a good chance you'll make it. But if you do that over the course of 6 months or a year, I don't know, you know? Mm-hmm. But that's why I like to think over a span of a decade. A lot of people are very short-term sighted, but you know, as long as you're innovating, adapting, reinvesting, I think if you do it intelligently, like you have a good odds of, I don't know, like killing it, you know?
To start realizing, to start having a self-awareness, you know, about these videos aren't good enough. You're probably still going through that. You're probably still growing to see, like,
yeah, every 6 months you should look back and hate your videos, or at least see things you could improve and be like, oh, I could have done this better, that better. If not, then you're not learning quick enough, in my opinion, at least.
Where's the source of that learning even for you now?
It's
just look at.
I just got back from I just got back from a mastermind where I just got like 10 of the smartest people I knew, and we just locked ourselves in a cabin and taught each other stuff. Constantly, every day, not every day now, probably every other day, I go on a walk and I just call random people. I'll just say, teach me something. And I mean, it's just, you just have to have a never-ending thirst for learning. Like, that's very imperative, especially if you want to get on top and then stay on top. The only way to do it is just to constantly be learning. Or someone who is learning is just going to, have a leg up on you in the knowledge game.
We basically have a vision this year, and it's like, how can we
say something. Like, what are we doing here if not to contribute to society in some way? Like, that's what all art does. It's supposed to have a message. It's supposed to have a purpose. And so that's what the metaverse video was. This is a topic that we're interested in. How do we feel about this topic? Like, is this something that we're excited about? Is this something that we think is scary? And what story can we tell if we spend 100 days in it? And that's what it was. We went in there with the idea that we're probably going to meet some weird people. We know that. And we did. We met some weird people in there.
Yeah. You're beautiful.
Oh, gosh. Hey, whoa. I'm married. But at the same time, are there redeeming elements? Like, can I find a friend in here? Clay, what's up, dude?
What's up, buddy?
Long time no see. And what are some things that we can observe over my real life? Like, there's a lot of sort of Easter eggs in that video, and it's kind of fused between like reality and knowing we wanted some messaging. Like, if you look at the video, there's a plant in the background that just slowly dies throughout the whole video, and that's supposed to represent like how your real life is going to suffer at the end of the day if the metaverse becomes your primary focus. And even relationships will suffer. And obviously that is definitely like intentional, but it also just happens naturally if you just watch the video. Like, you just see things like the way that I interact with people in real life in the metaverse. You can't interact with someone when you have a headset on, like not in real life in a genuine way. So it's really cool to see how it came out, and I think people really felt it. Even if I didn't spell out what I was trying to say, it was felt by the end of the video.
You ever heard that phrase, like the best way to learn is to teach? I think it's so true, and like, you know, it is like a certain level of imposter syndrome comes with that, because you're like, how can you teach something that you're still learning? I kind of always argue that you should be always learning. But with the channel, naturally, I was having to put a lot of research into channels, and then I was like, okay, a lot of people are watching. Damn, I better make sure I know what I'm talking about. I better be, you know, making sure I'm up to date on the latest trends. And then over time, I just started to really figure out stuff about YouTube, and like I would, you know, put hours into my calendar every day where I'm just breaking down viral videos and seeing what the commonalities were. And I built like spreadsheets where I'd analyze video data and just constantly try to understand things. And this was all before I started consulting. So I got to the point where I'm like, wow, I'm, you know, quite skilled at this. I can make videos with good information there. And then off the back of those videos, I'd always get people saying, hey, do you offer any consulting? And I'd say, no, not yet, because I was just waiting until I felt like I was good enough to actually offer that. Okay. And then around June of last year, or May of last year, a guy reached out to me, is a good friend of mine now. And he was like, I'm looking to hire someone to come in. You seem to know your stuff. Would you be interested? And we started working together. You know, it was well paid, but it wasn't crazy money or anything, but it was a good opportunity to learn. And I worked with him for about, I would say, 10 to 20 hours a month consulting, where I just help him with thumbnails and titles. And because I was able to like use that foundation I had from my own channels and just from studying YouTube, I picked up things really quickly. So he was a Minecraft channel. I learned the Minecraft niche very quickly. I learned what worked and what didn't. And, you know, through my work, but through everyone else's work on the team, we put that channel from 20 million to basically like 50 or 60 million views a month by the time I left. And as I said, like it definitely wasn't just me. Like there was lots of other factors, lots of other people working really hard on it. But
just curious, like you seem to have this knack for coming up with ideas that are going to relate to people at scale. How do you come up with ideas? Like what's your formula for what makes a good idea, what doesn't make a good idea?
Yeah, I want to be super transparent and say that like there's been times of my journey on YouTube where I thought I was like the smartest guy ever and like extremely wise. But I think that's ultimately shown me that I don't know as much as I thought I do, because if I knew as much as I thought I did like last year, then every video would have 10 million views and like that pursuit would be completely validated. But whenever I think of, you know, videos that will do well, I love to brainstorm. I love to sit down and just think, because I think it's super important to be in tune with your own mind and really explore your creativity, because you guys have some ideas that I just won't have. You know, you guys have perspectives that I just won't have on certain subjects. And so I think that's your unique value proposition, which is why you guys are so successful at what you do. And for me, I feel like I just want to explore whatever's up here as much as possible. And while I do sort of have the parameters of like, okay, I want this to be broadly appealing so that, you know, like a broad community can kind of come on board,
I also want to do something that my unique personality can thrive in. And there's been several times where I've not been loyal to that. Like I've tried to be Cody Code 2.0, Mr. Beast 2.0. Like I had a vlog era where I tried to do like Logan Paul 2.0. But I realized you're only going to be a small fraction of what they are. You're never going to be 100% of yourself. And so I've kind of come to terms with that. And when it comes to ideas, I got a lot of like, I don't want to say data, that kind of makes it sound cooler than it is. But whenever this penny challenge thing went viral, the recent one, I was looking at all the videos that were getting a bunch of views, like people watching the penny thing and then going to other rabbit holes of my channel. And there's like 6 rabbit holes that they could have gone down, but there was like a certain type of video that everyone enjoyed and everyone went to go binge, if you will. It was like the overnight in the world's cheapest hotel, overnight in the world's smallest Airbnb, and like these videos where I go do a thing, but I kind of am just like vlogging and like being myself and hanging out with the viewer. And so I really found a lot of like liberation in that. I'm like, oh, so I need to put myself in some cool, fun situations and not overdo it. Like, let's just go do something very simple and hang out with the viewer. And so that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I got so much information from this awesome series, like doing so well. And now I know, like moving forward, like, okay, I've got a community here. I need to go surf them now.
The tip that I want to give you is to be a leader, not a guru. Think about what you're actually growing online. Like, why do they call it followers? That's like the social media metric. On YouTube, it's called subscribers. But on every other platform, it's called followers. You get TikTok followers, Instagram. Why? What's the opposite of a follower? It's a leader, especially when you're making educational content and you're trying to help other people. That's the role that you're trying to step into, is to act more like a leader and not just some like random guru. So the way that you create this difference, or at least how I did this, was I realized the importance of the skill of leadership. And so I started to search for leadership books, and I'll give you a recommendation. John C. Maxwell is a really, really good author of leadership books. He's got loads of them. I liked his books, Leadership Gold, 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. Just basically search up John C. Maxwell leadership books. He's got like 10, 15 different books. I read so many of them. And I just started to obsess over becoming a leader, particularly becoming a cult leader was the phrase that I used. And it meant that I was playing YouTube in a different game where I wasn't just trying to grow the subscribers or get views, but I was really doing it to help the people who were watching. And I think my intentions were so clear to my viewers that they wanted to stick around because I seem so different from everyone else. If you've been a subscriber of mine for a long time, you probably would say that about me. Like, there's so many mindless creators who are just fucking, making just bullshit content. But you've probably seen that, like, I look like a person who actually cares about helping young men with their problems, with men's issues, with self-improvement, with business. That really adds to your personal brand and the story and the connection that your viewers have with you. So you want to get more into leadership instead of just being a random guy who posts onto YouTube or TikTok. Start to see yourself as a leader of the people who are following you and looking to you for advice.
What do you think are the ingredients that allow it to reach that many people?
It's honestly insane. I can't like sit here and act like I know what I'm doing fully. So sure. I just say this, and I hope everyone takes it with a grain of salt, but I think that our focus is, our motto for this year is redemptive work. And basically what that means is, like creating restoration in people's lives rather than essentially trying to get views to make profit. And there's exploitative work and there's redemptive work. And I feel like YouTube inherently is exploitative.
Yeah.
Like retention, you can exploit that. You can exploit people's tendencies to stay if you do this and that, or you can make the storyline something that is literally actively energizing them and making them think about what their perspectives are and adding to their lives. And so it's crazy how you can have the same outcome with the two. I think that that's what it is.
How did you land on becoming more purpose-driven in the content?
Yeah.
How did that happen? Was that something that existed before, or like, because you've made a lot of different types of YouTube content?
Yeah, so many. So many different kinds. Yeah. It's almost like you could have a career for a long time and not even realize what you've been doing over the course of like several years. Like I think it's a privilege to be able to even try to pivot your perspective and your relationship with work. Like, I think that's something that is a massive privilege. And I kind of started this year and I was like, if I keep going down the path I'm going on, which primarily prioritizes money, views, not necessarily prioritizing the audience, which like every YouTuber cares about their audience. And I think everyone wants to like support their audience, make great videos. But to a certain extent, they are like
they're watching because you're making money. You're making videos because you're making money. And so I realized if I want to do this for a long time, which I love making YouTube videos, it's so fun. It's such a fun job. I realized I need to focus on what allows me to be fired up for the next video. Not worried about what I'm going to be doing 2 years from now, 5 years from now. What's going to fire me up for this next project? And it really comes down to that like passion. Like even the thumbnail, like that metaverse thumbnail, we went to a studio, like we got a black backdrop. We were so just passionate. And it's the most simple photo if you look at it, but I obsessed over that, and I obsessed over every second of that metaverse video because I loved it and I felt like I was making it with passion. And if I wasn't, video wouldn't have been nearly as good. People probably wouldn't have been impacted by it nearly as much.
Sometimes because I can be such a perfectionist, like I could spend like I could spend a week on the intro.
Yeah.
Like just rewriting it.
Really?
Like there's a video I made recently that I ended up writing the intro of 12 times, and I recorded them all and I played them back to see which intro I thought hooked me the best.
What in that first draft are you unhappy with most times?
Usually it's wording, because I know I'm not a personality, so my words are what carries the story and how I make someone care about something. Because the way I almost think about the content I make, someone clicks that thumbnail and people are just, in general, people are just so arrogant, you know? Like, I just think people are arrogant. They're like, I know this, you know? Obviously, I know how Mr. Beast grew. It's all about money and giveaways, you know?
Yeah.
Like, the average person always thinks that. So, like, I just think, okay, when they click this video, I'm trying to get that person, the person who's there saying, yeah, I know this all, to suddenly go, oh, wait, this sounds interesting. So to be like, you know, if I have language that's like, what did he discover in May of 2013? You know, instantly you're like, well, what is it he discovered? You know, as opposed to saying, Mr. Beast is a genius, he's so smart, here's some things he did, you know? Like thinking about that intriguing language is the biggest priority for me. So that's what I'm spending all that time on.
What's your best intro that you've done to date? Or best hook line?
I think it actually might be my first Mr. Beast video, because...
Do you remember the line?
It basically it showed like a goofy video of Jimmy.
Yeah.
And it said like, if I told you this guy was a YouTube genius, you'd probably laugh in my face. That was the first line. And it's kind of genius because you look at the time, Jimmy wasn't considered this like super obsessive genius as much as he is now. So like saying that, like I knew people would click on that video and go like, look at this kid just throwing away money.
Yeah.
He's crazy. So I played into that, and then I kind of made them feel, oh wait, but there's more to this story. So I think that's probably my best one. Or like, you know, another one I did was, Graham Stephan is one of the smartest YouTubers, but not for the reason you might think. And you're like, oh, why is it? I need to know. Yeah.
That's amazing. When you work with your clients, what do you find you talked about your own process. What are the mistakes that they make on their intros? Or do you ghostwrite people's intros as well?
Yes, I do quite a lot.
You do ghostwrite intros. How do you think about like what makes a good intro for them? Or if they show you a draft, what are the most common things you're fixing?
So even like, take Noah Kagan, who's that client of mine. I ghostwrite some of their intros.
Yeah.
And like he had this video where he was talking about how he started the business he currently has, which is like this, you know, 9-figure business.
Yeah, AppSumo.
AppSumo.com. He like the video was about how he started that in a weekend. And like, I think the original draft hook that we were working with was something more about like, you know, what if I told you that you could start a business in a weekend that could go on to be really successful? That was my story. You know, we went back, blah, blah, blah. And it just kept going on about like this kind of unnecessary context. And I was like, you know, I started, you know, a $200 million business in 1 weekend, you know, like just kind of like giving that punch straight away and not playing into this kind of like trying to be guarded and like, you know, and I think some of it comes across from people not wanting to be irritating or not wanting to be like too braggadocious.
Yeah.
But with YouTube, you know, you don't have the liberty to like, you need to be like, bang, you know, and to hit them with something interesting.
Sounds like another trend is numbers. Like I made a multi-million-dollar, no, tell us exactly how many millions that company was worth and how many days, or diving into like that day, everything changed.
You started in your bedroom.
Yep.
At what point did you start investing into the videos at a different scale?
Great question. Literally put on me the entire time. When I used to make like $1 a day, I saved up for months and I bought a microphone, way worse than this microphone. And then I saved up for like half a year and I bought a computer. I the whole time I was like recording on my iPhone. So I was recording and editing on my iPhone when I first started, and then I got a microphone you could plug in, then I got a computer to edit on. And then after like 2 years of just filming on my phone, I had 100,000+ subscribers. But I still didn't have a camera because those things cost like $1,000. Or I was stupid. I didn't realize you could buy like a G7X for $400. So then I bought a camera, and after that I bought monitors for my computer. And I just kept going and reinvesting. And then I tipped pizza delivery people $100. And then I tipped a homeless man 10 grand. And then, gave away cars, gave away houses, and last hand take hand off $1 million keeps it. And basically the entire time. So for the last 8 or 9 years, every dollar I've made, I just spent it the next month on content. And I just did that every single month, and it just kept getting bigger and bigger. And here we are.
In terms of coming up with a good title and thumbnail, for title, there's a few best practices for me. It's always keeping it really simple. People sometimes confuse simple and short. I do have a preference for short titles, but sometimes you can have a title that's a little bit longer, but if it's still really simple and easy to read, that's important and that can still work. So I like to look at titles that are really simple, really readable. Think about people at all different sort of reading levels, but also all different languages, because realistically, you're going to get viewers from, other countries, other places that English might not be their first language. If you go onto any big American channel that has a primarily US based audience, let's just say they have 60% of their audience in America. Now, of course, you might add on a bit of Canada, a bit of the UK, a bit of Australia. They could have 20 or 30% or more viewers that are potentially watching from India, from other countries, from Africa, from obviously South America has a big audience as well. So there's all these different viewers potentially out there. So I always when I see a title that's using complicated words or is just deliberately difficult to read or too vague, I always get red flags. I want to see something that's really simple, easy, straight to the point. I like to use really punchy language in titles, generally speaking. Let's just take my channel as an example of it. I'm not sort of going, hey, here's why Mr. Beast is really cool. You should watch this video. It's very much how Mr. Beast broke YouTube. And it always kind of stood to me because I had a friend that was really into journalism. And he just looked at my channel from completely on the outside as a complete, non-YouTube viewer. I don't think he even watched YouTube very much. And he just goes, you know what, Paddy, your titles are just great because they're just punchy. They're straight to the point. There's no vagueness. You're not trying to be clever with a pun. You're just saying, how Mark Rober beat the algorithm, how Mr. Beast blew up his channel, or whatever it might be. The Jesser example of the channel I work with, one of our videos from last year that did really well was going to 5 NBA games in 50 hours. We didn't overcomplicate it. We didn't say, I went to 5 NBA games in 50 hours and it was really difficult, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. It's just straight to the point, very matter of fact, pragmatic language. And that's generally my preference for titles. I will say it does change a little bit based on audience and based on gender even. I actually see that female viewers sometimes do prefer a slightly different titling style towards male viewers, sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a lot of lowercase, whereas quite often the male viewer is a very pointy in your face thing. That's a bit of a generalization, but generally I do see that as a trend. But yeah, trying to keep it relatively short. Most of the best titles I've put together in my life with clients are usually 50 characters or under, and sometimes 60 characters or under, but generally 50 characters or under, and really thinking about universal, easy to understand words.
Speaking with you yesterday about this, is that realism is really important to you.
Yeah.
And that is not necessarily the YouTube meta. That's not really what's fully happening across YouTube.
Right.
Realism.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you think about that, care about that, where the brand of being a creator goes?
Yeah, I think it's super important. I think for a while, it's something that I thought was just assigned to me, the idea of, if I want to be a creator, I have to be like Mr. Beast and ZHC. I have to have a logo as my channel name and my channel profile picture. And I actually did that. I changed my profile picture to an eyeball. What does that even mean? What does an eyeball have to do with me? And I did it because I was I was thinking it's one of those correlation is not causation type of situations where I was looking at the top and seeing what they do, not realizing that I'm just a human being. I'm not planning to build an empire. I don't want to build an empire or anything. I just want to connect with people and make videos that I love. And so it is important to be intentional. I think about even how fonts communicate to people. I changed my font from being somewhat more corporate to something that's so normal. That's just on everyone's computer. And it just feels more like me. And I think that if creators can find those little things, what song just feels like me? What font feels like me? What video feels like me? And it comes down to realism too, with the thumbnails. And I found that realistic thumbnails just feel like me. It feels if my face is not then I feel more connected to the thumbnail. If I'm just making a very subtle face that's
because it's realistic, and I'm like, oh, that's legit.
I think that's why also the concepts that you do are rooted in realism. Like they don't feel sensational. The titles might be somewhat sensational. Like you're doing something like I spent, 24 hours in the world's quietest room or loudest room. Like that's kind of like there's a superlative there, right? That fits into what performs on YouTube. Then when you watch it, a lot of it is rooted in the relationship you have with the guy who runs the the room, right? Or like the people you meet. You've done such a good job of creating characters out of those people. One of my absolute favorites is the underwater hotel.
Yes, it's so fun.
The guy you meet, what's his name?
Daniel. Sweet Daniel.
Yeah, Sweet Daniel.
Hello.
Hello.
Have dinner.
No way.
Now, another thing is in your sensory deprivation video, you also showed this moment of really vulnerable, raw emotion.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about the decision of keeping that in or not keeping that in?
Yeah.
And explain the moment as well.
Yeah, that was wild. So I got in the sensory deprivation tank. It's like a 3-hour process. It's like the longest they'll let you do it. And, for the most part, I was focused on filming the video, which is something that I think I'm trying to understand and like outgrow, like the idea of how can I have a real experience here while also capturing it. I think that's like a really interesting topic. But with this situation, like the first hour, I was kind of almost just focused on like, all right, make sure the camera's good, make sure the audio is good. And then hour 2, I kind of got more relaxed, and it was also becoming more and more deprived of senses. Like at first it was lights and floating and sound, and then hour 2 I turned off the lights, so it was just floating and sound. Hour 3 I actually put earplugs in, so it was just floating. Like those earplugs were crazy. Those are some nice earplugs.
So I wanted to talk about you were talking about like every few videos you're doing something for the first time.
Yeah.
I have felt though that this year you've found some formats that you're working on that are working really well.
That's what we talked about a couple days ago.
Yeah. Like some of those formats I'm noticing are like the versus format is great.
Yeah.
Right. The hotel.
I love those videos too.
Yeah. The hotel and the yacht one, like those are really fun to watch. And it does seem like from hotels to yachts, you got better at that format.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you watch $1 versus, what was it, $1 million hotel room?
Yeah.
Like that video sucks compared to $1 versus $1 billion yacht. It's infinitely better. Like the transitions are smoother. Just even like we don't over film. Like with hotels, we're filming like 10 hours in these hotels and we're doing all these things because we don't know what we want to put in. Whereas on yachts, it's like, because we did plane ticket and we did hotels, we did like bought a $1 plane ticket, compared it all the way up to 500K. It's like, I know roughly what we're going to put in, so I can focus my energy on like the cool things. Like, and like in the previous versus videos, like one thing we learned is like, I would just have someone show me around and they would just like, be like, oh, this is what's in this hotel room. This is what comes here. But typically me and the boys aren't as like, out there when we're around random people. These people are typically lower energy and it's a little boring. And they're just like, okay, next to your bed is a pillow or this thing, a little bit of chocolate. And you're like, okay. It doesn't make the best content. So what we do now, like on yachts, is we don't have someone show us around. I just unleash the boys. Cool. I clear the set. It's not really set, but I just clear the area. And I'm like, boys, go be stupid. I'm like, do what you want. They're like, can I jump off it? I'm like, why haven't you already jumped off the boat? I don't care.
The helicopter was crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was crazy.
So I let them go wild and like discover things. And instead of someone going, press this button and this comes down and it's lame, we press a button and we're like, oh, ooh. And it's cool.
Those videos are cool because we get to experience something we'd never experienced through you guys.
And that's a way of how we've learned, like through doing that format a couple times, like this is a better way to film it. And then I have that, person who owns the boat come and show us through it after we're done being idiots. Cool. So then if there's anything I missed, he'll tell us about it and we still have those shots. And like just changing that took it from like, whatever, like a B to like an A++.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting because all we did the same filming, we just filmed it differently. And it's like, that's stuff you learn by doing the same content over and over. But it's also hard because like, you also got to be original and mix things up. And if you do the same stuff over and over again, you'll eventually fall off. So that's like the constant.
Through your thumbnails, like you're very efficient about it.
It's important to have brand recognition for someone to instantly recognize, oh, that's a Paddy Galloway thumbnail. So I found a concept that works, which is the graph. And then I just said, okay, this works. I still have something that changes every time, the face. of the YouTuber. So there's still something different every time, and also have space to put something different in the text every single time.
You definitely have a brand. Like, and I think like when I see that, I'm like, okay, that's a Patty video.
I was saying I should have worn a white t-shirt with a big red graph.
You got to sell that merch. That would have been hilarious. Yeah. And talk about like how something about like breaking or broke, I feel like is another like big word.
It's a strong word.
What, how did you come up with that? Like the wording in the thumbnail, like even like how X broke YouTube, or like comes up in a lot of your titles.
So I saw, again, I talk a lot about studying high performing concepts. I saw this thumbnail concept on, I think it was the Wall Street Journal, and it was like the man who solved the stock market. And I was like, that's pretty interesting, solve the stock market.
Yeah.
But then I was like, let's make it YouTube. So the man who solved YouTube, it's okay. It's not the strongest, like it doesn't, and it's also a bit long, solved.
Yeah.
The man who beat YouTube. It just sounds more aggressive, more in your face.
Yeah.
The man who broke YouTube, you know? And like me and anyone that knows me as an actual individual and clients, they know I'm very balanced, and I don't like to be kind of too sensational with how I think about YouTube. But like, you got to play that game. You got to like say, Mr. Beast broke YouTube. You don't want to say Mr. Beast gave YouTube exactly what they wanted. You want to be like, he smashed YouTube.
You've got to actually, this is brutal as well. You have to determine the kind of audience you really want. This is a really, really important lesson that I wish I could have taken when I was a little bit younger. One subscriber or one view is not the same as another subscriber or another view. For example, a view that you get on a short, like, you know, some dopamine short on TikTok or YouTube is nowhere near the same as one view on a long form podcast where it's got no editing and it's just you talking to the camera. Likewise, the subscribers that you get from posting short or some edited bullshit compared to the subscribers that you get from making like a long video like this, they're not going to be the same as well. So I want you to think of something right now. I want you to think of your dream audience. Like, what would they look like? What would they actually value? Like, you want them to be cool enough that you'd respect them and actually want to hang out with them. Because a brutal outcome of posting onto social media is that you might eventually start optimizing only for views and subscribers, which you probably will because you clicked on this video. And when you obsess over views and subscribers, you're of course going to start to produce the kind of content that will get you more views and subscribers, but you often forget the lesson that one subscriber is not the same. So basically what I'm saying is, look, I could post a video right now, top 9 no-fap tips, and it'll get 500,000 views. This video right now might get 50,000. So technically the no-fap tips, which would get 10 times more views, technically that would be better. But we know that the kind of guys who are struggling with stopping themselves from touching their little willies are probably not going to be the same level of viewership as the kind of guys who are looking to scale up a YouTube channel. One of the mistakes that I feel like I made was I got a massive audience of about 13, 14, 15-year-olds because I was making videos with like cartoons and sound effects. And I helped a lot of people, which was awesome. But then suddenly I was surrounded by guys who were more than 10 years younger than me. And it became harder and harder to be able to relate to them. Like, I'm 26 years old. I'm in a five-star hotel. I've had enough, like, basically being financially free, like rich for a few years now. And so I barely remember what it was like to be a fucking teenager or like a low status man. I almost have to fake videos where I'm trying to like relate to the pain of young men because it's been so long. Every time I move somewhere, I see comments from like little 16-year-olds who say like, oh, I preferred it when Hamza was living with his parents because he was more relatable, which is almost a crazy thing to say. Like, I preferred it when Hamza was less successful because then he was closer to me. They almost want you to like pull you down just for the parasocial relationship. Like, I won't lie to you, I'll actually open up. I wrote recently, like, I'm not sure how much I actually like my own audience. Sometimes I'll post a video about entrepreneurship or I'll talk about it on Instagram, and I'll get so many of the kids that, you know, have said that I've changed their life with my videos, saying that like entrepreneurship is evil, or Hamza's trying to make money. And I realized like I cultivated an audience of young teenagers who don't really understand how the world works and struggle with touching their PBs. Whilst I'm glad and you know, proud of helping them, I have been desiring like a more mature, older audience who I can relate to more, who are into business, who are into entrepreneurship, who are out of those initial levels where, you know, they're not thinking about no-fap anymore. They're thinking about business, scaling up their coaching business, getting more clients, increasing traffic to their sales page. Most likely, if you've watched this far of this 10-minute video, you probably would have understood everything I just said. But you can imagine some 12-year-old who's watching no-fap videos would have no idea what I just said, which was increasing traffic to your sales page, for example. And I started to this thing like, I felt quite stuck in the audience that I had built up. I don't really want to make cartoon videos for guys who are 10 years younger than me because I don't relate to them anymore. So now I've got this awkward thing where I've got a massive subscriber base, but the videos I want to make, a lot of those guys can't relate to. So you can see the awkwardness of like, if I post a more mature video, it gets 50,000 views on a channel with 2 million subscribers, which doesn't look good. It hurts my fucking ego. You don't realize how many times I spoke to my team recently telling them, like, I feel bad. Like, I built up a massive audience, but like, they don't watch my videos because a lot of them are just really, really young kids. And the things I really want to talk about now, like business, they're just not at that level. Like, many of them aren't, which is no offense to those guys. I wasn't into business till I was like 21 years old. I just want you to think right now, to save yourself from this like awkwardness that I've gotten into, is don't just think about getting a maximum amount of subscribers or views. Please just trust me on this. The game of YouTube, social media, is not about just getting subscribers or views. It's about getting it from the right people, because you could be famous, but if you can't actually make money and turn that into a real business, then what was the point? Like, I was in Dubai in 2022. I had 1 million subscribers at that point. I was fairly famous. I was being recognized on the street like almost every day. And I was basically still broke. It was so weird. I was living in Dubai. I had a 10K a month apartment, which, you know, is far too expensive. But like, I wasn't even profiting that much from the business because it was quite difficult to sell to my young audience. Anytime I tried to sell them some kind of product, a lot of them thought it was like a scam because they had never invested into like online programs, mentorship, coaching before. And so I was like, imagine that. It was like I was surrounded with like an audience of guys who I couldn't relate to and they couldn't relate to me anymore. And so it was a weirdly lonely period where every day I was taking pictures with a bunch of like teenage fans, but also I was feeling like alone as well, that like they didn't get me, that, you know, I'm an entrepreneur and they didn't like that side of me because they weren't at that sort of level of maturity to start thinking about business and finance. So I'd like to save you from that mistake. Like, if there's one big mistake that I've made, is not aligning to the end goal and only thinking the end goal was subscribers and views. The end goal with work like this, it most likely is for your business, for you to retire your family. There's a guy on Twitter I like, his name is JK Molina, and he has this phrase which I really like, which is, likes ain't cash. Like, views and subscribers, it's not cash. That's not real business. Business is just cash collected, how much money you're making. And if you're optimizing for views and subscribers, which you are because you clicked on this video, you might be mistaken. Because I really want you to think right now, would you rather have 1 million subscribers but of like teenagers who don't really have that much money and make less money, like you're making less money, than, for example, if you had 100,000 subscribers but you're making more? With 1 million subscribers, you've got, you know, more of an impact, so it feels purposeful. But in general, it's like the impact you have is on teenagers who can't really like change their lives that much, and, you know, it's on like more beginning level things. You have to really ask yourself these deep questions, and there's no right answer. Are you doing this to just mass market your message, to try and, you know, send your message to as many people as possible? Or are you doing this because it's a business that will free you and your family and your loved ones from any kind of financial constraints? Because if this is a business, like it is for me, it's a business for me. I'm an entrepreneur. I say that proudly. Like, I proudly say I'm an entrepreneur. Then you should be optimizing for cash, like for revenue, for profit, not just views and subscribers. You can see like the weird paradigm of like, if you want to pop off on social media, you'll often do that with a younger audience who watch more YouTube, and those kinds of people usually have a lot less money than the older audience. But if you appeal to the older audience, you'll get less views, less subscribers, but you'll often make more money. So it's like, which way do you want to go? If I could go back now, I probably wouldn't change anything because I'm in a very happy place in life. But imagine if I could like optimize without butterflying, affecting my way into making something worse. And I think I would have started with more mature content. If I had 100,000 subscribers at this point, or 250,000, but I was making double the money, I think that would have been amazing. And not only just double the money, but I would have been able to talk about more complex, advanced topics that would have helped high caliber men to get to an even further level, because then you're solving more interesting problems. Solving, you know, level 0 problems is like telling a guy like, stop watching porn, stop fucking eating weird poisonous cancer food. It's something to consider. So I want you to answer this question to yourself with complete honesty. What is your dream audience? How old are they? How much money do they have? What's their level of experience in the field that you're talking about? So for me, I made 1,000 videos for younger guys. I basically said all I could for the guys who are young, who need to get onto self-improvement, who need to get onto nofap. I've said as much as I can, and so I don't want to just keep repeating myself. That's why I've been changing up my content so much, because I start craving, you know, the views that come from making like a basic video, like how to get a girlfriend. But I feel like I've just said so much to that kind of audience that now I really want to help guys who are older and more advanced, guys who are already looking into business but need more, like, you know, like good guides and videos like this, which you get business advice and you get like more advanced topics that we're talking about, rather than just the level 0 stuff of like how to speak to a girl, how to stop masturbating.
I first met you, I had just gone full-time as a creator, and you were so great. You gave me this worldview, this perspective of, don't think algorithm think audience?
In my role, I've always gotten a lot of questions about the algorithm. It's like, what time should I upload to optimize for the algorithm? What time, how often should I upload? And the way we design the algorithm is actually such that we want to give audiences the videos and other content that they're going to be most satisfied by. And so if the audience doesn't really care whether you upload it at 3 in the morning or 7 at night, then the algorithm shouldn't care either. And so what I encourage creators to do is when they have some of these questions, they immediately kind of think about algorithm, like replace the word algorithm in their question with the word audience. That's going to give you a better answer because we're aiming to serve the audience. And so the more you focus on understanding what your audience wants and finding the best fit with them, the algorithm is going to match that.
Yeah, one of the biggest things for me was when I stopped thinking, why didn't the algorithm like this video? I started thinking, why didn't my audience like it?
As a creator, I think the more that you can put yourselves in the shoes of viewers and go through YouTube and browse around and see what's going to make you as a viewer be interested in a particular video versus another video. It might give you more perspective. You may not get just thinking so much about your own videos all the time. Look at it from the viewer perspective.
For new creators or smaller creators, because when you say the algorithm follows the audience, they worry that they don't have an audience yet for the algorithm to follow. So do we do anything for those creators?
Yeah, so we have a team that is specifically focused on this challenge of trying to identify audiences for creators that are just getting started, for videos that we don't have a lot of information about. And so, yeah, with those videos and channels, we do need to try some different approaches. The title, the description. When there are viewers that show up that seems like they might be interested in it, we'll show that video to those viewers and see which of them react. We really want to make sure that there is a path for new creators to get started. It's a metric we track, how many new creators are succeeding on the platform. We're very focused on that. We care a lot about it because we do believe that there's a lot of opportunity there with new creators coming along with new ideas all the time, and we want to help those creators be successful.
If you just click on a bunch of random videos online, you'll eventually get a survey. Was this video transformative, heartwarming, inspiring? What people rate does make a difference. And it's like you can get people to click a video, you can get them to watch it, but you can't really fake whether or not they're satisfied. Like they don't lie, the surveys, maybe one person here or there might troll, but once you aggregate enough, it's a pretty clear telltale of the video. So either you're making a great video or you're not.
What is it? Minimizing the non-regrettability.
Yeah, I think Elon tweeted that that's what he's tried to do on Twitter.
For Twitter, and that's interesting. That's basically the survey metric, how happy you are that you've been using the platform.
Yeah, Elon tweeted, we want to limit the amount of regrettable minutes people spend on Twitter. And the first thing I thought is like, that's something YouTube already has unlocked, like their whole survey system and feedback loop.
Speaking with you yesterday about this, is that realism is really important to you.
Yeah.
And that is not necessarily the YouTube meta. Like that's not really what's fully happening across YouTube.
Right.
Realism. How much do you think about that, care about that, where the brand of being a creator goes?
Yeah, I think it's super important. I think for a while, it's something that I thought was just assigned to me, like the idea of, if I want to be a creator, I have to be like Mr. Beast and ZHC. Like I have to have a logo as my channel name and my channel like profile picture. And I actually did that. I changed my profile picture to an eyeball. What does that even mean? What does an eyeball have to do with me? And I did it because I was like, I was thinking it's one of those correlation is not causation type of situations where I was like looking at the top and seeing what they do, not realizing that I'm just a human being. I'm not planning to build an empire. I don't want to build an empire or anything. I just want to connect with people and make videos I love. And so it is important to be intentional. I think about even how fonts communicate to people. I changed my font from being somewhat more corporate to something that's so normal. That's just on everyone's computer. And it just feels more like me. And I think that if creators can find those little things, what song just feels like me? What font feels like me? What video feels like me? And it comes down to realism too, with the thumbnails. And I found that realistic thumbnails just feel like me. It feels like, if my face is not then I feel more connected to the thumbnail. If
Yeah.
I'm just making a very subtle face that's like, because
Right.
it's realistic, and I'm like, oh, that's legit.
I think that's why also the concepts that you do are rooted in realism. Like they don't feel sensational. The titles might be somewhat sensational. Like you're doing something like I spent, 24 hours in the world's quietest room or
Right.
loudest room. Like that's kind of like there's a superlative there,
Yeah.
right? That fits into what performs on YouTube. Then when you watch it, a lot of it is rooted in the relationship you have with the guy who runs the the room, right?
Right.
Or like the people you meet. You've done such a good job of creating characters out of those people. One of my absolute favorites is the underwater hotel.
Yes, it's so fun.
The guy you meet, what's his name?
Daniel. Sweet Daniel.
Yeah, Sweet Daniel.
Hello.
Hello.
Have dinner.
No way.
Now, another thing is in your sensory deprivation video, you also showed this moment of really vulnerable, raw emotion.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about the decision of keeping that in or not keeping that in?
Yeah.
And explain the moment as well.
Yeah, that was wild. So I got in the sensory deprivation tank. It's like a 3-hour process. It's like the longest they'll let you do it. And, for the most part, I was focused on filming the video, which is something that I think I'm trying to understand and like outgrow, like the idea of how can I have a real experience here while also capturing it. I think that's like a really interesting topic. But with this situation, like the first hour, I was kind of almost just focused on like, all right, make sure the camera's good, make sure the audio is good. And then hour 2, I kind of got more relaxed, and it was also becoming more and more deprived of senses. Like at first it was lights and floating and sound, and then hour 2 I turned off the lights, so it was just floating and sound. Hour 3 I actually put earplugs in, so it was just floating. Like those earplugs were crazy. Those are some nice earplugs.
Is that you've got to love and respect your audience. You've got to see their comments and really be taken aback thinking like, I get to help these people. That's amazing. If there's a time when you start to criticize your audience and you look at them and you're thinking like, oh, these fucking people again, I don't even like them. Your half-life, like your life as a creator is going to go downhill. Like you're going to have a short time here. You've got to really think to yourself, like, I fucking love these guys. I love who I'm working with. I love like the guys who watch my videos. They're all taking action. It's so good to see. That's the kind of audience that I really want you to build. And it might not be the kind of audience that will get you to 1 million subscribers, because it might be more guys who are older and, more advanced, and there's less people like that. But the best thing of being a creator and building an audience is that you have people who are watching you, who you like, who you would love to meet, like, on the street. You'd love for your audience to send you a message and invite you to a workout or a business event.
That moment, you've described it before as blessed by the algorithm. They're machine gods. Did you know why that video had done so much better?
I think the reality was no. Like I didn't, like at the time I was still somewhat coded into this mindset of like YouTube is a game to not exploit, but to like systemize to get the perfect outcome. So I was like, oh, I know exactly what I'm doing here. I'm picking Mr. Beast because Mr. Beast at the time, sounds crazy saying this because he was still big in 2019, but he hadn't broke into that sort of zeitgeist where like everyone's talking about him. He's on all the podcasts and he's in the New York Times. So he was big for sure. He had like 20, 30 million subscribers, but he wasn't like, there wasn't that many breakdown videos or anything talking about his journey. I think it was just this kind of good timing with a topic that I think a lot of people, when they saw his growth, the first response to Mr. Beast's growth when he first started was not, this guy's a genius. It was, this guy's just spending lots of money. This guy's an idiot. He's spending all his money. That was the response. And I actually knew, I could kind of feel that in the culture. I could feel like that was how people were sort of talking about
They were
him.
looking down on him.
Yeah, almost like this, he's just, it's just because he gave money to a homeless guy. Or, it's just because he spends all his money on this and that. And I almost like, I challenged that feeling in the very intro of that video. I was like, I showed a video of him being silly or acting silly when he was young. And I was like, if I told you this guy was a YouTube genius, you'd probably laugh at me. But here's why he is. I said something like that. And it almost like challenged that sort of initial feeling people had about him at the time. And now, absolutely down to him, not at all down to that video. But now everyone does not acknowledge that he is literally a genius. So like Noah and Jeremy and other people on the team will brainstorm ideas, and I'll come in and brainstorm ideas too. And we'll just go through and just kind of score them and say, this is something we should do. Like, this is a big swing. And I think sometimes the most valuable thing I can do with the team is just set standards and just say like, a question we might ask is, could this video get 1 million views? if it can't, why are we making it? The funny thing is when you start working with people and you start getting on the same wavelength, Jeremy, the producer, was like, I'd love to see some ideas, like any ideas that we should do on the channel. I brainstormed 5 or 6 ideas. He had already brainstormed basically the same ideas. We made those videos, and like the two of us came to it completely independently. And those videos have like there's one with 3 million. There's one with I think nearly like 3.5, 4 million views.
Which one were the videos?
There was one which was asking super yacht owners how to make $1 million.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Asking super car owners how to make $1 million. Asking retired millionaires how to make $1 million.
Yeah.
And like each of those videos is over 1 million views.
OP things about hiring people is like, if you're editing a video, you can probably only devote 20% of your time to it, or whatever, 30%, 40%. If someone else is editing it and that's their job, they can dedicate 100% of their work time to it, right? So since they have 3 times the amount of time to edit that video, they should be able to edit it better than you, even if it's only 20% better, because they have more time.
Right.
Same with like thinking creatively or like building sets or doing anything. Like you have, like, as YouTubers, especially people who build side businesses and have side channels, there's like 50 things that need to be done. And if you split your time amongst it, they're all only getting a few percentage of your time. So like someone should be able to do that job better than you because they're giving it 100% of their time. And that's like the OP part about hiring people, which is obvious,
We've landed in a place where we feel like we have purpose, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think a lot of creators are going through that. Yes, you can build a career off of like copying and imitating formats.
Yeah.
But is it the career that you want?
I feel like it is a natural arc. Like when you're a small town kid and you have a dream of being a YouTuber, you're not going to be like the most genius person in the world on the platform and like first upload, everyone's like, oh, that's insane. Like you're literally inspired by the people you watch. And so I think it's respectable to get started by being inspired and potentially even copying people just to see like, hey, what does an audience think about my videos and what do they think about me and what did they like about this? But I think it really is actually a disservice to yourself and your potential if you don't ask yourself, like once you kind of get to a comfortable position, like who am I and like what is my vision and what is my genius and what can I provide to this platform that no one's ever seen before? And take what I've learned, but also take the torch and go farther. And I think that's like what a lot of people will, might be doing a disservice to themselves.
Now the next lesson is purpose-based videos.
We basically have a vision this year, and it's like, how can we say something? Like, what are we doing here if not to contribute to society in some way? Like, that's what all art does. It's supposed to have a message. It's supposed to have a purpose. And so that's what the metaverse video was. This is a topic that we're interested in. How do we feel about this topic? Like, is this something that we're excited about? Is this something that we think is scary? And what story can we tell if we spend 100 days in it? And that's what it was. We went in there with the idea that we're probably going to meet some weird people. We know that. And we did. We met some weird people in there.
You're beautiful.
Oh gosh, hey, whoa. I'm married. But at the same time, are there redeeming elements? Like, can I find a friend in here? Clay, what's up, dude?
What's up, buddy?
Long time no see. And what are some things that we can observe over my real life? Like there's a lot of sort of Easter eggs in that video. And it's kind of fused between like reality and knowing we wanted some messaging. Like if you look at the video, there's a plant in the background that just slowly dies throughout the whole video. And that's supposed to represent like how your real life is going to suffer at the end of the day if the metaverse becomes your primary focus. And even relationships will suffer. And obviously that is definitely like intentional, but it also just happens naturally if you just watch the video. Like you just see things like the way that I interact with people in real life in the metaverse. You can't interact with someone when you have a headset on, like not in real life in a genuine way. So it's really cool to see how it came out, and I think people really felt it. Even if I didn't spell out what I was trying to say, it was felt by the end of the video. So.
If I have an idea that I think has precedent for having a lot of views, it's a good idea, I'm excited about it. Before I actually go to publish this thing, how many title variants do you think I should have? How many thumbnail variants do you think I should have? Or should I pick the best one of each and go out with that?
In terms of title variations, because titles are just so easy to write, at least I find, and then now with ChatGPT, it's even easier to come with variations. If anyone doesn't know, just give it a title and say, give me variations of this YouTube title, and then say, make it shorter or add more emotion or add a word like this in the title, and you will just get an infinite amount of variations. So for title variations, I do quite often find that myself and clients go through a lot for a single video. Like there is one specific client where a recent video, we had 45 or 46 different title variations for one 10-minute video. And that just came down to like, what's the best title? Okay, let's look at that title. That's pretty good. How about this? How about we shorten it? How about we add this word? Is this a better adjective than this adjective? If we put it in ChatGPT, what words does ChatGPT think we should be using for this title? And we just went down this rabbit hole of continually going through it. And then what you do is you just zoom out. You look at the craziness that you've put together, where there's probably titles on that page that make no sense and aren't even proper English. You eliminate all the ones that don't work. And then you just look and you're probably left with 4 or 5 really good variations. And then you go from there and just pick the one that you feel has the best potential for your channel.
If I'm doing this title game and I come up with 30 and it's me and maybe a team member, but we don't have Patty Galloway in our corner, how do we narrow that down? Like what should we be looking for to have the sense of, okay, these are the 3 best, or even the first best we feel best about?
Consensus between the team, I think, is important. Like just asking people, like, which do you think is most interesting? Some of it is going to come down to subjectivity, but that will be the first stage for me, because you guys are the ones who are creating the content. So you do have some information on previous videos. You've roughly seen what might have worked in the past, and you might have roughly seen what worked for other people too. So I would first just look and see what is our natural sort of opinions on these titles ourselves. I then ideally would ask someone externally. So like oftentimes people think, well, this is all really good, Patty, but we can't afford to hire you, or you're busy, or you've got a wait list or whatever. But you can just find another YouTuber who's at a similar level and just get a second pair of eyes. Ask Twitter, ask your Instagram followers, ask your community tab. All those things are nice ways to get a second pair of eyes. And I think it's really important just to go through stages of feedback. So maybe as the team, you've narrowed it down to the sort of 4 or 5 ones that you feel stand out the most to you as a viewer, if you were in the viewer's shoes, because maybe you have like a certain list of non-negotiables, like it has to have under 60 characters. It has to be easy to read. It has to have, short wording. It has to be we don't want to have too many adjectives in one title, because that's obviously too descriptive. And you narrow it down from 30 to 5. And then of those 5, you have a bit of a general chat as the team over which ones could be the best to put forward. And then you have maybe a little bit of a YouTube council. You have a group chat with other YouTubers, or you find some other YouTubers you can reach out to on Twitter, or whatever. That kind of stuff I still feel is underutilized. Like I really do. It's very easy to connect with other YouTubers, and there's lots of Discords out there. You can find other YouTubers at a similar size and just say, hey, let's create a group with like 4 or 5 of us. And every time we have a title thumbnail, we'll just put it in there and we'll just brainstorm for each other and just help people make decisions on titles. And I also think there should be some level of like, has a similar title style worked for us well in the past? Or has it worked for our competitors or other people in our niche, and using that as a bit of extra evidence as well. So you have like a mixture of personal preference, external preference, and then a little bit of data, or a little bit of like looking at what's worked in the past as a combination of deciding which to go forward with.
Do you think you'll ever make a video that gets 1 billion views?
I think maybe one of the videos we've already made might get 1 billion views.
Which one do you think?
Probably like the Squid Game video with enough time. I mean, it's only a year old and it's already on 300 million, or some of the newer ones we've done have gotten like 100 million views in a month. So those 4 projected over 10 years, because YouTube's not going anywhere. Probably one of those.
So over time, they don't necessarily plateau.
What's interesting, we were literally jumping right
Yeah,
into it.
let's
I
go.
love it. It's good. So I'm a firm believer that it's much easier to hypothetically get 10 million views on one video than 100,000 on 100. And part of why it's much easier, in my opinion, is like if you make a really good video, it's just so evergreen and it never dies. Because YouTube, when you open up YouTube and look at the videos, they're just serving you whatever they think you'll like the best, And so if you just make a great video and it's constantly just above every other video, even 2 years down the road, then they'll just keep serving it and never stop, which is why it's much easier to make one great video than a bunch of mediocre ones.
You've got to love what you do, because when you love what you do and you actually enjoy it and you get into a flow state whilst you do it, you'll start working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm in London for some events right now. My friends were literally just downstairs. We were getting breakfast. They're all going to go to like a cafe and have fun and stuff. I'm here. I literally ran upstairs to record a video because I enjoy what I do. So the version of me that didn't enjoy what I did, like what I do for work, I would have, just went along and had a good time and whatever, and not actually sat down to work right now. And my competition would have ended up beating me. So if you enjoy the kind of videos that you make, you get to speak about the things that you're interested in. You get to make the videos for the guys, like the audience that you care about. You'll just work like a fucking dog because it's actually enjoyable for you. And that makes you like a really hard competitor to beat. The last tip that I'm going to give you is to be lucky. Luck sounds again, it's kind of like uncool, it's not masculine. All the masculine guys will tell you like, no, I'm not lucky, it's hard work, it's hard work. But there's certainly a lot of luck involved with popping off on the YouTube algorithm. If you've posted a bunch of videos, you'll know this, and if you've had some videos pop off, the videos that pop off, I know for a fact aren't actually that great. Like for my videos that have popped off, they're videos that I didn't even put in much effort for. They're videos that didn't even perform well, that they've got like a low retention, low click-through rate, and they randomly just pop off. The first video that popped off for me, it had 200 views for about 2 years straight. It didn't grow at all, and it randomly just started to get 100,000 views. It wasn't like, you know, I made this banger video or anything. I made it whilst I was high and like having a carb crash from dirty diet, and like, you know, I was in a bad mental space when I made it in like 2019. So it wasn't like I worked super hard on it or anything. It didn't perform, and then 2 years later it randomly popped off, and because of that video I've never made less than $10,000 a month since then, and that was over 3 years ago. It was completely and utterly luck that my first video popped off, and then since then there's been a bunch of videos that I've posted that have gotten 1, 2, 3 million views, and they're never actually the ones that I worked harder on. They're never the ones that are actually like good quality content. They're always like just random ones which you post and you're like, oh damn, I didn't realize this video would get like 1 out of 10. So luck is definitely involved, but how do you actually get lucky? Like luck is just basically probability. How do we increase our probability of popping off on the YouTube algorithm? And there's basically a 2-part phrase for this, which is never quit, keep getting better. As long as you never quit, you've got potential. But there's people who don't quit, who keep posting, but they don't actually get better, and their videos just stay at the same shitty quality, like shitty advice and value. If you never quit, but you keep getting better as a creator, you start to look out for all the small improvements you can make with the video, but also with yourself as the creator, you building up your own success in real life, you becoming a better speaker, storyteller, you being more relatable and likable, you getting more attractive because the halo effect is real. If you never quit and you keep on improving your skills and everything else that goes into YouTube, you will eventually hit that probability like point where one of your videos pops off.
Advice for new creators.
Cool. What advice would you give to a startup YouTube creator right now who's trying to become the next Ryan Trahan?
Go watch Colin and Samir and just binge. No, I do think you guys are a great resource. I would say the biggest, most exciting and life-giving habit that I have is I talk to a couple of YouTubers very consistently, and they're some great friends of mine, and we'll talk beyond just like, all right, what do you think about this thumbnail? What do you think about this title? We'll talk about like, how are you feeling emotionally about the idea of doing this for another 5 years? Or like, I noticed in this video, I don't know, I just feel like it's kind of different from your regular content. Like, how are you feeling okay? Like, how do you feel about this video? Do you want some feedback about this? And I would say just having like those people to make you feel sane. Like this is such a weird job, albeit a huge blessing, but it can make you feel kind of like I'm going nuts. So having a community of people that, you know, creators that are doing the same thing. And like I said before, I don't think subscriber count matters. Like I've learned more from people with less than 10,000 subscribers than some people that have like over 10 million, you know? And I think it really just comes from, you know, having that friendship and that community brotherhood.
Like if it did well, like how many views did it get?
Well, it got like 370 views, but yeah.
No, but still, I mean, we all started somewhere. We all started somewhere.
Getting like 100 views, 70 views because of so many content switches. So that was like amazing.
Yeah, no, honestly, never understate the views, because that's still 370 people. You know, it's still a lot of people.
Exactly.
When you think about them lined up.
I put them in a room.
Exactly. Because I've felt that sometimes where I hold my own content to such a high standard, and the thing about my content is it's very evergreen, so it grows a long time. Like it grows over time. It never really starts that fast. In fact, like I think like over half my video, in the first week, they've started very slow. Like they've started with like, I don't know, like 20, 30,000 views in the first week, and then they pick up from there. But the thing for me is like, I've had a few videos, because obviously every YouTuber does. I've had some videos that hit 100K, and I'm disappointed with that. And then I think I'm like, you know, it's 100,000 people. Like, you know, like
yeah.
The entire state that I live in Ireland, there isn't 100,000 people in it, you know, so it's a bit of a reality.
Yeah.
The next tip I'm going to tell you is going to sound lame because everyone fucking says this word, but it's consistency. Consistency in your upload schedule. Although it sounds like lame and basic, the reason why it's so important is when you consistently upload and you never miss a day of your scheduled uploading time, what will happen is your consistent viewership will start to sticky and start to compound on top of each other. Basically, the people who watch you week on week when you keep posting at the same time, Monday at 5 p.m., Monday at 5 p.m., Monday at 5 p.m., the viewership will stack because they're used to this. They ingrain your videos into their daily routine. They're used to, for example, if you post every single day, they're used to eating the same meal every day whilst watching one of your videos. So if you've read the book Atomic Habits, this is so powerful because it's called habit stacking. Basically, they'll merge two habits together if you post consistently enough. They'll merge being on the bus to school with listening to one of your videos. They'll merge like being in the gym whilst watching one of your videos, or eating a certain meal like lunch or breakfast or whatever whilst watching one of your videos. If you really want to blow up on YouTube or TikTok, you've got to find a way to post so consistently, not just like, you know, the format of the video, but just actual uploads, so that your viewers actually start to integrate that into their daily lives and they get really used to the time that they get to watch your video in relation to whatever other habit they usually do at that time. So for me, for example, I work super hard in the morning, then I go to the gym, then after the gym, I have a big post-workout meal, and that's usually when I don't really watch YouTube anymore, but that's usually when I used to watch YouTube. And if there was someone who's posting consistently, I'd usually watch their videos at the same time every single day.
But what I see with the smaller channels, the kind of, let's say, beginner and middle class YouTubers, like people kind of on their way but not at the top level, it's usually that splitting audience thing. That's one of the primary things that I see. And also like formats as well. So like one day they do a reaction video, one day they do a challenge, one day they do a really long kind of explainer video. All these different formats. I always just come in and say, what is your, like, what do you want to be known for? What's the kind of content you want to build your channel around? And I do use myself as an example where every video on my channel is 10 minutes, or maybe some go to 11, but like 10, 11 minutes. Every video is on the same sort of theme. Every video follows a very similar format. Some people say to me, is that all repetitive? And it is a little bit repetitive to make, but it's not repetitive to the audience because I'm only posting once a month. So obviously it depends. Like if you're making the same video 4 times a week, it might get repetitive. So that's the kind of context you need there.
There is something you sacrifice when you go down that route of like just tracking the data and just thinking, okay, what's the professional way to go about things? I've got to upgrade my setup. I've got to start getting into a recording studio. I've got to get a better camera. I've got to speak in a different way, get a professional editor, get better thumbnails, change the title so they get more views, watch time and click-through rate, watch time and click-through rate. When you start obsessing over these things, you start losing, at least in our space, a lot of what actually brings people to you. Because if it's for entertainment, I will give a quick disclaimer. Entertainment videos are probably very different because it's not supposed to be authentic. It's just supposed to make people like stimulated. But with our topic, let's say it's education or synthesizing what we've recently learned. People were tired of the businessman who was pretending to be the answer to their problems. So we had already, and this is even exponentially true now, but even a few years ago there was the rise of like Ty Lopez and everything, and guys were getting a little bit like annoyed with that sort of marketing thing of like someone promising the answers but then hiding it behind a paywall. And so when I saw this and I wanted to come onto the scene, I knew that me as like a nobody, my specialty was that I could start the video and within a second tell you like a secret about me that no one else would really speak about online. So I'd start the video and just start with a story and just say, oh yeah, there was one morning where I masturbated 3 times, and at the 3rd time, like I didn't even get a full erection, and obviously I said it with more emotion and everything, because no one's talking about that stuff, but it is true though. Do you know what I mean? Like it's happening to us. And so suddenly if you imagine the impact that had on the audience that I was trying to attract, when no one they had probably ever saw before had spoke like that, suddenly it's like, oh wow, I can relate to this guy. It's kind of cringe what he said, but it's like I had the exact same experience. So I started with a rule for myself, which was the skill of YouTube is to just be as close to 100% as possible as you can be. The moment you try to be someone else and you try to act like them and you try to change your persona, change the things you want to talk about, that's when one, you usually don't even build that good level of success, but two, any subscribers or viewers you do get, they don't actually even like you. It's kind of like good dating advice. It's when you do follow a lot of that kind of advice that's online, which I've given out before as well, you start living this inauthentic version of yourself where then even if best case scenario you attract someone, they actually don't like you. They like this fake version of you that you've put up. And if the game is to have this long-term attraction, whether it's to a woman or it's to a follower, they need to actually be into you. You can't like play this character for so long. There's going to be a point when you break and you just want to be yourself. So if you can, this was my mindset through the start, and even still to this day, if I can be as real as possible and as like literally say the actual genuine 100% truth that is in my brain, no matter what I think like the viewer will actually think, at that point, any recognition, validation, success that I get is actually supposed to be mine. And anyone who genuinely wants to subscribe at that point actually likes me, because I didn't want to build like an audience of people who didn't really like me, but they liked like the way that I talk when I talk in a way that wasn't relatable to me. And then it turns out that there's actually a lot of people who actually value that and are interested in that, because it's just relatability. And we all think that we're very unique. I don't think we actually are, because if you could just be your authentic self, you realize there's a lot of people like younger you. There's apparently 2 million of me. So
you need to change this, you need to work on this. Or how do you, another question as well, how do you like, say if someone's on camera and they're like, okay, after 30 seconds, you're seeing a massive dip. How do you like get into someone and be like, okay, listen, you need to work on this at this point and, change the pace or blah, blah. Like what's the resolution to seeing like a dip in performance?
I mean, when I first actually open up a channel, like there's a couple things I do. The first thing I want is studio access, so we can look at the data and compare it to what we're seeing in the videos. Honestly, the very first thing I'm thinking is the direction, because a lot of people focus really heavily on retention and really heavily on just thumbnails and titles, and that's obviously super important on YouTube. But without a clear direction of what you're trying to make or what kind of channel you are, the biggest thing on YouTube is ideas. That's the most important thing. Like the ideas, the topics you choose, that's everything. Like your topic strategy, what videos you're going to make. So when I go into a channel, the first thing I'm kind of critiquing is like, okay, what are we making? What are we trying to be as a channel? What videos have performed well for us in the past? What ones haven't? What can we learn from it? And try to make a kind of a plan for almost like their programming. So like how often they post, what they post, what the overall strategy is for the channel. It's like the first thing I point at. But then I look at the more specific things. So I go into the studio, let's say look at retention curves. It's pretty easy for me to sort of set goals for people, because I've seen so much data that if I just say on Twitter, you should aim for 80% retention at the 30-second mark. That's like roughly a good idea, but for some niches that's impossible.
Yeah.
And for some niches that's really easy. For like Minecraft, I find that's quite easy to do. And anyone that's a Minecraft viewer that's going to listen to this after is probably going to be.
At first, ask them to clarify their goal, because a lot of people don't even realize. I'm very big on goal setting, so a lot of people don't even really know what they truly want. And often what you say you want is too influenced or contaminated by what you think that would be cooler for you to want, or that it's been influenced by, what you've seen online. So even before I give the advice, I'd give like a weird piece of advice, which is like, okay, well, turn off all devices for a few hours and just sit there in silence for a bit, because most people haven't even done that, and you don't even know what you want. There's no point in me giving any advice at all if the person doesn't actually genuinely know which direction they want to go in. Do they want to go full businessman mode and just make as much money as possible? Do they want to go full impact mode and change as many lives as possible? A lot of people will say it's this one right here, I just want to change lives. Do you though? Are you lying right now? It's like nobody knows. How about you turn off everything? And the point is, if you're going to be authentic, first start with yourself and just think, what? Honestly, like, I don't really care about helping people. I just want to make money because I hate my job, and that's absolutely fine. Let's start with that goal, and now you've got a different goal. Now we're talking about let's monetize and get you to 5-10K a month fast, or what.
I wanted to ask what's the current meta with content? What's the main things you should look out for? Is it retention? Is it like average view time? Like what's the meta that everyone should kind of like be looking to base their content off of?
I think that there's a sentence I was using recently to explain to someone that I think is It's really simple, but it actually perfectly describes how you should be optimizing content. So videos the right people click and watch and love. Now, there's a few parts there, like obviously the click, so that's the title and thumbnail. The watch, that's, you know, how much they're watching for the retention. But then also the right people, that's important. And then also the love factor. So the right people and the love factor I find is very overlooked. So what I mean by the right people is knowing your audience, knowing your actual avatar of who watches your content. Because I see this all the time where people think like, this is the YouTube meta. So maybe they have got an audience that likes, you know, their watch videos, and suddenly they just try to put in these like crazy fast-paced cuts and like all this crazy stuff. And the person's just like, hey, I'm like a 50-year-old dude that wants to watch this for, you know, you talking about a watch. I don't want to see like this craziness, you know? So knowing who the right audience is, knowing who the audience you're trying to target, that's a huge part of the formula. But then also the love side of the formula. So essentially in 2016, I believe it was, YouTube started to really focus on the fact that not all watch time is equal. So you could watch 100% of one video and 100% of the other video, but maybe you liked one video, but you loved the other one. Like you really enjoyed the other one. So YouTube have been trying to measure and figure out which videos provide the most satisfaction, which is what they call viewer satisfaction. And that is the love part of the equation. So they look at things like signals such as shares, such as they do look at likes a certain amount, not as much as people think, but they do look at likes and other sort of user signals like that. And whether they go and watch other videos afterwards, and different signals to the algorithm that shows that people really engage and love this type of content. So when I get asked the question like what the current YouTube meta is, I just say keep saying that sentence back to yourself. The right people click, watch, love. Who are the people you're trying to make videos for? How can you make thumbnails and titles that just are irresistible to click? When you get the person in the door, how can you just get crazy retention? How can you hold retention for as long as possible? And how can you make sure that you're not just holding retention for the sake of it? You're not just like saying, keep watching because there's going to be something cool. And then by the end, it's like, well, that wasn't that cool. So actually going and trying to deliver exceptional videos that just make people go, damn, like I need to share this. I need to tell someone else about this. I need to go watch 4 or 5 of his other videos because this video was so good. So that's kind of what I say. It's obviously quite simplistic, but that's how I think about it.
Most is literally the first 10 seconds of the video. Like, I think I can quote it. I tied up an FBI agent and I have $100,000 in this bag. Here's a knife. Good luck. And I just run away. Like, it gives you everything you need. No wasted words, short and concise, and then tension.
How much time do you spend on those openings?
I'm a perfectionist. It's so important. Like that's your first impression for everyone clicking on the video. So like the whole time leading up to that, I'm just constantly obsessed with mostly the first minute, just like making sure like if I were to click on this video, I would like the first minute and that it would hook me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you had a video of ours that you said you were interested in the thumbnail. You clicked on it and you were bored after 5 seconds.
I can tell you, it was the one about the hype house.
Yes.
Why everyone's leaving the hype house. And I showed them on my phone. I was like, the title and thumbnail made me tap, and the red bar was like so tiny you could barely see it because I clicked off in 8 seconds. I was like, this is me at my house 4 days ago before you came down. Clearly, you just didn't grab me.
And that was really eye-opening for us. And
so I think the general meta on YouTube is just effort. Effort is rewarded, and putting in that extra effort and knowing where that extra effort comes from, because some people here put more effort into your videos and they spend like 20 hours setting up their camera or like, you know, they get like 10 different camera angles. And it's like, effort isn't just about how much time you spend producing the content. It's also about how much time you spend thinking about which content is best, thinking about maybe how the intro flows, thinking about the title, the thumbnail. It like has to be across the whole package instead of just in production.
Yeah, having like the idea and having like multiple narratives and different things to kind of like follow in the background, I think is really important as well.
Impressions, and everyone should take this seriously, are the single most important metric on YouTube. Every YouTuber will tell you about click-through rate and watch time. Those are actually irrelevant. Those are outdated. They don't matter. If you get 100 times more impressions, that's what will make the difference in your channel. Click-through rate, watch time, those things can be argued. I've got videos that have got 4 million views and the click-through rate is 3%. I've got videos that have got 2 million views and the watch time is like 9% retention. If there's such an outlier to the fact, then clearly it's not the most important metric. So impressions are the most important metric. How do you increase them? Not by daily uploads, but by changing the topic which you speak about. You see, the topic of, first of all, self-improvement. it isn't absolutely huge compared to like giving money like Mr. Beast. Then self-improvement with related to girlfriend, okay, you've niched it down. But then self-improvement related to girlfriends and the fact that you shouldn't get one, it's not really a popular topic. Now, if I made a video on that, it might still get 100k views, 200k views, but it would probably get 5 times less impressions than more of like a basic topic. Like, for example, 10 ways to increase testosterone. Impressions is literally just totally linear to how popular the topic is. Your topic for this example isn't that popular. This is more of a video that will entertain and educate your core audience who already like you. This is not a video that will grow your channel. So you need to decide what your goal is. Do you already have a channel and a core audience who like you and you want them to like you more? Or do you want to grow your audience? Which one is it? Videos like this won't actually help your goal. You're practicing, you're training for the wrong thing. You've got a football competition, football match coming up, and you're practicing basketball right now. So we need to change that. These videos are good, by the way. Certainly do them every now and then, because your audience will then get to know you more and you can go deeper. You can tell them your story. You can tell them your viewpoints on this very micro niche of this concept of like, okay, being on self-improvement, should you date or should you not date? And you can speak about very specific things. But if you want to grow your audience, all that matters is that you make videos which will get 10 times more impressions than what you're currently getting. Self-improvement as itself is too broad. So you'd want to get deeper into that and choose, for example, meditation, sleep, testosterone, exercise. That's a fantastic story script. I went through Expert Secrets solid 2 years ago. I remember it did influence me quite well. So I'm sure that following this script did influence my storytelling. I don't exactly follow it anymore because perhaps I do, but I kind of, understand intuitively now what makes a good story. What I've recently been doing is following the book Storyworthy. At first I read a little bit of that and I didn't like it, but now that I've been reading it again, it is actually powerful. The book is Storyworthy. And I'll just briefly tell you that there's something you can integrate to the same Expert Secrets. It's to understand that your story is all about a 5-second moment. The point of a story is just to lead you to a specific 5-second moment of transformation. The story starts at the opposite point of the story ending. And it's all about like a 5-second moment where something has changed. So for example, you actually start at the end of the story. That's what I do now. So what is the total moment of transformation? Not just like, oh yeah, well, I became an entrepreneur and sweet. No. Specific. It was the day that you checked your YouTube analytics and you saw that it just crossed over $1,000 for the month of AdSense and you realized that that's the most money that you've made. It was the time that you got the notification. You're like, oh shit, I'm one of those guys who've got a Stripe notification with payments coming in. It was when you just did the calculation in your head and realized that you make more money than your father. That 5-second moment. The transformation was not, oh yeah, I became a YouTuber. It was like the literal genuine 5 seconds of when something clicked and you were like, oh wow, I've actually changed as a person. Then you take the opposite of that and that's where you start your story. So for me, we can say a 5-second moment is a time I was in Portugal near the start of YouTube, like 2021, and I got an email for $6,000 from Skillshare. Whilst I'm there, the whole trip cost like $2,000 or something. And so I profited by going on holiday, not even like working whilst I was there. That's the 5-second moment of transformation, which made me feel like an entrepreneur. The start of that, what's the opposite of that? We can say it's a specific moment when I'm sat inside of work 2 years earlier in my full-time job. We can also say it's a specific moment 1 year earlier when I'm trying all these different businesses and I'm feeling frustrated that on this one particular day I woke up and just smoked weed all day, and at nighttime I was really disappointed in myself. So you still follow what you've said with Expert Secrets, but if you just want to like level that up one more, think about the 5-second moment that you'll talk about.
Yeah, I personally loved the creative meetings. I thought those were the most interesting to be in, just the way you guys are thinking and the way like everything has to fit together. And you're thinking obviously very much in like terms of retention, but your whole team is also thinking the exact same way.
As you should.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like the problem solving you guys are doing is so specific to YouTube, right? You know what I mean? Like it's not problem solving that if you walked into a movie studio that they're thinking about. And I think actually that's some of the problem with what's happening in Hollywood is that they aren't thinking about the fact that something on Netflix is competing with one of your videos. Do you know what I mean? Like when I'm watching an internet video, whether it's Netflix or YouTube, like you're on the same playing field. So
Yeah.
you actually have to compete in the same.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they
world.
shoot for retention as well. We're very, very serious about it, though. I don't like using cinematic shots or,
Right.
you know, unless like you have multiple cam setups here. Like if I'm talking to this camera and you're not cutting it for too long, that's boring. You'll lose retention. But if I talk and you cut to that angle while I'm talking and cut back, and you know, it helps it. And it's not bad to be obsessed. Like if people aren't clicking off, that means they're entertained, you know? So I'm hyper obsessed with just making sure people actually like what they're watching. You know what I mean?
And you could lose an age demographic by, you know, kind of prioritizing a younger age demographic. Is like, does Mr. Beast have like an issue with that? I wonder.
I would say it does to a certain extent. Like if you went to a breakdown of his viewers, there's probably a lot less, you know, a lot less people in their 50s and 60s that would enjoy it when compared to a 14-year-old boy. So yeah, like it's difficult to make content that appeals to absolutely everyone. And if you try to do content that appeals to absolutely everyone, you then might not have anyone that really loves it. It's just lots of people that goes like, oh, that was kind of easy to watch, but no one loves it. So it's like you have to kind of figure out roughly what your demographic is and make it for them. But if you take like the Mr. Beast example, I do think if you compare his videos to a lot of other creators who make kind of entertainment videos, I think his ones are a lot easier to follow. They're actually slower. Everyone thinks Mr. Beast is super fast paced in his editing, but you know, he is at times. He's fast paced when he wants to get through boring stuff, but he does like take time to explain things, and he doesn't speak at 1,000,000 miles an hour. You know, it's kind of like very emphasized. His speech is his cadence and speech is very emphasized over what he's talking about. So I think in his situation, he's probably a bit more universally friendly in that way than maybe someone like a Matthew Beam, if you've ever seen his videos before.
Yeah.
Where they're just like, they're great for that young audience, but they're just like a shotgun. They're just like bang, 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 you know, we're going to do this, and then we're going to do that, and then we're going to do this, and there's text flying, and you know, you can't imagine like a 40-year-old wanting to watch that.
Yeah.
So different audience behavior, you know, different audiences like different things. And it's not just about age, it's also about the type of content. So like I said earlier, like if you take my videos, for example, some people have said, Paddy, like you talk about like some of these people having really fast-paced editing, but your editing's kind of slow. Like your videos are quite methodical and they move like that. But I still get pretty good retention in my videos. And the rationale is my videos are explaining something. Whereas, let's say a gaming video, that's just entertainment, you know? So when you're maybe explaining something, you're trying to teach someone something, it's not just about like fast-paced. You need to give people enough time to process what's on screen. Otherwise, it just gets too messy. So I've hired lots of animators and editors to make my videos at different points, and the issue a lot of them come back with is just like, they give me this piece of content and it looks amazing, but I'm like, hold on a minute, imagine you didn't know anything I said in this video and try to follow it, and it's like, oh yeah, we give the viewer no time to understand what you meant there, or no time to process what's on screen, or you know, it's like different niches, different audiences all need different things. I think that's the beautiful thing about YouTube. There's no one way to do things. There's no one method. There's no one way to do things. Like people can get success in so many different areas.
Get up and work right away. That's what young millionaires do. I don't want to waste your time with this video leading you up like this big fucking story to hold your attention or something. That's what every young successful person I know, they do. They don't have this massive cute morning routine that I used to do myself, like, you know, the cute self-improvement stuff with the cold shower and stuff. They literally just get up and they work on the big task right away. That's what it takes. So if you want to be like a businessman, or if you want to get to a high level career, this is exactly what you do. You need to figure out what the single most essential, most valuable task is that you could do for your business. So I'm a YouTuber, and the biggest thing that I could do is record videos, which sounds like really obvious, right? What is it not? It's not the other shallow, unimportant task. It's not like randomly going on some other person's podcast or going through the comments and looking at the YouTube analytics, replying to comments and all this cute stuff. It's just the hard work that makes you sweat a little bit. You find out the big task, then you wake up early the next day and you just work on that task. It sounds super simple, right? Like I basically said nothing of value. Trust me, you're most likely not doing this, because look, this is what happens. You wake up and the first thing you do is check your phone. Then you go and brush your teeth. Then you go downstairs and you eat. The high performers that I know, they don't do that. They literally open their eyes, turn on their computers and start working faster than you even get up. It's 4:38 a.m. right now. This is the fourth video that I've recorded this morning. Think about that. I woke up at 3 a.m. I scripted 4 videos. I haven't checked my messages. You want to know something which is going to sound really fucking weird? My breath fucking stinks right now. I don't even brush my teeth first thing in the morning. Obviously, I'm not speaking to anyone. Like, if I was going to meet anyone in person right now, I would, but it's 4 a.m., right? So I wake up, I literally don't brush my teeth. I don't like even, wear different clothes or anything. I just fucking literally sit down on my chair with stinky breath and I just press record and I just do the work. There's a few things that sometimes you have to do, fine. But most of the random little tasks, like even like brushing your teeth, I don't do first thing in the morning, and it means that my morning is so streamlined that I just get the biggest task done of my business. That's the advice that I want you to take away from this. I'm telling you how important this is. If you literally just start waking up early and smash off the big essential task, you will perform so much better. You will move ahead in business, in your career, even in your studies, so much more. So let's say, for example, you're a student right now, and the big thing you need to do is like study for these upcoming exams. Imagine if you wake up, no bullshit, no checking your phone, no putting on cute little music or anything. You literally just wake up, you've got like this previous exam paper ready, and you just fucking do that first thing in the morning every single day. You will get such a higher grade that if you wake up, check your phone, send a few texts, open up the textbook, start highlighting shit again, making the cute coffee and whatever. None of that. You wake up and you just start the real big work. That's what makes the difference from the high performers that I know. It isn't the cute cold showers. I wish it was, because for years that's what I promoted to my audience. The cold showers, the meditation, the journaling, the morning sunlight, like Dr. Andrew Huberman says. The rich guys I know, they basically don't do any of that in the morning. They do later on. They just do the big essential task. Now, here's the thing. I've said a lot of words, but what can you actually do to make sure you actually do this and get like a real result from this video rather than just watching it for a bit of dopamine and then clicking off and forgetting about it? This is what you do. Every single night before you go to bed, you plan the task that you're going to do tomorrow. I call this the frog task. Basically, there's like a story or analogy I really like. If you had to eat a live frog, imagine like a full-on fucking frog with all of its bones, it's alive right now. If you had to eat that, would you eat it before your dinner or afterwards? Think about that. Imagine you've got your dinner, whatever it is, chicken and rice or something, and you've got to eat this frog right now. And I said to you, do you want to eat it before you eat the chicken and rice or afterwards? What would you say? And really think, anyone who's a little bit simple, they wouldn't think about the question and they'll just go like, after. But the correct answer is before. Why? Because if you eat it before, you get it over with, and then you cleanse your palate with the nice food afterwards, and then it's like, it's all done. If you chose after, you'll be eating your chicken and rice whilst having anxiety about the task, and you won't even enjoy your chicken and rice. You finish the dinner, and now you're gonna have to eat this fucking frog and then sit with this disgusting taste in your mouth, right? This is how most people like navigate their tasks. They'll literally have this big task, and they'll just keep saying to themselves like, after. I'll do it after school. I'll do it after work. I'll do it after I eat. I'll do it this. It's like your entire day is just you anxious, feeling like a bitch for not doing the big task that you said you would. So you need to eat the frog. You wake up and do the big, powerful task first. So every single night at like 7 p.m., I'll literally sit here with like, the lights dimmed and everything. And I'll think about, okay, tomorrow at 4 a.m., what am I going to do? This morning, I wrote down script 4 videos and record 4 videos. That's it. And so then it's so clear that as soon as you wake up, you know exactly what to do. One extra tip I'll give you is I almost do like a tiny visualization of me very quickly waking up and starting that first big frog task immediately. So last night, I literally did a small visualization where I imagined myself waking up a little bit before my alarm clock, which is exactly what happened actually. And I ripped off the bed covers and I sat down immediately and I started to script the videos, and that's exactly what I did. That's what moves you ahead. I know it sounds like really basic, but this is the basic shit that actually gets you ahead. The opposite of this, what you're probably doing is you're waking up just before school. You're like getting ready for school and everything, checking your phone, then you go to school, then you go to the gym, then it's like dinner time, then you're like, oh yeah, I was going to do business work, but I'm just too tired and I'm just not going to do it. The thing is, I could call you a pussy for that, but I don't blame you. I can't do business work at the end of the day. After gym, after doing other work like school and stuff, I couldn't do business work then. If business is your priority and you want to become a young millionaire, then you need to wake up and do it as the priority, right? You need to do it before you go and exhaust your brain through school, through work, through the gym. You need to wake up, and before you do anything else, do the big frog task for your business. What I've said in this video is so simple, but please really take it seriously, because I'm telling you, I really thought to myself, what's the advice I could give you to really help you if you're like a young entrepreneur? This is the advice. Also, if you are this kind of young entrepreneur and you really want to become successful, these videos, like the video you're watching right now, it's fucking beneath you. You need to stop clicking on these cute little clickbait titles, these cute little short videos, these dopamine videos, and start watching like long, unedited, full guides. I make full guides on my channel that are like literally low dopamine, pure education, 1 hour long, 1.5 hours long, basically like a paid premium course for free. That's the kind of YouTube educational content you should be watching right now. These small videos I make to attract like the simpletons who need to hear about self-improvement, but the purpose is to funnel you to the big guides that will actually change your life. For most of my YouTube journey, it's been off my head. For stories in the last month, it's been purposeful, and I do it like that. So you mentioned Matthew Dix. For anyone who doesn't know, Matthew Dix is the author of a really good book called Storyworthy, and he has this practice called homework for life, which is actually really good, and you can write this down and start to do this as like part of your habit tracker. Homework for life should take you about 5 minutes, and it's where you just sit down with a document in front of you, like a table, and you just write a story of something that happened, either that you can remember from the past or something that happened today. Sounds simple. The reason why you do this is because it gets you to start seeing the stories in your everyday life. I read this in the book and I thought like, oh, that's a bit whatever, like what am I going to write or anything. And on the same day when I was thinking about, should I do this? Should I not do this? It's a bit, it's a bit stupid. Is it going to help? I'm just going to have to think of what random story has happened. On the same day, I ended up writing a really wholesome one, which was that I just woke up and I was in work mode, but my girl was next to me, and then she could feel that I was kind of like rushing to like get her out of my house so that she can go back home and I can focus on work. And I could tell that she was feeling, a tiny bit neglected. I'm kind of like saying, come on, let's get morning sunlight, then you need to go, I'm going to work and everything. And she ends up like getting ready, but then she's lost the car keys, and you know how women are, like, it's fucking annoying, bro. We wake up, it's supposed to be my deep work hours. Oh, have you seen my car keys? Then she's talking to my mom, and my mom asks her if she wants breakfast, and it's this whole fucking annoying thing. I'm trying to work here, man. But eventually we're at the door, and she's just about to go. She says goodbye to me, and she says, oh, you don't have to wait here, it's fine, because I know that you're busy, you know that you want to get to work. Because usually I just wait and stay stood at the door. And I say, yeah. She goes, and she gets into the car, and she always takes ages in the car as well, to drive off. And of course, I'm going to stand there, right? I'm going to stand there till she's driven off to kind of wave her goodbye. And as she turns on the car and she drives forward, she's looking kind of like sad and almost sulking. And she looks to the right, and she was not expecting to see me there. And her face bursts into like the biggest girly little smile ever. Like she almost gasps, and she does like that to me. She's proper happy. She drives off happy. That happened. I didn't even see it as a story. But I see multiple guys like smiling with like wholesomeness right now, right? That story, guess what that is? We're all entrepreneurs and businessmen here. Guess what that story is? Someone type on chat. There's a particular word which we can say is entrepreneurs and businessmen. What do we want to acquire? And what do we want less of? Not exactly a pitch. Not emotional. What do we want? What has Rich Dad Poor Dad taught us? Assets. That story is an asset. That is literally added to my net worth because it's an asset that will pay me dividends every single time that I speak it. Notice how like a lot of the guys are engaged right now, probably more engaged in this entire lecture right now through that story than you were when I was just telling you about goal setting. It's very powerful. And this happened. Genuinely, this was not a significant moment of my life. This was just a random day. I didn't even ever like really think about it. I didn't plan to ever kind of tell that story. It was with Homework for Life. When later on that day, I was thinking like, oh, what's the story that I'm going to end up writing about today? This is just stupid. I'm probably not going to do this. And I ended up writing about that. And I think the only reason why I remember that moment, because it's just simple. It's just like literally my girl just smiling at me. But the only reason why I remember is because I actually wrote it down. So Homework for Life, you can add to your habit tracker. It's where every single day you just try to get a story from what happened today. It could be literally you writing, Hamza told me about Homework for Life. That could be it. It could be that your mum ended up talking to you about something. It could be that literally you stubbed your toe again on the same place. Whatever it is, each of these, let's say 1 out of 10 of the ones that you use on your YouTube videos, and it hooks and engages people like I've just hooked and engaged you with this story with my girl. It's probably powerful, right? It's probably a nice little habit to get into. And also, let's just forget about business for a second. It actually really, I'm not going to lie, it really makes you appreciate your life more. It really adds to the depth of your life. You know, as you get older, but now that we're all like 20 years old on average, it's every year is kind of insignificant for us. Every month kind of goes a lot faster now than it did 10 years ago. And so especially with the grind of self-improvement routine, like a month is just the same. We do the same things at the same time. The story is what actually keeps your time abundance, because that story of this one particular day has just gave me life in a weird way. If I didn't have that one story from that day would have been lost from the sand timer of my life. It would have been forgotten forever. That story is the only reason why that day actually is here. Like, I get to express it. I get to feel that valuable piece of sand that's dripped through the 80,000 days that we get in our lives.
In general, just brand deals, since you brought it up, integrating them well. I think that's something a lot of creators don't do. Like, they'll just do a brand deal out of the blue. They'll just be filming a video, and then around the 3-minute mark, just start talking about a random company.
Yeah.
And I feel like if you don't want viewers to click away and you want people to not get pissed off and call you to sell out, you got to find a way to integrate it into content. And ideally, use the money in the video to make it better. Like, as the easiest thing you can do when you do a brand deal is just tell people how you're using the money from the brand deal to make your content better. And if you do that, like, no one cares. Now they're supporting you for it. And you go from being a sellout to like, oh, I'm doing this to make better videos for you guys, you know?
I don't know if you can share, but with those brands, when you have discussions with them, are they strict about how long you need to be talking about it? Or is it more about they're leaving control to you about the artistic element of it?
The problem is the ones who don't give us the artistic element, we just don't really work with anymore.
Sure.
Because it's just, you know, we get 100 million views a video now, and I can confidently say I know how to entertain them and convert them better than these random brands. So yeah, if they don't give us that freedom, I just won't work with them.
So you have that leverage, but for smaller creators,
it's a lot harder. Yeah. And they're gonna just say 45 seconds, here's what you say, take it or leave it. And it's like pretty brutal. Because I think just in general, if brands were more accommodating to let creators tell their story of the brand and talk about the brand in a way that felt a little more natural, I think it'd be less cringe. People would be less likely to go, you know, tap, 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 skip. And obviously it would convert better, but they're just so afraid and they want this standardized thing. Say these words and 45 seconds right here at this 3-minute mark.
Yeah, I often think about how to resist that.
You just don't do them though, right?
Not on YouTube, right? I do, on the audio, I do ads in the very beginning, and I say you can skip them if you want.
Gotcha.
But
I'm sure the brand loves that.
I don't like. The point is they. So the funny thing about podcasts is different than YouTube videos. Podcast people actually do listen to ads a lot because it's slower paced and they like the creator voice, like talking about the thing. But in general, I just don't believe you should be talking about a thing for a minute exactly, and that's going to be effective. I want to see the data for that. I think what's much more effective is the way you do ads, which is like integrate into the content, like put a lot of effort into making a part of that, like doing the brand deals. And it's difficult to have that conversation. It's like a very strenuous conversation you have to have with brands. You have to have each one at a time. And I just wish there was more of a culture to say like the quality of the ad read matters a lot more than the like the silly parameters, like the timing of it, like how long it is, the placement of it, all that kind of stuff.
So listening to this, you know, people are probably thinking, wow, that sounds like a lot of time and a lot of effort spent in like the idea and packaging phase. And I would agree. Something that I've realized bringing this in though, it feels like it's more worth it to spend more time on each individual video idea than try to put out just something on a really fast paced schedule. It feels like the upside is higher to take bigger swings than more frequent swings. And that's something that I've really taken away as I've gone down this YouTube journey is like, think bigger, plan longer, be more flexible on like the schedule that you're publishing on. Do you agree with that?
I 100% agree. There are very few exceptions. I think the exceptions would be something like news. So if you make news content, like it's no good to me seeing what happens last week today. You know, like news content is very time specific. So if you make content that is extreme time specific, I'm also thinking like tech reviews as things come out right away. It's very important to be just like a content machine, get your content out. But for most channels, I think you can benefit from the quality approach. Like I actually gave a talk at a big conference, and the title of the talk was how to grow more by posting less. That was like my whole philosophy, because I think it's very conventional wisdom on YouTube that you have to be consistent, you have to post lots of videos. I think that's important at the beginning stage of your journey, for sure. Like I would recommend beginner YouTubers post as much as they can without burning themselves out. Like post as much videos as you can, get the reps in for sure. But once you get to a point, I think it's important to look at it and be a bit more tactful with what you're doing, and don't just have this scattergun approach of I need to make video, I need to make video, I need to make video. I find myself having to almost deprogram YouTubers from that philosophy and way of thinking on a daily basis. And these aren't just beginners. They're like YouTubers with 1 million subscribers. I have to be like, dude, like it's better to miss this week's video than post a bad video that's going to like not satisfy our viewers. It's going to churn viewers. People are not going to click on it. They're going to be like, what? Like, why did he post that? That's way below his usual standard. So I do like to have the quality approach. I think it can work in nearly every niche. An example I use quite a lot is I've done a bit of advisory work for the last 2 years with, or last year and a half with Noah Kagan. Before I came in to help with Noah Kagan and his team, they were posting 3 or 4 videos a week for 2 years. In the sort of 6 months after I started working with them, we reduced that upload frequency down to 3 or 4 videos a month. So not 3 or 4 videos a week, 3 or 4 videos a month. And if anyone wants to go look at a graph of 2021, November 2021 onwards, you'll see the years before that and then the years after it and how quickly that trajectory happened by long form. Like shorts have helped us since, but it was long form that originally took off that massive trajectory. And a huge part of that was I didn't do anything that special. I helped with some thumbnails, I helped with ideas, and myself and Jeremy on the team go back and forth on things a lot. But ultimately, it was just approaching YouTube with a better philosophy and saying, no, this isn't just a treadmill we have to post 3 or 4 videos a week on. This can be something where we are much more tactful. And I remember very clearly talking to the team and saying, like, at the start, it was like, if something can't get 100K views, we shouldn't make it. And we were very tactful over like, do we think this has potential? Is this a big enough topic? So we went from making very niche videos to making videos that had that broad, wide appeal. And funnily enough, the first video we did together now has 4.5 million views. So when you apply that thinking, of course, every occasion doesn't work like that. Sometimes it takes a lot longer. But when you apply that thinking, I think it can make a massive difference with a lot of channels.
So how do I script my videos? I've tried all kinds of scripting. When I first started YouTube, I wrote word for word, and that was horrible. I've always hated that. It just makes me feel like a robot, because you only get to be like focused on the video for 5 seconds at a time. Then you got to look back, then you got to do this. It just feels fake, and you're not able to really feel the emotions inside. So I did that for the first few videos, didn't really like it. But then what I started to do is I just made a few points through my day. So I live the life that I talk about. I'll go to the gym, I speak to the boys, and I'll just keep getting ideas 24/7, just around the clock. And when I do, I naturally just kind of think of the title naturally, just because I've seen enough YouTube videos to kind of know, you know, which ones. I just have used YouTube for like 10 years, so I know which videos kind of perform well, what kind of titles, and I'll start to get the title in my mind. And sometimes it's a title that's never been done before. Sometimes the title is like how to stop beating your meat like a little monkey. It's like no one's ever had a YouTube title like with that before. But it'll come into my mind, I'll write down the title, and straight away there'll be like one argument that I already have generated in my brain, that usually it's about like what someone has said to me and they didn't understand my point of view. So then I kind of argue with them in my mind, and then I write that point down. Oh, but you know, if you think that fapping's okay, but you should do this, right? And then suddenly I've got the title, and I've got like one major point that like this hit that the video's about. And then I decide, depending on like what kind of videos I actually want to make, how much detail I'm going to put into this script. So sometimes with the video I made recently on what country to raise your children in, then I made a video on should you date women or for experience, or should you wait. For these videos, I literally wrote down like 5 to 10 points which I thought were relevant. I try and base it around what I think the viewer thinks right now, which is wrong, and what his counterpoint will be. So like, I'm good at this stuff in terms of, you know, you said like every word seems like it hits and I'm able to convince you. It's just because like I do this stuff for fun. I have these conversations, and then, you know, I'll say something to the guy who's asking me a question about self-improvement, and everyone always comes back with the same arguments, but they'll say, oh, but what about this? So when 3 people have said that to me, then suddenly it's like when I'm recording my video, I can say, oh, and you might, Hamza, what about this? It's like I can make fun of it so that whatever they're thinking in their mind, they feel a bit foolish for having like the limiting belief. And so suddenly it's like, okay, that really hits. And then sometimes I do like the really detailed videos. So I do the full monk mode guide, I do the full testosterone guide, anxious attachment guide. For those ones, I put in a lot more work. For those ones, I usually go through like a book and I go like step by step. Okay, intro, this is the story I'm going to tell. Next chapter is like the chapter of the book. This is what I'm going to do in there. So I did this with this book, 100 Million Offers by Alex Hormozi. I went through step by step in the book and essentially wrote down not my own summary, but like points of each part of the book. And then as I'm writing the points, there's other arguments I want to bring in, other stories. So suddenly it's like I have a detailed script of points, stories, counter arguments. These ones take a lot more time. They're a lot less enjoyable for me, but I do think that they're more valuable for the person watching. So sometimes like I get really into doing these because they're super valuable. Other times I just hate it because it takes a lot of work. I go through an entire book, like not just a summary or anything. I literally read the entire book, so it takes days. And then I have a very detailed script, which I find quite hard to record with as well, because then I'm recording. I don't edit my video, so I'm recording. I've got to look at the script. I lose a little bit of the flow, but the video then becomes very structured, very nice. It's not word for word, but it's like each point that I want to get across is there. So sometimes it's enough to like scroll down the page for a few seconds. Of all the ones that I've done, I'd say the most effective for me has been more of like the very quick lower budget one, which is I'll literally just open up this new page. What's the title? I'll write down in very few words what story of my life that I'll tell. So I'll literally write down like story. That one day I woke up and jacked off 3 times, and the 3rd time my dick didn't even get fully hard. Okay, sweet. I'm gonna tell. I already know the story, so I don't need to write it out fully. Okay, I know what I'm gonna say. Then after that, I'll start to write down a few arguments, and that's it. And then I don't really need to even look at the script, but it's just open in front of me on the computer whilst I record. And so sometimes when you see me, like I'll say something impactful, and then I'll just kind of like stop, and I'll just look at the camera. People think I'm being like dramatic or anything. I just don't know what else to say right now, so I'm waiting for my brain to quickly come on, man. And sometimes you see me, I'll look away for a second. What I'm really doing is like glancing over, because I've got a few points. I'm just checking, okay, have I done these points? And other times I'm a lot more honest with it. You actually see me and I'm like,
I would study YouTube videos about how to control recoil with this certain weapon. I would go into maps in the game when there was no one in the game, and I would practice grenade throws from different locations on the map to figure out where I need to stand to make sure I hit a grenade so it lands exactly where the enemy usually is. Like I would obsess over all these little details. But other areas of my life, I was always pretty smart in school. Like I always got good grades, but I was like the least studious person ever. Like I would just always leave things to the last minute. I would just sort of rely purely on my natural certain level of intelligence and then just show up and just be lazy and arrogant. And, a lot of my teachers probably didn't really like me because I was quite lazy, arrogant, a bit cheeky, got in a little bit of trouble. And I think I always had that feeling of like, I always have one thing in my life that I focus all my energy and drive towards. Everything else just feels like I have an arrogant or I had at the time sort of a arrogant laziness around it. And then I think just you get older and you just, I think a lot of people could look back at their sort of 18, 19-year-old self and just say that's a very different person to who I am today. And I think I just learned to kind of put that focus and energy and that intensity I had towards something else other than just becoming really good at a video game, which is now, YouTube and business. Like that's where I put my intensity and focus. So I've always had it, I guess. I just think it was misallocated.
What's it like having a faceless channel? Because I've never done content where I've just kind of like maybe narrated or like voiced over to anything. It's kind of just like I turn on the camera and just start talking kind of. What's it like being, what are the different challenges with a faceless channel that you wouldn't have with like Mr. Beast, for example?
So a difficulty with faceless channel usually is they don't convert as well to like a off-platform thing. So for example, if you're selling merch or if you're selling like a product or something, they usually don't convert as well because you don't have that personal eye-to-eye connection with someone. And even for brand deals, like brands will see that when they do a deal with a faceless channel, and let's say they get 100K views, and they do a deal with a channel with a face and a personality, and they get 100K, the face and the personality greatly overperforms in most situations. So that is one struggle, and that's one con. Luckily, I've been a bit resistant to that because while I'm a faceless channel, I still like show my face in my profile picture. I still have it on Twitter. People know who I am. They see a bit of my personality as well. They know I'm, the kind of YouTube guy. So it kind of works in that way for me. But in terms of the pros, I just like the fact that 20, 30 million people have seen my videos, but I can walk down any street anywhere and people don't recognize me. I've been recognized like maybe 7, 8 times in my whole life from people I didn't know. Mostly in Dublin. People are just like, oh, Paddy Galloway, right? Watch like that. That's happened to me a couple of times. And even though I don't have like this massive channel, I've had friends that maybe have a similar amount of views and similar amount of subscribers, and in certain cities, they're just constantly being stopped. Or they get like these texts. They're on the train or something, and they get this text on their Instagram request. They go in and they say, "I'm looking at you right now," and like I just feel like that's kind of weird and a bit freaky. So I like that side of things. I like the fact you're kind of a bit more anonymous and you can just walk around anywhere. Like I feel like even if I had 2 or 3 million subscribers, I could walk around Dublin for a whole day and never get recognized. Whereas if I had 2 or 3 million subscribers on a channel that has my face in it, like some of the big Irish YouTubers, I even think like Jacksepticeye or people like that, they'll get mobbed if they go anywhere.
Yeah.
And even like, I mean, with my type of content, it's never going to be like lots of young kids coming up because like I make videos for YouTubers, so it's a bit more niche. But even at that, it's like you get that sort of level of, privateness, and you're able to just kind of go about your life as if, no one knows who you are. And then as well, I think another advantage is sometimes just it's another thing you don't have to think about. So I said to you earlier, like I don't actually really like being on camera. It's just something I don't like doing, and that's one of the reasons I love working with people who are good on camera. So the clients I'm working with in America, Jesser, he's amazing on camera. He's just phenomenal on camera. He's just naturally talented at it. So I can work with him, and we can build something insane together. But if that was me on camera, I feel like I'd let it down, because I just don't have the
charisma,
maybe on-screen charisma for it. Yeah, and it's a very different thing, like outside of it. Like I think if you meet me in real life, or if you work with me in real life, I'm pretty humorous. Like I've got a good energy. I'm not just like this kind of like super introverted, shy guy or anything. But when a camera comes on, I just kind of freeze a little bit. It's never just been my thing. I've never felt comfortable with it. So it's another thing I don't have to think about. It's just like, well, I just have to record my voice and make the animation, and that's all I have to think about.
Someone that they have to take like a little month or two to like change their content and like almost take the dip, take the hit, and then to like come back stronger. Is that something that happens a lot?
It is. It's just so difficult for people to do that. So I've had plenty of times where I've been like, hey, let's say you're doing 2 million views a video doing this style, but you want to get to 10 million views a video. Sometimes you need to take an L on views while you figure that out. But what happens is everyone's like, yeah, I'll do that. But then when it comes down to it and they see those 10 out of 10s, they're like, no, I'm going back to what works. They don't want to experiment. So I have had situations like that, but it's extremely difficult to navigate because essentially you're basically telling someone, forego short-term revenue for the long term. And everyone says, oh yeah, I do that. But then when it's like you're making considerably less than you were before, it's suddenly like, oh, actually, never mind. I preferred being safe and doing what I was doing before.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of the people I took on last year, we've 5 to 10x views per month, and we've posted a third of the videos that they were doing before. Like they were posting 3 or 4 a week. Now we're posting like 1 a week max. And it took like a short term bit of like thinking about that and kind of figuring that out, because in your head you're like, oh, less videos, less revenue, less views. But it's worked because we just put more focus on them. So yeah. That comes down to your original question a few minutes ago about like, do you find people that are difficult to work with or are hard to kind of motivate or keep on your same kind of level? And because I can select, I'm usually pretty good at whittling that down. But generally YouTubers, if they've already got to a certain level, they're pretty hardworking. So that's usually not a problem. It's more the thing I sometimes struggle with is just trying to find people to hire that can push it like me and go to those levels. But
pretty standard question, but like, how do you grow when you have nothing? You've no viewers, you've no subscribers, you've no real direction. How would you grow if you were starting again from zero? Because you've obviously done it a few times yourself.
Yeah, I think the first thing is getting good enough to even warrant that question, you know, like so making enough videos to the point where I don't necessarily say to a small YouTuber they should be getting too caught up in like, am I growing, unless they've posted 50 or 100 videos. And it is that cliche of like, oh, just post videos and eventually you'll figure it out. But genuinely, if you haven't posted 50 to 100 videos, you shouldn't even really be paying too much focus on how things are going or how big you've got or how small you are or whatever. I just think first thing is just volume, because you need that volume. I see all the time, you know, the person who just studies everything. They study all my tweets, they study my videos, they study other people on Twitter. They work and they just spend ages working on this video and they release it and it gets 10 views and they're like, YouTube's a rigged game. I did everything these people said. And it's like, yeah, except one thing. You've only made 2 videos or 3 videos. You need to do that same thing 50 more times. And that's where it kind of weeds out the people who just want to play YouTube like a game and the people who actually want to take this seriously and make something of it. So yeah, the first thing is volume. And then after volume, I think it's just sort of seeing what the trends are in your niche, like seeing what's working well for other people and just saying what's my twist on it. So if you want to do, let's say if you want to do fishing videos, because that's just front of mind for me. If I was starting a fishing video channel tomorrow, first thing I would do is I would post 50 videos to get good. Because I'm already good at making videos, I wouldn't need to do that. So I could kind of be more tactful from the start, but I've posted probably 2,000 videos in my lifetime, and that's why I've got to the level I'm at. So the first thing I'd do is I'd look around and I'd say, okay, what's working within my niche? What's working in other niches? Can I adapt that to my niche? So maybe it's like surviving using only this fishing rod, or maybe it's the world's cheapest fishing rod versus world's most expensive fishing rod.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's I caught X amount of fish in 24 hours, or, you know, catching every species of fish in one lake in 24 hours. Like I would look and say, these are trends that are working across YouTube. Can I adapt that to my niche? And everyone is like, oh yeah, that doesn't work for me. That doesn't work in my niche. It doesn't work in this niche or whatever. But so often it's not always about the editing. It's not always about the pace. It's about the ideas. And generally on YouTube, people like these concepts, these challenges, these high stakes, 24 hours surviving, cheapest, biggest, world's most expensive, world's cheapest, world's best. They like those kind of big, punchy ideas. So I would just take my niche and say, how can I adapt that to my niche?
Yeah.
World's most expensive watch versus world's cheapest watch. You know, like wearing a watch, like living using only an Apple Watch for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Or for a week. You know, like there's so many ways you can adapt that kind of big challenge meta into your niche. So that's what I do. And I just make a lot of videos like that. See if I can trend jack. See if I can mix other YouTubers into my topics. Like maybe it's responding to someone's watch collection, if it's a watch channel. Or maybe it's like finding a way to collab with another YouTuber. Maybe it's like building another YouTuber the biggest fishing rod in the world. Or, you know, this is if you're in a fishing niche. Like you can just find things that work and just adapt that to the niche you have. But really, the thing I keep coming back to, you know, there's a million little tips, but the thing I keep coming back to is having that volume first. Just being willing to take 3 or 4 years to make this work. And even at that, you have to have the mindset at the start that you're not guaranteed anything. You can do 50 videos. You can work really hard. You can take all the tips, and it still doesn't necessarily work every time. It might not be your first channel that works. I see YouTube very much like starting a business. If you look at startup success rates, you know, like 90% fail. But does that mean you shouldn't start a startup? No, because you learn, you meet great people, you get experience, it looks good on your CV, and there's a really good chance, there's a very possible chance you could hit it big and create something incredible that changes people's lives. So that's kind of how I think about YouTube too. It's like, it's difficult, there's lots of competition, the odds are sometimes completely stacked against you. But the pros aren't just making it on YouTube. Like if someone is listening to this podcast and they say, I want to do YouTube, so they start a channel, let's just say it's a fishing channel, they make 100 videos, they really work, they learn everything they can about YouTube. And after 100 videos, they're at a point where maybe they have like a few thousand subscribers, but it's not enough to make a living. And they're like, this isn't working. I would hire them. You know, someone else would hire them tomorrow. They've just basically took 3 years to get an education how YouTube works. YouTube is one of the, you know, biggest platform. It's the biggest media platform in the world, basically. There's people hiring every single day. There's people on Twitter just begging for talented enough people to hire. So I think of it as like, even if the YouTube doesn't work out, you've basically just given yourself an education in an incredibly huge career that could be very lucrative for you too.
Yeah.
So that's how I think about it. It's like, yeah, it's one of those things.
Right now, you're going to get better with every video that you record. Whether or not you are thinking consciously of something to practice or something to implement, just by recording up to 50 videos, you'll get the biggest improvements in your recording skill. You know, kind of like the guy who starts in the gym and in the first 6 months, you build the most amount of muscle and then it slows down after that. You're still in that phase. So every 5 videos, you're going to be significantly better if you just keep showing up. I think the best way to record is to stare at the camera, the phone, but to not talk to a camera, to talk to your viewer, your younger self, your friend, the person who your videos are for. It's them who is sat in front of you, exactly as they are. So many people will talk to the camera, hey guys, welcome back to my channel, you know, oh, like, you know, this, and that era of YouTube is done now. The next chapter of YouTube is where the viewer feels like he is your friend. You must make them feel like they are your friend. The biggest people who are doing the best on social media right now speak not to a camera, but to their friend. You see that their body languages, the small movements, the way they speak so casually. Because in the end, it is actually your friend. It is your younger self. I would tell you one more thing. Don't speak to your audience. Don't speak to the subscribers, the movement. Right now, you probably don't have many subscribers, but eventually you will start to get them. And it can be easy to think, okay, I make this video for my audience. But if you do that, that can be a mistake. What can be better than that is that you still keep making the video for the specific person. Hey, bro, not hey, guys. And you guys need to understand, and you need to understand this. And they will say this to you, and you will experience this. No, you guys will experience this, because if you are here speaking to this huge group of an audience, they don't feel as special. What they want, what viewers want, especially in this niche, they want this. One-to-one, just like this. How does that sound? How for you to improve? Choose one of those things and make 5 videos just focused on that one thing. You just think about the thing just before you press record. You read what you just wrote, then press record. And did you say you got a new iPhone as well? Good man. That's the best one. So I said to everyone recently, if I could go back in time, I would never have bought a camera. I bought the professional camera at 3,000, 5,000 subscribers, professional mic. Regrets. Unless you are a filmography enthusiast, unless you love cameras, you can't wait to get the DSLR 4.6 pixel. Like, if you love that stuff and it's a hobby, sure, go ahead. But if you just want to make good YouTube videos, only consider just get an iPhone. As soon as you start to like mess around with cameras, you don't realize how much extra headache there is. Now you got to get all the chargers, the batteries. Now you got to get a mic that fits in, and you can't just plug the charger right into your computer. You got to get the SD card, and the SD card fits in like this. You record for 55 minutes and the camera batteries dies. You've got to unplug the camera, take the battery out. No problems with an iPhone. You literally just press record. Everyone here knows how to use a phone. Easy. As soon as you get the camera, that becomes a massive headache. And the iPhone camera is literally better than most cameras out there.
And then just like poor retention strategy. So really bad intros, things like, you know, hi guys, welcome back to the channel. If you didn't know me, I'm this, like introducing themselves. I always talk about the best intros hit you with action as quickly as possible.
And some people say, well, there's no action in the education niche. Well, the action in the education niche is just education then, like the value proposition. You can replace action with value proposition instead of context. So a lot of people front load the video with way too much context, where they go, you know, let's say if it was my video and I front loaded it with too much context, I would start the video by saying, hey guys, welcome back. If you don't know me already, I'm, you know, Paddy Galloway. I'm one of the top YouTube consultants. And today we're going to look at Mr. Beast, and I'm going to show you some of the really interesting things he does. We're going to learn a lot in this video, and there's going to be 4 main parts to it. And, you know, all this sort of like nonsense context.
So what do you do instead?
So what you do instead is you really focus on getting into the action story as quick as possible. So, for example, the intro style of context. What if you replace that by one line of context, so like one sentence to describe the start of the video, and then actually get into the information? Now, people hate that because they're like, how do I introduce myself? How do they know me? But if I just set that kind of rule, let's do 10 seconds of explanation and then straight into it, or even 5 seconds of explanation, get straight into it. You'll get creative of finding ways to like give that context without making it boring. So you'll actually, you know, in my case, I'm still giving context on a YouTuber. Like I say stuff like, so how did he grow from, you know, 1 to 10 million in 1 year? That is context in a way, but it's still story. It's still interest. Instead of saying like, in this video, I'm going to show you how he grew from this to this. It's like, how did he do this? Obviously, if you hear that as a viewer, you know we're going to talk about how he did that. So you don't need to explicitly tell you. So I would just focus on shorter intros, jumping into the content a lot quicker, and also not having so much separation. So a lot of people do this thing like where it's, you know, today we're going to cover this, and it's going to be really cool. You should watch to the end. Let's get straight into it. And then like this pause, and then they get into the rest of the video. The best intros don't feel like intros. They just flow together. If you watch my videos from like 3 years ago, you'll see I do like, you know, today we're going to look at how Peter McKinnon grew his YouTube channel. Welcome to another episode of YouTube Masterclass. And then pause and then go into it. If you look at my videos over the last 2 years, I primarily, you know, just don't give this almost like bookmarked or like stop.
So there's just one
in
flow.
The intro. It just flows, and you can't really pinpoint when the intro ended. The video just goes. I think that they're the best intros. So for channels that size, that's the primary concern. And then for channels, for like 1 million, 10 million plus channels, I just boil it down to where the main results are. So title, thumbnail, intro, topic, like those like areas. If you can just make better decisions in those areas, you'd be amazed at how different results can be. Which is it's a beautiful thing, because you can like make so many right decisions in other areas of business and still not get results because of external factors. But on YouTube, if you just make better thumbnails, better titles on better topics with better intros, I know it sounds easy to say, but if you really focus on those areas, the results are incredible. Like, you know, there's a guy on Twitter I just messaged or just replied to yesterday who's called Quabblecop, and he's a big
the biggest Dutch YouTuber.
Yeah, he's huge, and we had a few chats on DMs before as well. And he posted something where he was like, you know, I've been kind of slipping with my content a little bit. I think he got like 20 million views or 25 million views in the last 30 days. I mean, that sounds nice to be slipping, and you're getting 25 million views in the last 30 days. But he was like, check back on my channel in like, you know, a month or 2 months and see, because I know what to do. And in his case, for the next month, I would just assume he's going to just really focus on his audience, focus on making very specific videos and really putting more effort in title and thumbnails than he currently is. And I would be willing to bet that in 2 months' time, he'll be at 50 million views a month again, or maybe even more, or maybe a little less, but like he's definitely going to improve and get his views back up there. So for channels of that size, it usually is just making better decisions. It's critique. Like I quite often, it's funny because some people would have imposter syndrome because a lot of these channels obviously have much bigger view counts than I do. But I've no problem getting on a call with Eric and saying, Eric, his name is Eric. I say, Eric, what are you doing with this idea? This is the worst thumbnail I've ever seen. This is terribly paced. Do this instead. Change this. And the thing about kind of being an imposter syndrome or whatever is, if what I was saying didn't work, I wouldn't have a business. But even in Eric's case, like I worked with Eric and I just roasted him for like an hour straight. And he was even like, Paddy, like you're hurting my feelings, but I love this. And then afterwards, like, the next 2 or 3 months on his channel, not that it was just me, because obviously I just like help people with a few things and they do most of the rest themselves. But I just gave him some pointers, and I'm sure he got pointers from other people as well. And like, he really turned his channel around, because he was actually in a little bit of a dip at the start of the year, and now I would describe as one of the hottest entertainment channels in the US right now. Like, he's getting big viewership. So yeah, it's usually about being very honest, roasting it, and always thinking about, is this the best thumbnail we could have made? Surely there's a more interesting way we could have framed this video.
Very good question. So if you just copy someone's title, which is something I recommend, there's still chances that it won't perform well. Because, for example, with how to build an aesthetic body, that's my top viewed video. It's got 4 million views. It had 250 views till 1 year in. Right, so it's actually on track. When you copy the results, right? Not the end term. You can't just copy and just suddenly get to the end point. You've got to go through the same trajectory. So these videos have got a lot of views. Chances are with Steph is Cold videos, with my video, you've copied a video that didn't get an instant burst of views, but rather it kind of like, stayed kind of low, and then it popped off in the future. If your video is good, if the CTR and everything, because the topic and the impressions are set, if the video is pretty good and people like you, I can imagine the how to build an aesthetic physique within a few months to about 2 years, we'll just start getting 5-10K views per day out of nowhere, even though it was staying at like 100 for an entire year. So you're on the right track. What I would do, if you possibly can, is to try and figure out the videos that have got the instant growth and also the long-term growth. So how to build an aesthetic physique didn't actually have that, definitely because my channel was small at the time. But if you go and see the videos that I've posted, which have about 800K to 1.1, 1.2 million views, the clickbaity kind of ones, top 5 ways, seven ways to do this. Let's say in about October, November, December of 2022, those ones got instant views. Those ones, if you try and copy 1 or 2, I would expect instantly 500 views over the night, 1,000. If obviously like the impressions is set, the idea is set, so we just need you to make like a pretty decent thumbnail. There can be, but it's usually not that quick. I copied videos which were 1, 2, 3 years old. And so my videos, which are 6 months old, it's like I copied from 3 years old, and my video still performed really well. I don't know off my head. I would assume there's probably Social Blade, TubeBuddy, but I've never actually looked into that. At least for me, in your own analytics, you can see the view graph, but you can't really see it for other people's stuff. I would assume maybe you can see particular videos on Social Blade, but if you can find, like the easier way to do this is to find when a channel was blowing up, when it gained a lot of subscribers. So you can either use this from memory, or you can use this from using these tools. For example, from memory, Iman Gaji, he's got 2.7 million subscribers. From memory, he blew up, let's say, 2022, maybe about near the later half of it, probably about September. I'd be looking at those videos, and a lot of them have got 1 million views. That's the finance niche, but I'd be looking at those videos, for example. The value is in your story. That's the first part that will differentiate you from other creators. Your story, your personality, the way that you speak. Over time, the more that you make these videos and also the more that you live this life yourself, you'll develop concepts and frameworks like other people have, mindsets. Steph Cole's got a bunch of mindsets. I've got a bunch of mindsets, concepts. I talk about the most important habits, meditation, gratitude journaling. Okay, meditation's like this, gratitude journaling is like this. That's my unique value. People have been teaching meditation for thousands of years, and yet I've been able to get successful from this because of the way that I explain it, because of my story. Start with your story and then explain things in your most authentic way. Don't review the video. So for example, when you're copying a video of mine, don't watch it with Steph Cole. If you've already watched them, fair enough, but don't actually watch them. When I steal someone else's their title and stuff, I don't watch their videos at all, because I don't want their beliefs and mindsets and whatever they've said in that to contaminate my mind. I'd rather just take someone's title or use ChatGPT and start to like think myself of what I would say in there. And as many times as possible in your video, interject it with your own experiences, whether it's your own or something that happened to a friend, something that you said to a friend. Soon enough, you're going to find that you'll have an answer for most of the things you talk about. You'll tell someone to stop simping. You'll tell your friends that. You'll say it onto YouTube, and you'll notice that there's the same response over and over again. Oh, but what about this? But what about this? But what about this? And you've probably, had this conversation with your friends where they said, oh no, but that's not simping. And you think, no, it is. That's your framework developing there. So now you say that in your video. So stop simping. Here's a story of me simping. And you might think that this isn't simping, or you might think this limiting belief that loads of people have said to you so far, but it's not because of this. That's your individual value.
You were starting a YouTube channel in 2024, what would you do? Especially considering that you've been in the YouTube game for 17 years now. You've started multiple channels, 3 silver play buttons. How would you get started in this new year?
Yeah, so I wrote down 5 things when I thought about this question. And the first one is courage. You have to start messy. And I think about this, I have some tactics as we get into it, but now that I've had the chance to coach so many different people that have started YouTube channels and grow their YouTube channels, I've realized that really the first thing that holds us back is ourself and our fears and our mindsets. We feel like we're not ready. We feel like, man, is anybody going to care? We feel like, am I going to be judged? Is there going to be negative comments? And these are all legitimate mindsets, but you're not going to get results if you don't start. You're never going to know if you don't start. Everything that you want in life is outside of your comfort zone. So I do want to lay a foundation that you got to start before you're ready. You got to start messy. You probably have a million questions. Even if you've already been subscribed to or the Think Media podcast or other channel for a while, you still probably are like, but what about this? But what about that? You have to just start. And my second tip is clarity, and we can hit that one in a second. But the reason that I say start messy is there's really 2 kinds of people. Maybe you're already a professional, a business owner. So you're already know you're in real estate, you already are in carpentry, and so like you're going to start a DIY channel helping people fix stuff around the home. You know that you're going to start a real estate channel to get leads, clients, and sales in your local community. You know you're a musician that uses Ableton, so you want to start doing music tutorials. Like, you already have clarity. So if you have that, we can dial that in when we get there in a second. But there's this whole other category where someone's listening to this, they know they want to start, but they're unsure. They have a million questions about what niche, what topic, what about this, what about that. And I would encourage you to just start posting videos. Just try something. Don't overthink it, because we do learn by doing. And I know for me, because I didn't have fierce clarity when I started, I just started posting random videos on my Sean Cannell channel. There's a million lessons of mistakes I made, but the benefit of that was I started to learn how to film. I learned how to edit. I experimented with this topic, that topic. And even though the brand ended up being kind of not great and the niche wasn't really clear and I was all over the place, and that wasn't my successful YouTube channel, I haven't even uploaded there in years. It was a personal development experience, a skill development experience. And I like to say I have 4 YouTube channels that helped me eventually start a successful one. So absolutely, in 2024, start as soon as possible. Don't put it off. Don't just watch YouTube videos. Don't just consume information. We learn by doing. Take action, press record. It takes courage. You got to get uncomfortable. So just start.
I kind of want to bring it back to the person who's starting out, right? What pitfalls are they going to run into? What can they avoid? What kind of mistakes are people making that either make them quit YouTube and they just give up on it, or maybe they're making some mistakes so they're not getting views anymore?
Yep.
What would be one of those that you think a lot of people make?
It's funny because those kind of feed into each other. I find that a lot of people give up too soon because they're not getting enough views. So they get discouraged. I've had videos that 240 days after they've been released start taking off. To almost a year. So
viral taking off.
Yeah. And you literally could be a year away from that video that you just made before you quit, or right before you quit, taking off because you just stopped uploading.
Yeah.
So, I think a mistake people get is they get bored. They're like, man, this is boring. Yeah. Well, it might be very boring because it's time for you to start working with other people. I know it is a lonely journey if you are just grinding and doing it all by yourself, but even if you found a collective or you started masterminding with a few friends, or maybe you started one. You're like, hey, every Monday we're gonna meet on Zoom, and just like you kind of did this, right? With your so if you just kept, if it was just you and you were just cranking it out, I would imagine you'd get really discouraged. But now you have guys being like, dude, try this thing, you know, like let's do that. So I think find a community, and I do love that about VRA is that there's a community of people constantly. It's every day. It's 24/7 of people checking in on each other, testing video ideas and things like that. Don't allow yourself to live in discouragement. It's okay to get discouraged, but don't live in that, because then it's going to cause you to quit. And by you quitting, there's that ripple effect of what could have been, or what should have been, what probably should have been. I actually think that if you do not quit on YouTube, that is the #1 recipe for success, is the trying at YouTube. I feel like we're trying at YouTube. We still are trying. Like we're always testing new formats, testing new things. And that's actually the goal. So, you know, we started this conversation talking about fitness, and that sometimes we have these end goals. Well, no, the goal is to build the lifestyle. So if I get discouraged in the journey and it causes me to quit, I actually lose, because the goal was to just stay on the journey. So don't allow discouragement to cause you to quit.
I love that. Our video editor for Think Media, Nate, he's over here.
Hey, Nate Dog.
He has a similar story with his channel. And so Nate's film,
Nate Dog, Nathan's Dogs. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
His channel is called Nate's Film Tutorials. And your video that took off, it initially, the director's one, it didn't take off right away. And so, and I think he was even, you know, probably a little bit discouraged, because he posted this video and I was like, dude, this video is fire. Like, this is going to get a ton of views and all this stuff. And it like just tanked. And it was also at a point for him where he was a slight pivot from like videography to filmmaking. And I was like, but bro, like just commit to the filmmaking, like commit to the pivot. And is this right here? So, okay, so check this out, dude.
Dang, 100.
100 days in, it ends up getting 6,000 views. And how many subscribers? You had like 20,000 subscribers at the point. So that's not a lot of views for him. But after 100 days, it jumps up and it just keeps skyrocketing. And now it's at 283,000 views.
Wow.
So just similar to you, right?
Right.
It just like found the audience. And here, you can take this back, Nate.
And this is actually a thing that is happening on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay. It's when you're just posting consistently and one video goes nuts. What do people do after that one video goes nuts? And what does YouTube do? #1, people start checking out the other videos. YouTube starts serving your next uploads, your older uploads. And then it starts to like fill in your channel, if you hypothetically, or you know, like an illustration is like an empty cup. Let's say you're empty and you have this one go viral, and now they're spilling over into other stuff. So now even for me, older podcasts I uploaded 2 months ago, they're starting to take off. But it's because people are starting to binge the channel. And it's because Nate didn't quit that people can now go back, they can go forward. And so this is why you don't want to quit.
Exactly. There's a lot of people who would post a video and then they would be discouraged after 159 days. They would give up, and then like their channel takes off, and they're like, there's all these new viewers coming in, and they go to your channel like, you're inconsistent. You don't post anymore.
Right.
You haven't posted in 6 months. And so what you have to do is stay consistent even when it's hard. And then YouTube rewards, like the snowball effect happens through consistency of recommending another one of your videos and another one. That's how YouTube works.
And it's like, honestly, if you're in finances, there's this term called compound interest. I would say this is a little bit more powerful because the amount of compound interest that takes place with attention, then it really puts the ball in your court to be able to do what you want to do, sell what you want to sell, you know, live how you want to live, you know? So yeah, don't make the mistake of.
What percentage of your viewers do you think have seen one of my videos before?
What percentage of the viewers on YouTube, right?
Yeah, of your viewers.
Of the viewers on YouTube, though.
Yeah.
Most of people.
Okay, sure, or all of them. It's just interesting because you're speaking very specifically like about my brand deal process, and so in my head, I'm like, I wonder what percentage of these people even have any idea what he's talking about.
That's interesting. I love the thinking about numbers.
The whole time we were having this conversation, that's all I could
think about it. It's like, God damn it. There's probably like 50% of these people have no fucking clue what he's saying.
Probably.
And we're about to torture him for 5 minutes.
Yeah, probably.
But that's something I can't turn off in my brain.
Less than 50%. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Is that exciting to you that there's like 50% of people have not watched a Mr. Beast video? Isn't that an opportunity?
Yeah, I guess it's an opportunity to grow. I don't know. Honestly, I was just kind of excited to hang out with you.
Yeah, me too.
So,
I mean,
today was a lot of fun.
Who cares at those mics?
Yeah, so it's kind of like having a buddy to go along the journey as I'm just kind of eating shit and doing my normal grind. It was like kind of fun. And also you just say really wise stuff constantly. So honestly, no, I never even put any thought into like the demographics or what I could gain. It's just interesting because like my retention brain, when you talk about something, I'm instantly like, what value are they going to get? How many of them are going to be interested? What percentage of people do I think will lose? And I'm like running all those calculations in the background. And that whole conversation, like anyway, it's just something I can't turn off. My like bells are like, error, this is bad.
What are the different strategies for high retention for your videos and in general?
It's like, how do you cook good food? You know what I mean? That's like the same kind of question.
I see. So there's so many different ways that so it boils down to, I mean, do you think at the level of a story, or do you think like literally watching 5 seconds at a time? Am I going to tune out here? Am I going to tune out here? Am I going to tune out here?
It's all of it. You need the overarching narrative, and then you also need the micro where every second, needs to be entertaining. And you basically, what's interesting is the longer people watch something, the more likely they are to keep watching. So you don't have to try as hard in the hypothetically back half of a video as you do in the front. Like even right now, we're so deep into this where a lot of people listening are probably just going to keep listening relatively close to the end unless we just have a really boring part of this conversation because they're just in it. They're immersed. And so a big, like to really boil it down to a simple level, you just want to get people where they're immersed in the content and then just kind of hold them there.
So let me just ask on that topic, how do you hire a great team? Like what have you learned about hiring for everything, for the main channel that you do, for the React, the game, the gaming channel, to Mr. Beast Burger, to Feastables, all that?
The big thing is, especially in this content creation, because it's not like anything that's done on Netflix or different content mediums. I really need people who are coachable and like really see the value in what I care about, because it's a very specific way of going about things, and it's a thing. There's no one like plug and play. Like if Netflix wanted to hire someone to do a documentary, there's probably tens of thousands of people you could hire that have worked on documentaries before. But if you want to hire someone to make super viral YouTube videos, like we do, there's just no one you can really pull from. Like sometimes I'll hire people from game shows, right? And they have all these preconceived notions about pacing and how a video should be, and you have to spend like the first year like breaking all these habits, and and they think they're better than you. Like a lot of people in traditional think they're better, and they think their way is better than what we do. And so for me, it's almost easier to hire people that are just hard workers, that are obsessed and really coachable, and just train them how to like be good at content creation and production, than to hire someone from like traditional, which is the only way to really do it, because there's not that many YouTube channels that have scaled up. So it's not like there's a huge talent pool of people who've worked on YouTube channels. So it's easier just to train someone than just pull them from traditional, because traditional people just, I don't know, they have all these opinions and things, and they just think our way of going about things is dumb.
Yeah, so you want people who have the humility to have a beginner's mind, even if they have experience.
And see the value. Like actually, you'll still get it. It's so crazy. Like especially some of my other friends that are scaling up their YouTube channels. There's people that will come on and you'll ask them like, "What do you want to be doing in 5 years?" And instead of saying, "Oh, I want to be working on this channel," they'll be like, "Oh, I hope to be working on movies or this or that." And they see like working on a YouTube channel as a launch pad to go into traditional. And it's like, no, like you just don't get it.
This is the future.
This is the end goal. Yeah. This is your career. And so I'm just so tired of having those kinds of conversations. Like I feel like people really should be coming around.
Are there like recurring interview questions that you ask? Is there ways to get?
Yeah, but the biggest thing is like, what do you want to be doing in 10 years? And if their answer isn't, making content on YouTube, or, if their answer is anything like movies or traditional stuff like that, it's like just a hell no. Like it just won't even remotely work.
Oh, so you really want people to believe in the vision of YouTube?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, it's like, oh, working here. You know what I mean?
So it's less about the medium and more about just being on a great team that's doing epic stuff.
Yeah, well, and yeah, the media as well, because it's hard to put it into words, but it's just two completely different ways of going about things. Like our videos aren't scripted, and it's a lot more run and gun. And if we hypothetically
blow up a giant car or whatever. Like you only have one take, you know what I mean? So, and it's not scripted. And so you have to over film, overshoot things, overcompensate for like the dumb way of going about it. And a lot of traditional people would be like, well, just plan what you're going to say and just plan the angles. You can cut the cameras in half. You can save 50 grand here. You can save, $75,000 in editing, this and that. And it's like, yeah, but that's not authentic. Like that's, blah, blah. You get it. It's almost so obvious that it hurts to have to like constantly have these conversations, but it's the world we live in.
If someone has it as a goal that they want to work with Mr. Beast, like what advice would you give them? And later in the video, I'll ask you the same thing for consulting. But like for now, like if someone wants to work with Mr. Beast or like another, like one of the best in the YouTube space, like what advice would you have for them?
I'd advise them to not I'd advise them to not do it straight out. I'd advise them to go work with a smaller YouTuber. Doesn't even have to be a small YouTuber, but just someone else for a year or two, and you just get really good there. Because if you come to him or anyone that size or that level of YouTuber and you're like, hey, I want a job, I don't have any experience, but I have my own channel, and then he goes in your own channel and it's kind of average.
Yeah.
But if you're like, hey, I want to work with you, I spent 2 years working for this person, I spent a year working for this person, look at the results we got, look at the videos I helped edit, look at the thumbnails I made. If anyone listening to this were to DM me and say, hey, I'm really interested in thumbnails, I would love to just even like shadow a YouTuber for a month or two and work with them and see if there's enough value for them to offer me a full-time job. Like I would have a list as long as your arm of YouTubers that would say, yeah, let's do it. So I would advise people to work. I'm not going to say work for free because that's always up to the person's individual choice of whether they want to do that or not. But work for a little, don't go into it with huge expectations of earnings. Find interesting channels, provide value, kind of the basics, and then use that to go work with someone else. Because I can't tell you how many people reach out to me and say, hey, could you get Jimmy to look at my CV? Like, no, if you didn't notice it wasn't good enough. So
YouTubers in our midst here listening, what general advice? I know it's very difficult to give advice when you can't see the channel. If someone's starting out on YouTube, right, that's probably an easier question. If someone's starting out, what are the core fundamentals they need to be looking at?
Yeah, and that's the key distinction, because if it's a channel with 20 million subscribers, I'm like looking at retention fall off at 30 seconds and comparing against the average and comparing multiple retention curves on the one chart and seeing these things and seeing how impressions change based on all these other factors and thumbnail switches. But for someone starting out, I mean, it's cliche advice, but the first thing is just to make loads of videos and on plenty of channels. Like, you can start lots of channels. Like your first channel probably isn't gonna be the one that takes off for you. And some people might say, oh, but it's about my personal brand, so like that's my channel. I'm like, well, maybe the first type of content you make on that channel isn't what takes off for you. Maybe you'll find an interest in a year's time that suddenly you have success with or whatever. So I think the first thing is just to get a volume of content out there. After that point, I would just really advise people to think about the attention span of a YouTube viewer. So a lot of people make videos and they'll do stuff like, hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the channel. My name is, they do these like typical introductions, and we're all guilty of this. I did it, a few years ago before I realized in retention that it's just a really bad thing for audience retention, which for anyone listening who doesn't know what I mean by audience retention, it's essentially the retention or the retainment of the viewer on a video. So how long they're staying for, what points they click off, and YouTube give you this really useful retention curve where you can see exactly where someone might have fell off or where someone spiked, which is maybe they rewound and watched again. And it gives you a great idea of like the average viewer's experience with the video. Did they watch half the video? Did they watch the whole video? Or whatever. But yeah, being very hyper aware at the start of the audience's rootlessness nature of having all this choice. YouTube is abundance of choice. If you go into a cinema, you've sat down, you've got your popcorn. Even if it is a boring moment at the start of the movie, you're just going to stick it out and see if it's good. If you're watching TV, you turn on the TV, you look at the guide, you turn on the TV. Sure, you can reach and turn the controller, but you're kind of invested into it. You've sunk some time into it. On YouTube, you're watching a video, and there's 7, 8 videos all down the side that are brightly colored on all your favorite interests. So if you give the viewer even this opportunity to consider that they might not want to watch this video anymore, you've lost. So the best advice I can give is make videos that just capture your attention. No over introducing yourself. No like big explanations about what you're going to do today. Just get into it. Just get into the content. Get straight into the video as quickly as possible. The best intros I see are the shortest intros. You don't want to spend 60 seconds introducing the topic. And you also don't want to you also want to think about
okay, let's just take the viewers. Let's say you're making a video on Ethereum, and your video on Ethereum, which is a cryptocurrency for those who don't know. I'm talking about kind of abstract stuff here. If you're making a video on Ethereum, maybe it's like my prediction for Ethereum, like what it's going to get. Is it going to go to 5K or something by 2022? What a beginner YouTuber will often do is say, welcome to my channel. I'm going to do a prediction on Ethereum, blah, blah, blah. And then they go, so what is Ethereum? Ethereum is this. And do like a really big introduction on what Ethereum is. Because they're like, oh, I have to explain what it is. Anyone watching an Ethereum price prediction video knows what Ethereum is. And like, you know, some people just don't know what it is, but they just don't care. They want to see the price, you know? So spending loads of time introducing these topics that just, you know, are relevant to the majority of the audience. And they might say that their rebuttal to that might be, oh, well, some people might not know what it is. So for those who don't know, I'm going to spend 2 minutes explaining it. And I'm like, you know, it's maths. If 90% of people do know, you know, 90% of your viewers are going to have a negative experience with that part of the video because they're just going to be like, what are you on about? What are you talking about? So I think being just hyper aware of who your audience is and just who the YouTube audience as a whole is and how rootless they are with the way they consume content. And then after that point, I would say just having a very clear format for your videos, and very clear niche as well. It's always a bit of a mistake, I think, when people try to balance too many things. Like maybe they like music and gaming, so they make gaming videos and music videos and rotate them and be like, well, people who like gaming like these videos and people who like music like these videos. It's a win-win. Like the way YouTube works isn't like that. You're just going to have a split audience where you're probably going to kneecap growth, where you probably, if you focused all on music or you focused all on gaming, you might have a lot better success in those individual areas. But when they're together, it's like any business. It's like a kind of blurred value proposition to the viewer. Like, what am I getting from this channel? So I would say like having a very clear format for your content, and even to the point of like a format of like the structure the videos take. If you look at my channel, every video is quite similar. They even have quite similar thumbnails, which is kind of branding in a way, so people are very familiar with them. They're all around 10 or 11 minutes long. In fact, I think every video I've uploaded in the last 2 years is between 10 minutes and 12 minutes long. They're all in that length. And that's not like a complete prerequisite. You don't have to make videos all the same length. Any length can kind of work on YouTube. It depends how good the video is. But I think in a way that kind of teaches you to format your content and get very specific about what kind of videos you're making. So starting out, I always think that's a good step as well, to kind of think, what is a Paddy Galloway video? Okay, it's a 10-minute YouTube explanation. Let's reverse engineer it now. What should the first minute be? What should the first 2 minutes be? What should 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes throughout the video? That's really important. After that point, I think if there's a skill people should really focus on, it's Photoshop. And not just becoming great at photoshopping, you know, random things, because the best graphic designers in the world are not the best thumbnail designers. So that your thumbnail, for those who don't know, is just the kind of like the cover art you can upload for a video that people see, and if they think it's interesting, they'll click. And it is, the thumbnail and title are just as important as the video content itself. For a while, I would have said they're more important. Been a few shifts in how YouTube recommends content now, where it's just so important to have good retention and have good viewer satisfaction. But for a while, it was just, you know, if you could get the title and thumbnail right, you were golden. Like you could make like a pretty poor video, but if you get the title and thumbnail right, you'd still get big views. But now it's a balance, but they're just so important. Thumbnail, title. So thumbnail wise, bright. I can't see how many people I see make dark thumbnails, like dark backgrounds, shaded faces. Like, how is that going to stick out against a YouTube feed that's full of really bright images? So bright images, vivid colors. Think like lots of bright prime colors, like yellows, blues. They're always good to like have in thumbnails. They're not, you know, necessary, but just as an idea. Like you see my videos, like I have a white background, a big bright red graph, black text and red text, which contrasts against the white background. Then I have the creator, and I make the creator really bright. I pump up the saturation and brightness, and then I put a little stroke effect around the creator, which is like this light green. So when you look at that image, it's just like a color pop. And that's before you even decide if you want to watch the video. It's just grabbing your attention. So yeah, that's probably a few different things there. But I think they're the first things I'd look at, like getting good at Photoshop, getting good at making thumbnails, and just really focusing in on the audience and the YouTube viewer, and not making videos where you introduce yourself for 5 minutes. And also on the same token, don't make videos where when you've finished delivering the video, you spend 5 minutes rambling, because that's all time that your retention curve is going down, and you're losing out on value percentage that you could add to your overall retention.
That's savage advice.
Can you talk about the process of that, of people pitching ideas and you pitching alternatives or shutting down ideas and just going like plowing through ideas very
I mean, you kind of just described exactly what we did. Yeah.
I mean, but the ideas are really good. It's just tossing out like different categories of ideas and then also fine tuning them to see like, how do I change, like thinking about the titles and the thumbnails.
I work so well off of inspiration. It's like, that's something like, give me any word. I don't know. Make it relative. Space. Yeah. Like I went to space, what happens if you blow up a nuke in space, or I went to the moon, I went to Mars, right? Because you said that one word, it was able to inspire me to come up with 4 ideas. And so that's just, it's for me, the way to get 100 million views on a video is you need something original, creative, something people really need to see, ideally never been done before, all these like things. And so you need like, if you want to consistently go super viral, you need just a constant stream of ideas. And the only way I've really found that I can consistently come up with 100 million view videos is to intake inspiration and then see what my brain outputs. And so that's kind of at its core foundation what I'm doing there. It's just like intaking a lot of random inspiration to see what spawns in my mind so I can output it.
But the neural network of your brain is generating the video, the title, the thumbnail, all like jointly. Right?
Exactly. And that only comes because I spent 10 years of my life just obsessively studying all that stuff.
Because it seems like you would literally potentially shut down a video just because you can't come up with a good title.
Yeah,
or
100%,
a good thumbnail.
or a thumbnail. Yeah, I mean, that's what happened to 70% of those in that pitch session. I was just like, oh, what was one of them? Genius versus 100 people, or
like maybe average intelligence versus genius, something like that. Or
I was like, what the heck is the thumbnail? Even if the title was good. Yeah. I mean, there's so many, but yeah, if people don't click, they don't watch.
Probably. So for someone that does longer videos like me, I do like 40-minute podcast. How does someone keep getting the viewer engaged? Like someone not make the viewer click off like 20 minutes in?
I think with podcasts it's a little different, and that's another thing about YouTube advice is I have to, when I'm giving advice on Twitter, it has to be for a broad audience. So I can't really be like, if you make, hour-long podcasts, here's what you do, and 2-minute videos, here's what you do. I have to kind of give broad advice. But for podcasts, like some things that I've observed is I think podcasts that get good retention at the start, they just start with like a really juicy question. So I think this interview is going well, and I think you're asking me really good questions. But maybe we could have started with you asking me something like, maybe you could have thought up ahead of time, like the very first question could have been something so engaging, and it wasn't just like, because our first question, tell me about yourself, which is a good question to start things with. Could you ask me something juicier at the start? That's kind of the tip that I would give you.
The Mr. Beast question, I could have put that in the beginning.
You could have, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe in the editing, I could put the question first. So it's like...
Sounds like an idea to me.
Yeah.
Give it what makes for a good title? Short?
Not just short. It's also, I mean, if someone reads it, are they like, do they have to watch it? Is it just so intrinsically interesting that it's just gonna fuck with them if they don't click on it? You know what I mean?
So it doesn't have to be short, but it has to be like, you almost want to have a retention to word by word reading.
Ideally, it's a title also that because the titles don't live in a vacuum, right? So it has to lead into the content. So ideally, the title represents content that you would want to watch for 20 minutes. So if it's a 20-minute video and the title is "I stepped on a bug," it's not gonna, because it's all of it combined. The click-through rate is going to be much lower. And then if it was like a 5-second video, people might click it. So you gotta, like, even nuances of the length of the video based against the title will affect whether people want to click it, because sometimes they just don't add up. I mean, it's that. Yes, ideally you want it below 50 characters, because above 50 characters on certain devices, you run the chance of it going ... So like, I took a light pole and I saw how many dollar bills I could stack on top, and they would just go ... because it's too long and it can't finish it. And that's the worst thing, because then people don't even know what they're clicking on. And so it's going to do even worse. Short, simple, ideally, and just so freaking interesting, they have to click. And it is a good segue into the content, and it represents the length of the content.
And there's probably stuff it's hard to convert into words for you, like I stepped on a bug versus stepping on a bug versus Mr. Beast stepped on a bug versus
well, I mean, that
bug stepping
it's funny
video.
you bring that up. So it's like, yes, the more extreme the opinion, typically the higher the click-through rate. If you can like pay it off in the content, then it just supercharges it. So like,
so you have a kind of estimate of the extreme.
Like this water, right? If you're like, Fiji water sucks.
Yeah.
That would do fine. But if you said Fiji water is the worst water bottle or the worst water I've ever drank in my life,
Yeah.
way more extreme opinion would do way better.
But you have to deliver.
Yeah, but then you have to deliver because the more extreme you are, the more extreme you have to be in the video.
Yeah. That's almost inspiration for you to step up.
Yeah, but you can be more extreme in a positive way. A lot of people. It's easier though. Positive, negative clickbait is much easier than positive clickbait. It just is. It's so much easier to get negative clicks, and so a lot of people are just, in my opinion, a little bit lazier, and they just take the route like, oh, well, this one gets the same amount of clicks, and it's easier, less effort.
The positive one is doing a large number of numbers of something. Like I spent this number of hours doing this.
Or whatever. If you just wanted to help people, or right, it's just harder to get 10 million views on a video helping people than it is to get 10 million views on a video tearing down a celebrity. You know what I mean? Or whatever negative video you want to insert there.
Well, that said, most of your videos are pretty positive.
Yes.
So
But not a lot of people do those kinds of videos because they're hard.
Yeah, they're hard.
Yeah.
Some of that is giving away money, right?
Yeah.
What's the secret to that? How do you do that right?
Yeah.
Like
give away money or
in a video to make it compelling. Is it so? There's a number that is better than another number, right?
The higher number is always better than the lower number. Yeah, for the most part. And it's interesting. Like some videos will give away $1 million, some videos will give away $500,000. There's not really. I guess so. I'm retracting what I just said. I was more joking with that, but there's no difference whether I put 500K or $1 million. There's probably not even really a difference between 100K or $1 million. I haven't really looked into it. Like some of our most of the videos are not us giving away $1 million, and sometimes the $1 million videos just don't do as well as the other ones. So there is a certain point where a dollar amount is just a large dollar amount to an average human, and so I think that point is 100K. Like anything above 100K, the average human is just like, that's a lot of money. Like it doesn't 100K and $1 million like doesn't really move the needle, if that makes sense. Which that's a very nuanced piece of information that applies to very few people, but yeah.
Well, no, I think it applies. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. Our relationship with money is fascinating. Like, why is it so exciting to get? I mean, the times I've found like $20 in the ground are like incredible.
Really?
I don't know why, right? Why?
Really?
Why are you so happy? Like, what exactly is so joyful about that? I mean, it depends where you are in life, what the situation is. Yeah, I don't know. There's also a gamified aspect to it. It's exciting.
Yeah,
it's fun.
no, I get it. Like why people want to see people win money. It's just interesting that past 100 grand, it doesn't really seem to make a difference. Like it's the same basically.
So you found that to be true with all the money you've given away? That
Just in click through rate. Like obviously, in terms of someone receiving it, $1 million changes their life drastically more. Like that's the difference. Like if you wanted to, you could really quit your job. As opposed to 100K is like not really.
You probably do like a scientific study, like a formula, giving away money to click through rate.
Yeah,
there could be some kind of diminishing return.
It definitely the returns level off dramatically after 100K. That's
100K.
basically the premise.
What about 10,000?
No, there's 100,000. It's funny because this is such a small niche thing, but yeah, 100,000 does it from what I see in our videos get more clicks than 10,000. But the difference between 100,000 and $1 million is just so little. I think big number to a lot of people past that point.
Yeah, so for 100,000, you can give an average salary, you can probably live for a year, given what the average salary is in America. So that's like that feels.
Yeah, I think it's also just more when they read the title. It's just like it's a lot of zeros. It's like fuckloads of zeros. Okay, click.
Yeah.
What are your opinion on shorts? Do you think it's a good way to build the audience? Do you think it's just to build a short-term audience? What are your general opinions on it?
Generally speaking, I think shorts are a good way to build a shorts audience. Like there is that level of separation between short form and long form still on YouTube. And I think some people make the mistake of thinking that they can just build the shorts audience and then transition to long form seamlessly. And there are occasions where that does work for channels. I've seen channels that have made that transition successfully, but it's not straightforward because all your traffic sources are built up in the short, like all your traffic is coming from the shorts feed. Whereas with long form, your traffic is going to come from search, browse, suggested. So even though you've got views on your channel, those views are coming from shorts feed, and YouTube don't have data on, your browse and suggested views. They don't have enough data there to see if that's worthwhile promoting your video in those different feeds. The way I see it right now, and the way I know YouTube, because I have a little bit of communication with YouTube. I kind of know roughly how they think about things. And I know they are putting a lot of emphasis on shorts. So I think they're worth doing, but they shouldn't be the only thing you're doing. If you're trying to build a long form audience, you should do both. And also one of my dislikes is when someone is trying to build a long form audience and they make like 50 shorts and like one long form and then 50 shorts and one long form. It's like, if you want to make a long form mix them in. You know, you can mix a few shorts in here and there. Do what like Ryan Train and Eric are doing right now. I think they're doing a good job of integrating them in without, you know, covering the channel in them.
Yeah, because at one point for my channel, I was like posting like 10 shorts, 20 shorts, and then a podcast. And then I post 20, 50 shorts, and then a podcast. That was another reason why my channel kind of like stopped doing well, because shorts followers, subscribers aren't that active sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It makes sense. And there's one a little lesson for you that I'm sure you're learning from.
So on the thumbnail side, again, that's going to be much harder to say probably. But you know, offline, you know, I got a chance to look at a bunch of thumbnails, and it's fascinating which ones do well and which ones don't. Is there something you could say about what are the elements of a thumbnail that work well? Or is this also deeply instinctual?
Well, that's where, yeah, it's the same thing. Like, how do you cook good food? But it's easier if you pull up a thumbnail and I could be like, that's why that's good. That's why that's bad. That's like an example would be like one of my friends. He just uploaded a video recently, and I called him. I was like, what is this? Because he's a very, very smart guy. And in the thumbnail, he's getting chased by cops, but the cops were wearing yellow vests, so they didn't look like cops. So I was like, oh, why are the cops in your thumbnail wearing yellow vests? It's like, that makes it so much more boring. Yeah. And he was like carrying a flag, but the pole and the color of the flag were the same color. So it's like, it's a little harder to see the flag. I was like, also, you're wearing like a shirt with like 5 different colors. Like, so it's like, it's hard to tell what your outline is. And then in the background, there are cars. And I was like, well, if you have cops chasing you, why not make the cars cop cars? And, you know, and it's like, because in my head, I'm like, dang, if you just did those like 4 or 5 things, the video probably would have got like 7x the views.
How much iteration? Because I also got a chance to see the number of iterations you do on a just a regular thumbnails.
It's a problem now. It's an addiction.
Is it? So you kind of, because a lot of the versions were really good.
Yeah.
How do you know when to like?
I love how when we pulled up that the burger one and we were flipping through them, you're like, that's really good. I was like, oh, that's version like 1 of like 1,000.
But even the sketch, the idea was good. Like already, even the original idea is strong.
Yeah, so one of our coming up videos, we made the world's largest plant-based burger, and the thumbnail we were thinking is like me standing beside the burger because it's 6 feet tall. That's what he's talking about. So like, just picture a giant 6 foot tall burger, super wide, thousands of pounds, and then I'm beside it, and then it's like eating the world's largest burger. Like that's just something you have to click. Like, so you were saying like, how would you describe a good thumbnail? Like that, you know what I mean? Like,
but I think you said the one I noticed first that was good, where you were very small in it. Relative to and you didn't like that one. I
needed to come forward a little bit, and also the photo we took was just my upper body. So they photo manipulated and created my legs in Photoshop, and that's why I said I didn't like it, because my right leg was a little like off. It was like bent the wrong way because I had to build those legs in Photoshop.
Well, I mean, does the physics in a thumbnail have to even make sense? I mean, you can just like exaggerate the head size and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, things don't have to be relative. Yeah, you have a car in the background and be 3 times the size. Because every one of my thumbnails, my face is in the left side, very big. So brand recognition, so just people know. Oh, especially because now that a lot of people copy our videos, it's just nice to like, everyone else might make thumbnails like this, but this is mine. Yeah. And obviously, we usually over deliver and do bigger stuff.
Would you recommend to other creators that want to make it big and they see Mr. Beast and they look up to you, to copy some elements of you, or to really try to be unique?
Unique, 100% unique. You're not. The next Mr. Beast, quote unquote, it feels weird saying that third person, but whatever, is not going to do what I'm doing better. They're going to just invent their own lane. Like, you're just not going to do what I do better than me. I have so many, I literally have the best people in the world working here. And I reinvest everything I make, even to this day. You know what I mean? Like, it's absurd the amount of money I spend on content. And I don't care. I'll just stop sleeping and I'll just film every other day. Like, you're just not going to beat me at my own game. And that's fine. You shouldn't. Like, I didn't get where I am by just beating someone else at their own game. I just found my own lane and innovated and adapted. And so, there's a lot of people that do copy me, and it's fine, whatever, do it. But just know you're not going to get to where I am doing that. And so I'd advise you don't.
Do you think someone who's just starting out should do quality or quantity? Do you think someone who's bigger, like Mr. B, should do quality or quantity, or someone in the middle with like 100,000 subscribers? What do you think they should do?
I think definitely at the start, like 100% at the start, you should do quantity, not quality. Now, obviously, in an ideal world, you do both. but that's not always feasible. I would just recommend someone at the beginning of their journey, just put out as much content as you can. Obviously don't put out terrible videos, but like maybe set yourself a target of I want to upload every 3 days and just stick with that and do it for a year. Like upload, 100 videos or whatever, or 200 videos. The rationale is pretty simple. Like you get better by making. You don't get better by sitting and researching and watching every Paddy Galloway video and reading every thread and just constantly thinking.
Yeah.
You get better by actually doing and combining all that research with actual action and seeing what your data is telling you. But then as you grow as a YouTuber, I am generally a fan of the quality approach and really focusing on making, exceptional content on its own. So I think it's situational, but generally speaking, for bigger channels, I want them to move towards higher quality and bigger swings, as in going for more viral content. I took over a channel. I started working with the channel, I should say, not took over, in November of last year. And they were doing like 3 or 4 videos a week, 2 to 4 videos a week consistently. And since working with them, we've kind of like 5x'd the views per video. Like we've really increased views, and we've uploaded about a third of the videos. So we're uploading way less. And it's just because they'd already got to a point where they had like a few 100,000 subscribers. They already had like a good team. They had like relatively good ideas, but they just needed that extra effort on making bangers, like actual banger ideas. And that's what's made a big difference to them. Just having conversations and learning a lot from them. But like, I think something you said there was like a lot of people start enthusiastically and they're not really putting much strategy behind it. Like that's a problem, but it's also a good thing at the same time, because really, if you look at most big channels, except anomalies, and when you're starting, you shouldn't really be focusing on anomalies. You should be looking at the majority. So when there's really big channels, like over 1 million plus subscribers, the vast majority of them uploaded 50 or 100 videos before they actually had any real like momentum or traction. I think that's so important to keep in mind. And even like someone could look at a channel like mine and say, you've only got like 15 videos and you're on 200k subscribers, but how many videos did I upload in the 12 years I was doing YouTube before that? Because it's probably over 1,000 if I added it up, So that is a big thing people need to take into consideration. And like I think like the things I talk about and the things I learn from big YouTubers about optimizing videos, thumbnails, good thumbnails, obviously getting good retention in videos, that's important. But before anything, you need to work on your product. And the best way to work on your product is just to keep making better versions of it each time. So each video, like make it a few % better. And that's something like I've learned from Mr. Beast as well, because he's obviously a huge YouTuber, just hit 50 million subs. And if you go through his older videos, like he was literally posting videos for years before anyone even noticed. And he didn't complain. Like it wasn't a case of like, oh, no one's paying attention to me, no one likes me. It's just like, I'm going to do this. Like, this is what I love to do. And he just kept pumping out videos. And I think like that, before anything else, while it is kind of generic advice, that is so crucial. Like before you really question the algorithm or what's going wrong or stuff like that, I really think it's important to just get that quantity right of actually getting enough videos out there to understand things. And then like as well, a really big realization that I think small YouTubers just have to come to terms with is the majority of people don't care about you. And like, I mean, they care about you being safe and well and healthy, obviously, but in terms of watching your content, they don't care. Like people don't care unless you give them a reason to care. And the best way to give someone a reason to care is actually by making videos on a topic that they're interested in. So many of the big channels at the moment, they've grown, and it's a common theme throughout. And even with my channel, it's not because I started one day and I started talking about this is my YouTube strategy. It's because I talked about someone they knew about and they were interested in. And in the case of like even this Minecraft YouTuber Dream, he grew really big, like super fast, like one of the fastest growing YouTube channels in history, I think. And like his whole story is he kind of made videos for a while and he wasn't getting momentum, and he was just kind of making videos about himself and like his own gameplay and what he was doing. And then he switched it around and started making videos on trending topics. So whatever was trending in the Minecraft community, he'd make a video on. A different update would come out, he'd make a video on the update or something like that. And that was how he found that initial attention. And that's something that I think a lot of people don't really realize at the start. They just assume that they're making good content and that people are going to come. But people only click on videos and like watch videos if they're like interested in the first place. And it's hard to kind of get interest when people don't know who you are. It's a tough one. It's a tough realization to come to. And there is, of course, exceptions to the rule as well. So one of my like pet peeves is when I give YouTube advice and someone's like, but what about that channel? Or well, what about this guy here? Like he did it. And again, it comes back to that thing I said a minute ago. It's like, don't focus on anomalies, focus on the vast majority of channels and the way they've done things. And a lot of channels in recent years, to find that initial attention, whether it be Graham Stephen in the real estate niche. If you go through his old videos, so many of them were like based on, is this guy a scam? Is this, is this product worth buying? Is this guy, or meeting this $1 million man, or meeting this guy from Shark Tank, doing things like that, where if I'm a viewer, I can see that and not know who Graham is, but still be interested. Whereas a lot of people that make content about themselves, and if I see them, I'm like, I don't know who he is, and I don't really care what he has to say, as crude as that sounds. So yeah, that's kind of, I suppose, the getting the consistency there, and just really focusing on improving each video incrementally. 1% of video makes a lot of improvement over time. And then also realizing people don't really care as much as you think they do, which is harsh, but it's the truth.
It's true. Yeah. People care. And I think search is kind of the easy way to get in front of people. If you know what the trends are, as you said, Dream jumped on a lot of trends, and a lot of YouTubers do that. They see a trend popping up, and then they search the keywords and terms that are being used in relationships to that trend that's popping up, and then they position their video where the trend is going, right? And that's how they get picked up. That's a question that's been burning for me. Like, if somebody has a niche channel for something, how do they jump on trends if it's not in their kind of like domain of their niche, right? Like, if you're doing a cooking channel, it's hard to jump on a new Tesla that's coming out, right? And I think that some people might struggle with that, where they kind of like orient their channel in the wrong way, whereas they should just like stick to their own thing, kind of.
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. That's a very good question. And the real thing is, like, people that jump around too much between formats and just try to chase what's trending, they have the opposite effect. Like, it just results in, even if a video did take off, so if you've got a cooking channel and then you start making a video about a Tesla or whatever, and try to incorporate that with your content, then if that did take off and did do well, then you're just gonna have an audience that like Tesla videos. They're not gonna like cooking videos. So there's no point making videos on trending topics unless it's related to your niche. And there will be niches where it's a lot harder to do that, but I'd still challenge that and say that every niche has like high traffic search terms. So like, I suppose like a new recipe could come out, something could be trending on social media. So for example, if you're a cooking channel, why couldn't you do like testing TikTok, meal hacks in real life? Like, that's a video idea right there. I'm sure someone's done it, but that's a video idea right there that could get thousands of views. And it's taking a trending topic, but it's applying it to your niche. I mean, as well, like there's obviously bigger YouTube channels in the cooking niche. So you could, if you're a small cooking channel, you could make a video saying, testing this YouTuber's recipe. Here's how good it really is. Reviewing this YouTuber's cooking style or whatever. Like, just find ways to do it, but it has to be aligned to your content. Because the way of viewing it is, you are putting yourself in front of the audience you want to have. So before you do anything, you need to identify what's the audience you want to have. Like, what's the target audience for your content? And I think so many people are just trying to just grab attention from anywhere. But YouTube's algorithm, and also just how things work with YouTube, is you want the right people watching your videos. It's useless to me if I'm getting loads of people who don't care about YouTube watching my videos. Like, I don't care if I get millions of views a video. If the right people aren't watching it, that doesn't really matter. Like, I already said, said this to someone else I was chatting to yesterday, actually. I was like, yeah, like, I get decent video views. I get about 500,000 views on average per video in 2020. I think it was 550,000 per video, which is insane to me. But the real value there and the real important views are like the 50,000 views that come from small YouTubers that really like my content. Like, kind of casuals that just check it out. That's cool as well. And you're very welcome. I love you all. But the actual kind of 50,000 core supporters is what really matters. So to go back to that initial point, I think a lot of people make that mistake of just trying to, force trends into their content. And maybe someone like me who talks about trend jacking and how to like build up exposure through that should kind of clarify that a bit better, because it has to be related to your niche. So you're thinking about, what are your audience watching? Let's see if we can make a video related to that, or in line with that, or some way to incorporate that into our video, so we get our audience, but we don't get another audience. We don't want Tesla fans on a cooking channel.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. I sort of made a mistake all of Eroc's videos, and when I listened to that, like, I looked at his channel and I'm like, that's a lot of videos. Like, how much time do you invest in researching a single video or a single topic, or how do you approach it?
That's the biggest time suck. So that's what I spend the most amount of time on, because
if like it sounds like a small thing, but I think if I'm doing these videos and I have any bit of, you know, bad information, or if I'm trying to draw conclusions from a too small sample size of videos of the channel, then, you know, I could get called out for it, or I'm just not providing good value to the audience. And so like a big part of what I do is watch as many videos as possible. And yeah, Eric's got a lot of videos, but luckily it wasn't like Mr. Beast. With Mr. Beast is like over 1,000 videos, so I didn't have to watch all Mr. Beast videos. But yeah, I kind of sped through all of Eric's videos. I like analyzed every title, thumbnail, what he did over time, and I tried to see patterns over how he'd changed his content and what I tried to put myself in his shoes. Like why did he suddenly pivot to do this? And then I was like, okay, his realization there was maybe the kind of stealing audiences thing that I talked about in the video. And like that's kind of really triggered a different kind of content for his channel. So my typical research process is, obviously I identify the YouTuber I'm going to make the video on. And I suppose anyone listening, or you yourself as well, you can kind of follow a bit about what I do with whatever your niche is. So like identify the trend. In my case is identify the YouTuber early on that I want to cover, and give some like rationale behind why I'm doing it. So videos, they're timed. So like Eric had just hit 1 million subscribers in 1 year, and that's when I released the video. Even like say like David Dobrik, the video I made last February, that was just when David Dobrik was like at his peak, just before he quit doing daily vlogging. So that was a great time to make a video like about David Dobrik's rise and his sort of success. Likewise, Logan Paul, he kind of took over the vlogging environment in sort of June-ish, May, June, and that's when I made my 2 videos on Logan Paul. So like I make sure that each time I make a video, there's a rationale behind it. So like, why this trending topic now? Like, why am I doing this video now? And also, can I make a story from it? So there's no point just identifying someone that you think will get views and then not being able to build a really good, thoughtful video from it. So that's really important. So first thing I do before anything is, can I think of a good title and a good thumbnail for this video, like in my head, before I even write a word, or before even before I do research? In a lot of times, can I think of a good title and thumbnail? I do that first. When I'm happy with the title and thumbnail I've kind of roughly come up with, which of course can be changed later if I need to, then I start the research phase. And the research phase is basically, I basically usually spend about a week where I just like watch their content, like write notes. I also really pay attention to like interviews they've done, because a lot of people won't reveal much on their channel, but when they're actually in an interview, they'll be like, oh yeah, this is what I did, or, you know, this is my story. And you can kind of build, I suppose, a picture for yourself of how that channel grew. And I just do that for about a week. Then I start to write the script and build out the scripts. That takes a bit of a while too. And actually the editing and animation is probably the shortest part of the process. But luckily I have kind of a structure to my videos. So like I have what I call an intro. Obviously that's just like the kind of hook in the first usually 20 or 30 seconds for me. And if you notice my videos, I always try to like start with a one-liner that's really attention grabbing. So I'll say that something like, this guy has cracked the code to growing a YouTube channel, or I've never been a big fan of Logan Paul, here's why. Like things that need resolving. Like a lot of people start their videos with just a really flat sentence. If you can start your videos with something that just needs resolving, that the viewer needs to resolve. So like, why doesn't he like Logan Paul? Or what has Eric done that's cracked the code? Like what's this guy done? Or, you know, calling Mr. Beast a YouTube genius. Like why is he a genius? Like starting the video with that is really important. So like I have a structure for every video. I have the intro hook, then I go into the setup where I give more context on how the video is going to do, and then I just use listicle format. So 1, 2, 3, 4 basically steps. But in terms of research process, like just literally kind of absorbing as much of the content as I can, and then using my own experience with YouTube to analyze. So I think a lot of people could try do what I do, and a lot of people do try do what I do. I've got a lot of copycats at the moment actually making videos almost exactly like mine with the same titles and same thumbnails, but obviously that's cool, like that's just part of the game. But I noticed like a lot of their channels, while of course I'm not the biggest expert in the world, I'm no genius, or I don't even think I'm really that smart at all, like I just think I found a good subject area. But I think what I can do differently than a lot of other channels is I have proof points. So I have like credibility to what I'm saying, in that I work with channels generating over 100 million views a month, like over 1 billion views a year. I've built multiple channels myself. I started making money on YouTube when I was 17. I have all these kind of different, I suppose, relevant experience. So instead of just starting from zero and talking about how a YouTuber has grown, I can be like, I'm a YouTuber. I've done this all my life. I do this with clients. This is how this person has grown, in my opinion. And I think that's probably the biggest differentiator for my content is people luckily respect my views and think that it's accurate in most cases.
So, do you think people should stick to a niche, like all content on one channel, or one type of video on one channel, or many different channels about different niches? Kind of like Jackson's life was like 10 different channels.
This is a question I get a lot, and I think the issue is the average person has so many interests that they want their YouTube channel just to reflect those interests. And then you see, oh, I'm into gaming. Here's some gaming videos. I'm into music. Here's some music videos. I'm into the outdoors. Here's some videos of me exploring caves or something, all on the one channel. You see that. For me, it's like when a channel starts, I want them to not be afraid to experiment, because at the end of the day, when you're starting, as I said, it is about getting content out there. But if you're trying to grow and build a channel, you need to think about your channel as a catalog of content. And you have to think about a user coming onto your channel and watching video after video after video after video in a row. That's how you kind of want them to feel about your content. You want content that's so simple and easy to understand for YouTube. If like, this is gaming content, this is Minecraft content, that's all it. So I always recommend focusing on one thing. And I actually don't really recommend splitting to other channels. I just sort of say, how about we just keep those interests our interests? We don't have to make YouTube videos on them. Let's pick one of our interests and make the channel around that, and almost intentionally pigeonhole ourselves into that specific thing, because we're going to play by the rules and, build the right type of audience for one specific niche, as opposed to trying to audiences across different forms of content. So another mistake I see is like, one mistake is people make it all on the same channel. Another mistake is people make 10 channels with 10 different interests, and then their whole attention gets completely, frayed and all over the place, and they can't actually focus on building a single.
Hey, what do you think is an underused tool to grow on YouTube? Like something like title generator, vidIQ, TubeBuddy.
I like vidIQ. I like TubeBuddy. They have some useful features. Something I quite like in vidIQ is the competitor tool, where you can essentially add other channels that have a similar type of content to you, put it in the comparator tool, and it shows you like which videos are performing well, and like gives you some details on the channel. I think that's quite useful, because it gives you a kind of an idea of how other people are doing and what's working with them. But after that, I just think there's some useful tools with both of those softwares, but also people need to be careful not to use them in the wrong way. So for example, some people use these like SEO optimizers and like trying to get the 100% score on TubeBuddy, and they're doing titles like that, except they're trying to make content for browse and suggested. So they're trying to make entertaining challenge videos, but then they're putting all these keywords to try to get a good SEO score. They're trying to make browse content and suggested content work in search, which is a big mistake I see all the time.
Yeah, I've done that before when I tried to I've done that so many times before, like using rapid tags and stuff like that. So vidIQ or TubeBuddy? I personally use TubeBuddy because I got gifted TubeBuddy Legend, but yeah, like which do you think is better to use?
It's funny because I know both. I know people behind both of the software. If I was to sort of say, if I was to break it down, I think for general tools, I think vidIQ is better from my own use case and experience. Just they've got more features. They've got, I think the views per hour is really interesting, and a few of the things they have is really interesting. But TubeBuddy's A/B testing for bigger channels is really powerful. So I actually need both. I want both, and I want to use both at the same time.
They're both really helpful. I've used both, but now I switched to like TubeBuddy because, like I mentioned, I got gifted TubeBuddy Legend, and like
it is what it is.
Yeah.
So they're going to make a lot of mistakes, and then it's a long learning curve and process. What are some of the first things that YouTubers do wrong and that they could maybe improve when they're starting their channel out?
Okay, there's a lot. There's a lot of things small YouTubers do wrong. So just on the surface level, so let's take away the kind of the cliche stuff of making more videos and stuff like that. Let's just look at like actual, I suppose, technical things. So first of all, the vast majority of YouTubers don't make good titles. Of small YouTubers don't make good titles. They're not concise enough in the titles, and they don't clearly state the video. I suppose the video's unique value, the value proposition of the video. Like if I'm browsing through my feed and I see a title, I want to be able to read it really clearly. So it has to be easy and reasonably short. Like you see like some titles that are a bit longer do well, and like some titles are like split into two sections with like a brackets. Like I do that with my videos a lot. But what I notice just looking at my channel, like every video is just really clear what the video is going to be. So like how Eric did this, how Mark Rober beats the YouTube algorithm, why Mr. Beast is a genius. Like you're just reading, it's almost conversational. You read that and you're like, wow, like how, like that's interesting. And right away, you know what the unique value of the video is. So a lot of people they almost like title their videos like it's a music video or something. Like they say like, my first vlog, going to the park or things like that. Whereas it's like, how are you ever going to rank for any of those search terms? And how are you ever going to, I suppose, get the click from someone that doesn't know you. I don't care if you went to the park, maybe you could title that video something better, like taking a trip to the park and this happened, or something to kind of capture the view a bit more. But really, the first mistake YouTubers make is in titles. And as a general rule, I say try to keep it under 60 characters. Not always, it can't always be the case. I've got videos with over 60 characters on my channel, but I think as a general rule, keep it under 60 characters because that keeps it nice and concise, and it also means that it'll be displayed on the suggested and browse features. So like the audience would be able to read the title without any bits being cut off, and that's really important. And as well, just use language that people use. Don't try overcomplicate it too much, and don't try hype it up too much either, because obviously it's important to sell yourself in your title, but so many people do really clickbait things with like loads of exclamation marks and all caps, and it works for some channels, but for the vast majority, I think just being clear and concise and just saying this is the video, this is why you should watch the video, this is the value of the video, click it. Like you just have to click it. It's brilliant. Just watch it. It's this simple. And that's definitely a big mistake.
Sorry for interrupting there. What do you think about super short titles, like doing something like "I quit," and the angry thumbnail, and just like 2 words in the title?
So those work really well for big channels, especially because just obviously you probably already know a bit about this, but just for context, like big channels get the majority of their traffic through browse features, which is essentially through YouTube Home and just YouTube recommended coming up in feed. Whereas smaller channels have to rely a bit more on search and suggested in general anyway. So like, for example, like if you say a title like "I quit," that's obviously not going to rank in search very well unless people are searching for your channel in particular. And also, as a suggested video, it's hard for YouTube to categorize that just from the title. Like what sort of audience should they push this to if it's just as "I quit"? Because it could be "I quit jujitsu," it could be "I quit cooking," it could be "I quit Tesla." It could be anything in a way. But it is good for bigger channels and for also channels that have an existing audience base to try those really concise titles that just don't give too much information. It's kind of like Casey Neistat style, because the viewer is going to be like, they're not going to, in some ways, when you're small, you need to tell the audience what the video is going to do. And then sometimes when you're bigger, it might be a case of sort of saying, click on this because there's something going to be good in it, but you might not know what it is. So you're more enticed to click. But yeah, that's kind of my feedback on that.
Yeah, so not on smaller ones. All right.
You've been talking about advice on how to grow on YouTube this whole podcast, but what's one piece of advice that you would give to someone who wants to start doing YouTube? It's like grow the most they can.
I would say, I think the one of the most important things when you're starting on YouTube is to set the right time. So I see it all the time where people are like, I need to blow up before this happens, or I'm leaving college and I'm trying to grow on YouTube. I need to blow up in 6 months. And to me, it's kind of like the way I view YouTube is it's like starting a business. You don't start a startup and say, I've got 6 months to make this work. It's better just to kind of view it as a long-term thing and try to build your life around being able to make content, as opposed to saying, I've got 6 months to make something happen. One of my biggest pet peeves is when a client comes in. I wouldn't call it pet peeves, but one thing that annoys me a little bit was when a client comes into me and they're like, I want to 10x growth in the next 3 months. And I'm like, that does happen. And it does happen. Like that has happened. I've worked on channels where we've managed to do that. But it's rare. And anyone that tells you, like, if someone's trying to sell you something and say they can 10x your growth or 10x your videos or whatever, they're probably trying to sell you some BS, in my opinion. So generally speaking, I think my advice is usually setting that right time horizon and also coming from a place of actually wanting to make the content. Again, this sounds like a bit like a cliche answer. So many people, they think they want to be YouTubers. I do Q&As on my Instagram, and I got a question recently, which was like, I'm doing YouTube, but I'm just really I don't really enjoy doing the videos. I've been putting myself under so much pressure to make it work. Nothing's working for me. What should I do? And I'm like, the problem with that question is the very first line. I don't enjoy making videos. Why are you on YouTube? That's like saying I'm a soccer player, but I don't enjoy kicking the ball. But I do it. Imagine saying I want to be a soccer player because of all the money and riches and fame, but I hate kicking a ball. It's like you're looking at the end result as opposed to the process that gets you there. Exactly. So I think there's plenty of specific things you can go into, but I think one of the most important things when you're starting on YouTube is just getting the time horizon right. Don't feel like there's any kind of magic pill or fix or course or this or that's going to change everything for you. You need to think more about, do I like making content? If yes, good, next level. What do I like doing? I like doing football. I like talking about music. I like gaming. Okay, which is a good opportunity? Which would I like to make content of? Okay, I want to make gaming videos. Okay, what game? Minecraft. Okay, make 100 videos. See if you still like it. See if you get anywhere. If you don't get anywhere, no big deal. If you don't get anywhere and you don't like it, you can just stop. No one's forcing you to do YouTube. If you make 100 videos and you do like it, even if you don't get anywhere, you could keep going. You could try something different. You could experiment. If you make 100 videos and you get somewhere, keep going. So
titles the only thing that YouTubers are doing wrong when they're starting new channels?
No, definitely not, unfortunately. Thumbnails as well. Like it's like everything on YouTube. There's multiple ways to do it. There's a million ways to make a good thumbnail, and it's hard to give completely generic advice that just covers everyone. But in general, small YouTubers use way too much text in their thumbnails. They use text that's too small. A lot of small YouTubers will be, and big YouTubers will be, making their thumbnails on Photoshop or on some sort of graphic design software on their computer, and they have it quite big and zoomed in, and then they don't really think that the end user is more than likely going to be viewing this on the phone. And
yeah.
They're not going to really, it's not only that they won't read the text, but it's also just small text doesn't grab your eye as much. It's like you can easily scroll by small text. If it's really big text, that's going to grab your eye more. And I like, especially with some of the clients I work with, I like having no text. I just like having clear visual representation of what's happening. Obviously, different channels need some text. Like, for example, my videos, I kind of need that extra text to give more context to the video and to give kind of an extra bit of clickbait in a way to kind of make someone just say, wow, I need to click this. But for a lot of the channels I work on, like a lot of my clients, I just sort of say, let's try make this as minimum as possible, 1 to 3 words, but in many cases just 0, and just showing visual representation. And that's another thing. So I did a little channel review for someone that just DM'd me on Twitter the other day, and they had a video where it was like 57 tips for Uber drivers, how to become the best Uber driver, or something like that. Something like that. And their title was just the guy sort of standing there on camera with the car beside him. And I was like, an infinitely better thumbnail for this would be if you were inside the car with a bag of food, driving the car, looking at the camera, something like that, to visually represent the video. Because like if you're just standing beside a car, like I don't know from looking at that thumbnail necessarily what the video is going to be. He did use the Uber Eats logo or something in there, so obviously there's a bit of foreshadowing over what the video is going to be. But that's a huge thing. Like people just don't seem to capitalize on that well enough, and they don't seem to realize that we need to visually show what's happening a lot of the time. And someone like, I always say Matt Diavella is a great example, because he uses really minimal thumbnails, but so many of his thumbnails are just showing the process of what's happening. So obviously if it's it's a big announcement video, it might be just his head on the camera, but often it's like him writing in a journal, him in the middle of action. And then instead of like text, that's just showing you what's happening. So he could make that thumbnail of just like a headshot, say like me at the screen here, and then like text here, just saying like why I started journaling. And yeah, it might do okay. But if it's a video of him like visually like journaling and showing the representation of that process, it shows the viewer you're for real, and that the video is going to be dynamic, and it's not just going to be a boring head to the face camera for the whole video. So that's, thumbnails are another thing. Also brightness. So like in general, bright thumbnails get more clicks. There's lots of data to show that I've run, and I've heard other people run as well. So in general, brighter thumbnails catch the eye better, more vivid colors. Like you'll notice in my videos, I use quite high saturation on the on the channel, or on the thumbnails. If you look at the recent Airac one, I bumped up the saturation. I kind of made his eyes pop, so it's really like eye catching. And then there's the dark black, the dark red, the line going up, the white background. Lots of contrast and lots of saturation on human faces, and that's another thing. And also a huge pet peeve of mine is thumbnails that aren't zoomed in enough. So like a lot of the time, the subject material, whether it could be literally a pizza for a cooking channel, or it could be a person working out for a workout channel or a fitness channel, and it's too zoomed out. Whereas it's literally just so much better to punch that in more and just have the person taking up more of the frame. So you might have even seen this in my channel. I've kind of changed that over the years, where my more recent thumbnails, I have just a really like punched in version of the headshot of the person. And then I have like my graph and stuff beside it. But like if you're everything's kind of zoomed out with a thumbnail, and you're like really far back, and like there could be text there, you're really far back. Whereas if you're like really close in, it makes a big difference to the audience, because they're just seeing eye contact right away, and they're seeing someone in their face in a way. And that's another big mistake. I'd also say, so like the first 30 seconds are so crucial.
And every small YouTuber, not every small YouTuber, but so many small YouTubers have this habit of like over introducing themselves and over kind of like taking too long to get into the action. So if I've clicked on a video for a cooking video, I want to get in the action as quickly as possible. I want to see cooking. I don't want to see like a big sort of static headshot of them talking about like their experience and what they're going to do. Show me, don't tell me. That's something I always ask small YouTubers to think about is show me, don't tell me. Like you can tell me forever like what you're going to do and why you're so great, but what about if you actually just get into the action quicker? And then while you're in the action, you can give more context. So you can tell me about your experience as a chef. You can tell me about what's going to happen next. But if you're actually showing me something visually stimulating, I'm much more likely to click off. Because in retention curves, it's just a universal fact across YouTube. The biggest part people click off a video is the first 30 seconds. And, you know, you need to view those 30 seconds so valuably. You need to be so rootless with what's in there. And you really need to just grab the attention early on. And some people almost see it as like a throwaway. It's like, oh, I'm just going to make 30 seconds of kind of random chat and, you know, just say a few things and be like, oh, hey, welcome to my channel. And then roll an intro that lasts for 15 seconds and then go back and say like, okay, today we're going to do like, why don't you just start with today we're going to do this and then do it instead of actually spending too long introducing the video. And so those are like obviously pacing in videos and keeping a video dynamic is the word I use. So making sure there's varied cuts, there's like zooms, there's different angles. If it's just a roll of a camera, like making sure it punches in and punches out, like some memes, black and white filters when you say something, or, you know, awkward silences, just things to give it more feel and more engaging for the viewer, because a lot of the time just a static shot without good pacing is just super boring. And it just, you know, people just click off. And obviously you know from watching my videos and anyone else watching, like YouTube care about CTR and then retention. So getting people to click and getting people to stay on the video. And you might get the best title and thumbnail in the world, but if you're not actually getting people to stay, it's not going to get promoted. It's not going to do well. So yeah, those are kind of the main problems I see with smaller YouTubers.
All right. Watch time. In the last part here, it is really the biggest one. I try to think about it a lot, and I always think like, what's the type of person that watches until the end, and what do they want to see in the video, right? I love the channel Think Media from Sean Kennel, and I don't know if you know them, but they do also teach a lot about YouTube, and I love his sentence where he says minutes matter most. And that kind of convinced me that like it doesn't matter like how many views you get at the start, because if nobody watches the video, then the views kind of don't matter, because if nobody watched the video, then what's the point, right? So yeah, like what do you say to people, like how to increase the watch time, how to keep people watching until the end, and what are some of the tips that are people doing wrong there that they could improve?
Okay, so before anything, it needs to be a good video, because people just aren't going to watch a good video, obviously. So let's just get that out of the way, because that's obviously the biggest thing. So like you could make a really good video idea, but then edit it like kind of not so well, and maybe not have the best practices for retention, and still get good retention because the idea is so good. But if you've got like a bad video idea, it doesn't matter what you do, people just aren't going to be interested, in my opinion anyway. So like, yeah, before anything, establishing that and making sure your ideas are interesting to the viewer. And that's a hard skill to nail down. And me as a YouTube consultant, that's the hardest one for me to work on with channels, because in general, I'm not the one coming up with the ideas. I'm the one showing them how to optimize them. But that's still the kind of the 80-20, like that's the kind of the main factor, what the video is actually going to be about and how you're going to structure it yourself. So let's get that out of the way first. But in terms of getting more retention, what I just said there about keeping people after 30 seconds is hugely important. So if you keep people after 30 or 40 seconds or after the minute mark, they're much less likely to click off. Think about yourself. Like when you click on a new video, the most likely you are to click off is at the start. And if you don't click off at the start, there's a good chance you're going to stay around and watch a bit longer. Yeah. So addressing those titles, but really structuring your video so that the real payoff for your video is at the end where possible. So like say, for example, in Mr. Beast's case, he builds his video concepts and builds these incredible concepts and like gives you action from the minute one, but the ultimate payoff of the video is until the very end. So like whether it be him giving away something huge, that's at the very end of the video. And that just entices people to keep watching because they're waiting for that unresolved story. That's the way I call it, like unanswered questions or unresolved storylines. So how are you creating things that like lead into the video that make people, it's kind of impossible to click because you're not getting resolution as a viewer. So like even with my latest Iraq video, for example, I said something like,
around the 2-minute mark, I said, a bit later on this video, we're going to talk about some of the less innocent ways Eric has grown his channel. Like that sentence in its own just automatically intrigues the viewer, because like, less innocent, did he do something evil? Did he do something wrong? Or what's going to happen here? And then like, I just say that's coming up, and it is coming up. It's coming up towards the end of the video. And like, obviously I still have engaging content in between them, but just reminding the viewer that there's a reason you should stay around. Like, you need to see this, that this is really important. And yeah, genuinely, retention is something people struggle so much with. And so much comes down to the idea, but also how you structure video, how you break it down. Like, what's the scene by scene, and going through a video. And whenever there's any kind of filler content that isn't contributing to that story and progressing the story forward towards that payoff or that end of the video, it should be cut. Just get rid of it. And also another thing is like questions about like, what's the ideal video length, and it really matters. You know, it really does depend on the channel type and the kind of content type you're making, because you see people being really successful with 5-minute videos, with 10-minute, 15, 20-minute videos. So it depends on your audience and your format. But in general, I usually recommend people to make videos over 6 minutes anyway, at the minimum. And I kind of like the 8 to 12-minute range, because if you can hold people for that long, that's a good sign to YouTube. You're making good content. And obviously, if we're talking pure AVD terms here, like in terms of average view duration, a longer video is going to, in general, hold people for longer than a short video. So you can get that metric up before anything. But a lot of people, in taking that advice and in hearing that, they then start to like add bits into the video just to fluff up the watch time. So that could be like a really extended outro. Whereas when you deliver the payoff of the video, and when you deliver the main point of the video, you just want to get out of it as quickly as possible. You want to cut that story, cut the video as quickly as possible and finish it up, because that's when viewers leave. And it's also the point where the viewers kind of got what they want from the video. So if you keep dwelling, they're just gonna be like, nah, I don't want to hear this anymore. But maybe if you end really quickly, they'll be like, I want to watch another one of his videos. Like, I didn't get a full, I want to see some more of this. So yeah, like that's a big mistake.
I love what you did in the last few videos.